Bill the Vampire, The Tome of Bill, Part 1, written by Gualtieri, narrated by Christopher John Fetherolf. Copyright 2011 by Gualtieri. The day I died. Okay, somebody needs to turn off their goddamn stereo before I put my foot up their ass. God forbid a guy be allowed to sleep off a major bender without some dickhead blasting their bass to 11. At least, I think it was a major bender. I know I'm asleep, but I can still feel the room spinning. Yeah, I gotta be drunk off my ass. The funny thing is, I don't remember getting drunk off my ass, although that doesn't mean anything. The best parties are sometimes the ones you don't remember. Still, I'm not sure I remember even going to a party last night. It is morning, right? Can't see anything. Well, duh, my eyes are closed. Okay, my eyes aren't opening. Guess I must be pretty shit-faced. There it is again. For fuck's sake. Some days I hate living here. There's always some white-bread little teenage douche pumping out Tupac from his daddy's Beamer because he's sure he can relate to life on the streets. Although, why is it so loud? Maybe the window's open. I should get up and close it. Oh, yeah, that's right. I'm out cold. I can't really check the window in my current state. Oh well, maybe I'll get lucky and some real gangsters will come cruising down the block and pop a few caps in homie's upper-middle-class ass. Really starting to piss me off now. Huh? What the hell was that? Holy shit, those are voices. Maybe I'm not at home after all. If that's the case, I must still be at a party. Oh, crap. I hate passing out at someone else's place. I really hope someone isn't drawing dicks on my face. Last time that happened, the fuckers used a permanent Sharpie. And let me tell you how much fun that was to scrub off. Probably took off 5 layers of skin and you could still see it. Tom was an asshole about it, too. He kept pretending to be helpful just to get a laugh. You want me to go to the store for you, dick face? I'll get it. Hello? Oh, Bill? Sorry, he can't come to the phone right now. He's too busy trying to get a cock off his face. Can you call back later? One of these days, I've really got to get my own apartment. Okay, it's getting a little lower now. Song must be ending. Still can't make out what the voices are saying, but it doesn't sound like laughter. And that's good. Means that maybe they haven't started using my face as an easel yet. Maybe I can still wake up before that happens. Jeez, my body still isn't responding. Man, what the hell was I drinking? Even passed out, I still feel seriously fucked up. I'm wondering if maybe I was doing a little more than drinking. I vaguely remember Ed saying something about scoring a few joints. Shit, I hope they weren't laced with Drano or something. Although that might explain why I'm lying here having an internal soliloquy. Hold on, though. Didn't that happen last week? Why does that sound so familiar? I don't usually listen to any shit rap music, but damn if that doesn't ring a bell. It's on the tip of my tongue. Ugh. Speaking of my tongue, what the hell is that taste in my mouth? Oh, shit. Please don't let me have puked. There's nothing worse than puking at a party and waking up in it. Nobody ever gets laid after that. Well, okay, puke or not, it's been a while since I've scored at a party, but it could still happen. Maybe. Although, not if I'm lying in a swimming pool of my own spew. Crap! I hope somebody turned me on my side. Last thing I want is to pull a Hendrix. Okay, relax. People aren't that big of assholes. If I can hear them talking, then it probably means I'm okay. Weird tasting puke anyway. Kinda coppery. Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't puke. Probably bit the inside of my mouth instead. Well, that makes sense. Hopefully I bit the inside of my mouth. Damn! What if this is some kind of seizure? I could have bitten off my own damn tongue and these assholes are just standing around me debating the artistic merits of penises on my face. Maybe that's why I can't wake up. Popped a blood vessel in my brain and even now I'm spiraling into a coma. Although I don't think I'd be quite as lucid if I were in a coma. Then again, haven't been in enough comas to know what it'd be like. All right, calm down. I'd probably feel it if my tongue was bitten off. I think that would be a wee bit on the painful side. Okay, I need to try and concentrate. Let's see. I can still taste that crap in my mouth, but I can sort of feel my tongue, too. At least I think I can. I tried moving it around a bit inside my mouth. Yeah, I still had a tongue. Ow! What the hell was that? Had my tongue a second ago, but now I'm not so sure. What the hell? Did someone stick a razor blade in my freaking mouth? Thank God. Just barely a whisper now. Damn song just goes on forever. Funny that I can hear the bass, but nothing else. Still sounds so familiar. Almost like a... Oh no, that can't be right. It can't be. Please don't let that be my heart that I'm hearing. Oh shit! I am choking on my own puke. Or having a seizure. Or a goddamn brain aneurysm. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap! Okay, I shouldn't worry. I'm sure someone will start CPR on me. Any second now. Any minute now. Come on, people! I only have a few minutes before that whole brain death thing. Fuck! Please start beating again. Pretty please? It's not fair. I still have so many reasons to live. I was going to go out with Sheila. Well, okay, maybe. One of these days, certainly. Hell, I would have gotten to it eventually. You don't just walk up to an insanely hot chick like that and ask her out, especially when you look like me. You have to work your way up to it. Sure, it's been 2 years, but I was almost there, damn it. Now it's all gone. Or it will be all gone. Any minute now, it'll be all gone. Jeez, this death thing isn't quite like I thought it would be. I could still taste whatever it is in my mouth. Yep, I could still move my tongue, too. Can dead people move their tongues? Don't know. Haven't Frenched too many corpses. Okay, this is starting to get a bit odd. Shouldn't I be seeing a tunnel with a light at the end? Maybe Grandma, Grandpa, hell, maybe even Elvis waiting for me at the end of it? Nope, nothing. No, that's not quite true. Is that? Yes! I can feel my left arm now. Do dead people start getting sensation back? Can't move it much, but it feels like I'm laying on something soft. No, I'm not in my bed. Feels like carpet. Yep, I'm definitely on a floor somewhere. Feels thick, kind of like a... Oh no, a shag carpet. Either I'm stuck in a bad 70s flashback or I'm at that loft. Oh, fuck. And with that, the fog suddenly clears from my head. I can remember where I am and how I got here. If I'm right about what's going on, then a face full of dicks isn't going to sound all that bad in comparison. Before I became the dearly departed. Okay, let's back up a bit. I'm probably getting ahead of myself. Before I bore you with the little things like, say, my death, I should probably fill you in on the basics first. How's that sound? Okay, then let's start over, shall we? My name is Bill. Bill Ryder. William Anderson Ryder, if you want to be formal. Not sure why you'd want to be formal with a dead guy, but just in case that's something you're comfortable with. It's a pretty cool name, if you ask me. Although it did get a little annoying a few years ago when The Matrix came out. For a couple of months there, I had to deal with every single person I know ending everything they said to me with Mr. Anderson in a deadpan voice. It was funny the first time, much less so the 5,000th time. Anyway, I've always liked how my initials spell out war. Kind of like W. Axl Rose, if a bit less cool, maybe. Not that much less cool, at least these days, but a bit. Although since I go by Bill, my friends have pointed out that BAR might be a better acronym. I can't really complain about that one either, as under duress I might admit to spending a decent amount of time pounding back cold ones on the weekends. Now, I'd love to tell you that I'm a private detective, maybe a boy wizard in training, or even a normal Joe by day / superhero by night, but that would be stretching the truth just a bit. As with all things, reality tends to be less exciting than what we would hope it would be. Here are the basics. I'm 24, currently single, and with no real potential hopefuls in sight. Well, there is Sheila, but we'll get back to her later. Especially since I'm not 100% certain she'd be able to pick me out of a police lineup. Not that she has any reason to. It's not like I've been stalking her these past few years. Sure, I know where she lives, what time she gets to work, what her favorite perfume is, but I assure you I am definitely not stalking her. Really. Oh, yeah, and she has this super cute ass that shakes so nicely when she walks. Okay, sorry, sometimes I get caught up in the moment. Where was I? Oh, yeah, the basics. I'm 24, think I may have mentioned that already. Short brown hair, brown eyes, glasses, maybe an inch or two above average height, and about maybe 30 pounds overweight. I'm not quite a hideous mutant, but I don't exactly have the ladies swarming all over me like pigs in shit either. That might have something to do with the fact that I probably look like someone who'd be right at home sitting around a D&D game, which I might admit to doing so occasionally. Or every Sunday, whichever comes first. I have a degree in computer science from NJIT, graduated with honors, etc. I like to think I'm a pretty smart guy. Maybe not MIT material, fucking elitist cocksuckers, but I can hold my own in front of a dual monitor setup. Speaking of which, I work as a game programmer for hopscotchgames.com. You've probably heard of them. You know Jewel Smash? Yep, that was me, baby. That little gem, no pun intended, alone has made the company millions in online revenue. I dare say I got a nice little bonus on that one. Emphasis on little. Cheap bastards. But still, I can't complain, at least not too much. I make more than enough to support my lavish lifestyle. I get full benefits and I can work from home pretty much whenever I feel like it. Overall, there are far worse places to work. Don't get me wrong, though. The second I win the lottery, those guys can go fuck themselves sideways. Anyway, said lavish lifestyle consists of the top-floor apartment of a building in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn. I share it with my two aforementioned roomies, Ed and Tom. Ed is my partner in crime over at Hopscotch Games. He does graphical design for them, and we've partnered on more than a few of their top downloads. We met in college, and he's the one who got me the interview over there. He's a good guy. If a little odd. He's got a lot of talent, but he is absolutely the least passionate artist I have ever met. Life is one big meh to him. Some days I think you need to set him on fire and cut his balls off with a dull hacksaw to get a reaction out of him. Not that I fantasize much about setting him on fire. Or his balls, for that matter. But you get the idea. As for Tom, he's my main bud. I've known him for almost 20 years. Of everyone I know, I'd vote him the most likely in the next decade or so to wind up in a 20-room mansion with a hot trophy wife by his side. Tom's all about the money. He works over in the Manhattan Financial District. Right now, he's a little more than a toady to the higher-ups, but he assures me that's the way things work there. You latch onto some upwardly mobile VP like a remora, in this case attaching your lips firmly to their ass, and let them drag you up the ranks with them. Tom rounds that part out by also being an obsessive collector. His dad got him into it when he was young, and then Tom's OCD took over and kept it in overdrive ever since. He's got a storage bin back in Jersey where he grew up, filled to the brim with comic books and action figures. That doesn't even count the stuff he keeps locked in his bedroom. Most of it is worth shit now and will probably be forever, but he's got a few nice pieces. Just don't let him catch you playing with any of them. Dude is a little psycho about it. I once repositioned his He-Man figure to be giving it to Princess Leia doggy style, and you'd have thought I'd have poisoned his family. Shit, if I ever did poison his family, he'd probably get over it quicker. So, that's me. Not exactly Bruce Wayne, but then again, I'm not a basket case still living at home with Mom and Dad either. My life is steady, if a little dull. Get up, get some work done, eat some food, go back to sleep. Rinse and repeat until the weekend, when it's more or less collect my paycheck, hang out with my friends, and bitch about the rest of the week. Someday I hope to get married, have a few kids, and then probably settle into the same routine again. Except then I'll spend the weekends with my wife, bitching about the rest of the week. You know how it is. My plan is a lot like anyone else's. Maximize my good times, minimize my bad, and leave the larger stuff to people who give more of a shit than I do. Or at least that was the plan. But then I had to go and fuck it all up by dying. The day before I died. So back to my untimely death, all right? Let me start by saying, fuck Soho. Yeah, that's what I said. I have never, ever had a good experience there. Every person I know who lives there is a douchebag. Every job interview I've ever had there has been conducted by assholes. Every restaurant I've ever eaten at there has sucked. When the food didn't suck, the service sure as hell did. It is a place where the tragically hip go to die and people with more fashion sense than brain cells gather like moths to a flame. So I should have known better than to wind up at a party there. Even more so, I should have known that that sweet piece of ass that invited me there was far too good to be true. Saturday had started off well enough. It was a nice day, clear, and just cool enough for a light jacket. Tom headed out to spend the day with his parents and his cute little sister, who in just another 2 years is going to be old enough to legally jerk off to. Not that I would. Well, okay, talk to me in 2 years and we'll see. Just don't tell Tom I said that. As for Ed, he was holed up in his bedroom/home office. He was a little behind on the level design of a new project he was working on and wanted to burn off some weekend hours to get it done. Most of the rest of my local friends were busy, so that left me, myself, and I. I grabbed a couple of Egg McMuffins in the AM from the McDonald's on 86th Street, and then jumped onto the R train to head into the city. I didn't really have much of a plan. Figured I'd spend a few bucks, grab lunch, and then head back. Maybe see if anyone was up for some bar hopping in the evening. Gotta admit, dying wasn't on my to-do list. But, hey, live and learn, I guess. Or is that don't live and learn? Okay, so the first part of my day went pretty much as I expected. I popped into the Complete Strategist to grab a few new D&D minis. My current one just wasn't doing justice to my high elf battle mage, as well as a few new rule supplements that had come out. I plunked down enough cash that by the time I left, I was certain in the fact that thanks to me, some executives at Wizards of the Coast could now continue their child's college education. I headed over to Midtown and spent a little time at the Apple Store, where for about the 100th time I stood around debating the merits of buying myself an iPad, and for the 100th time decided that maybe I'd hold off for now. After that, I grabbed a few slices of pizza and then headed down to the subway again. In retrospect, I should have loitered for a while longer. If that had happened, I wouldn't have met her, and, well, I'd still be alive. But you're not here to catch the story about Bill, the guy who went home, met up with some friends, and then spent the rest of his Saturday night drunkenly arguing over who the hottest chick on Smallville was, are you? No, you're not. So, as I was saying, I went to grab the train back to Brooklyn. Not really wanting to mingle with a weekend crowd, I wandered to the end of the platform where there were only a few people waiting. That turned out to be a big mistake. The train took its sweet time, and I was just starting to tire of the perpetual stench of hobo urine when I felt a tap on my shoulder. Being a city resident, I reacted naturally. That is, I jumped back and spun around quickly, thinking I was about to get mugged and hoping I looked intimidating enough, doubtful, to give my would-be attackers second thoughts. "A bit jumpy, aren't you?" said the petite little thing, staring back at me. She was no more than 5'3", maybe 105, soaking wet. Excuse me while I consider the image of her soaking wet. Ah, yes, quite nice. Now back to the story. And totally smoking hot. She had medium-length blonde hair with what looked like green highlights, but aside from that little oddity, she looked like she could have just stepped out of a fashion shoot. Or a strip club. I'd love to give you something cliché here, like she was dressed all in black or had an ominous air about her, but the truth is she was a very good-looking, well-dressed woman. Outside the fact that she was talking to me, there was nothing about her that really screamed threat. Anyway, before things could stretch out to an awkward silence, or more importantly, before it became obvious that I was undressing her with my eyes, I answered her. "Sorry about that, you just surprised me." "Whatever," she said, obviously nonplussed with my answer. "Have a light?" "Don't smoke," I replied. Were people even allowed to smoke on the platform anymore? "Figures. Then have you got the time?" "That I can do," I said as I brought my watch up to my face, being careful to not take my eyes off of her. I had heard on CNN a few years back that some gang members did this to distract a person so they could slash them with a razor. Okay, she didn't exactly look like a gangbanger per se, but still, it's best to be careful. She apparently noticed me doing this and smirked in return. "About 1:30, I answered. "Thank you." And, well, that was it. She stepped back and went into that 1,000-yard stare mode that is so common of people waiting for a train. And yet, I couldn't help but feel like she was still giving me the once-over out of the corner of her eye. However, I dismissed the feeling as nothing more than wishful thinking. After all, what straight guy doesn't have, "yeah, she wants me" thoughts running through his head the second a hot babe like her asks him an innocuous question? Okay, I lied about the "that was it" part. It was just it for the platform. Turns out it started up again when the train pulled in and we got on. The last car of the train was fairly empty, and the few of us there had the luxury of being both able to sit, as well as being able to sit without being too close to each other. Just to be on the safe side, I grabbed a corner seat. Should the train population suddenly swell, I could at least take comfort in knowing that I wouldn't wind up the meat in some smelly weekend commuter sandwich. If you're thinking that I'm next going to tell you how my stripper friend, definitely a stripper, a model probably wouldn't have said a word to me had I been on fire, sat down next to me, then give yourself a prize. You, my friend, are either psychic or at least not a complete idiot. Now, just to digress for a moment, I made myself a promise a long time ago. I promised myself that in my next life I was going to come back hot. Not just attractive, but Johnny Depp-like, as every woman I have ever known will testify. Women's panties will get moist if I even look in their direction hot. Call me shallow, but I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks. The world just has so many more possibilities when you're hot. Case in point, my attractive subway stalker. She sat down next to me and immediately grabbed my shopping bag with no more than a quick, "So what you got there?" and started rifling through it. Forget the ugly beasts of the world. If even an average-looking stranger tried that, they'd either get immediately decked or pointed out to the cops at the next station. But someone hot? They can both get away with it and know that they will. The world is just unfair. On the other hand, I didn't see anyone else in the car with a smoking piece sitting next to him, so I figured I'd cut the world some slack. Just this once, mind you. So there she was, going through my stuff, while I sat there doing nothing except tensing up in case she bolted with it when the doors next opened. Yeah, I know, but gaming minis aren't cheap. I don't care what you look like. Get your own goddamn sword mage. Speaking of which, she pulled it out of the bag and gave me a questioning glance. Okay, there goes that fantasy of hooking up with the world's hottest gamer chick. It's for my nephew, I stupidly blurted out. She, in return, gave me another look that told me I had about a 0% chance of her buying that answer. I didn't fail to notice the quick eye roll she made as she put my new mini back in the bag. She then went back to ignoring the basic rules of don't touch what isn't yours. She pulled out my new books and began thumbing through them with an expression that appeared to be a combination of pity and humor. In a bit of foreshadowing that only happens in the most desperate of stories, she happened to stop on a particular one of them. "Now this is cute," she said, handing me the latest revision to the manual of the undead. "Have to keep up with the rule changes," I stammered, no doubt continuing my unbroken streak of lowering her overall opinion of me. "Sure you do," she replied, and then got a bit of a faraway look in her eye. "Rules are important. We all have them, even me." "You play?" "Not those kinds of rules, but rules nevertheless," she cryptically continued. "There are all sorts of games, some a little more adult than others." Okay, time to shift a bit in my seat as my pants were suddenly feeling a bit tighter. She let the uncomfortable silence stretch a moment longer before her mood suddenly lightened. She handed my purchases back to me and held out her hand. "Sorry for teasing you. I'm Sally." Not quite believing the reality I had somehow stepped into, I mimicked her movement. "No problem. I'm Bill. Bill Ryder," I said as I shook her hand. "Yes, Houston, we have achieved physical contact." "Pleasure to meet you, Bill Ryder," she replied as she shook back. Now, here I will once again meander from my recollection of my days amongst the still living and just point out that no, I didn't notice anything odd about the handshake. I'd love to tell you that her hand was overly cold or clammy, or that perhaps she had a grip that would have made a much stronger man than I wince. But the truth is, the truth is that her hand could have been covered in scales and crawling with hornets and I wouldn't have noticed. I was kind of lost in the moment. You always hear reports on the news about people who have just won the lottery, and they will always recount with exact detail what they were doing when they found out. Bullshit, I say. When any major holy shit moment occurs, we tend to go a bit numb, and then maybe later we'll try and fill in the details as best we can. Well, that was as close as I've come to one of those moments in a long time. Besides, there were far more interesting things than hands in front of me. Oh well, maybe next time I hook up with an apex predator with killer cleavage, I'll be a little more attentive. Anyway, continuing my streak of witty banter, I then said, "So, come here often?" "Yeah, I know. It's amazing I don't get laid more often, isn't it?" Another eye roll. "Geez, did I really sound that pathetic?" And she responded with a banal, "Only when I need to get somewhere." Okay, it was time to dig deep and try and find a little bit of adult dialogue, which I knew was hiding somewhere inside of me. Sorry, that was kind of lame. What I meant to ask is whether you hang out in Manhattan often. "Much better," she acknowledged with a smile. "And the answer is yes. I actually live not too far from here. I have a little place in Soho. You?" "Brooklyn myself. I was just doing a little shopping today," I answered. "I can tell," she replied, gesturing down at the bag she had just finished rifling through. "You?" "Me what?" "What are you up to?" I asked. "Well, besides talking to a very nervous, and here I thought I was being so smooth, sounding guy on the train, I was just out enjoying the day. Since the nervous-sounding guy I'm talking to also sounds like a fairly decent fellow, bonus, I'd say my day is going pretty well," she said in a friendly tone. Damn, she had a nice smile, amongst other nice parts. Sensing an opening, I pounced, figuratively. "There's still plenty of day left," I suggested. "That there is," she agreed. Hot damn, I was a playa. "Well, it's pretty nice outside. I don't suppose you'd maybe like to take a quick walk through the park? Maybe we could grab a coffee at one of those sidewalk cafes?" She frowned a bit at that. "Aw, crap, we're losing the patient." "Sorry, I can't." I've been here before, so I knew the drill to try and save a little bit of my crushed ego. "No, I didn't mean it like that. But she cut me off before I could finish. "It's not you, silly. I'm not really up for a bit of sun right now." Aha! There's a bit of foreshadowing I should have been paying attention to. Besides, we're almost at my stop. I have some stuff to get done before tonight. Okay, the deal wasn't dead yet. The door was still hanging open, so I put my foot in it. "What's tonight?" I asked. "A couple of friends are coming over. I'm throwing a little party." "That's cool." "Yeah, I was back to being lame. It's nothing big. A little get-together with close friends is always fun." "You think so?" she said as she suddenly turned and looked me dead in the eye. "I don't suppose you'd want to come," she continued, her tone suddenly changing, almost becoming shy. "I mean, I know we just met. I don't want to come across as too aggressive." "Too aggressive? Christ! She could have thrown me down and raped me right there on the subway, and I still wouldn't have considered that too aggressive. Note to self, remember that little fantasy for later on when I'm alone." No, it's cool," I said, trying to reassure her. "I'm not really too busy tonight." An understatement if there ever was one. "I could pop by." "Really? Are you sure?" "Why wouldn't I be?" I asked, trying to keep from sounding too desperately excited. "Well, you seem like a sweet guy, and I'm just warning you now, my friends can get a little rowdy." "I can handle rowdy. They raise us tough in Brooklyn," I fibbed. "All right, then. It's a date." "A date? As in be somewhere together, maybe hold hands, maybe make out, and if things go really well, wake up together type of date? Hell yeah!" Damn! As soon as I told somebody about this, my cred amongst my buddies would automatically shoot up to about 10,000%. "Sounds good," I said, managing to stifle the part of my brain that wanted instead to shout out, "Oh yeah, baby! Make me your plaything!" "Great," she replied, sounding genuinely pleased. "So what time does this soiree get started?" "Show up any time after dark," she said with a glimmer in her eye. "Here's the address. "Come up to the 3rd floor," she continued as she removed a pen from her purse. She then took my hand and wrote on it. Wow! Didn't think that happened outside of the movies. This was starting to turn into a letter to a smut rag. "Dear Penthouse, I never thought this would happen to me." A moment later, the train stopped and Sally popped to her feet. "This is me," she said as she walked to the door. "Hope to see you there." She then stepped out to the platform and gave a little wave. I looked down at the address on my hand. I figured it was best to memorize it lest my palm get all sweaty. I looked up again, a scant second later, and Sally was gone. I jumped to my feet and stuck my head out the door to give her a quick wave goodbye, but she was nowhere to be seen. Had I been in a slightly less euphoric mood, I might have noticed that we were at the very end of the station. The nearest stairs were about 100 feet away to the right. There's no way she could have gotten there in the time I looked away. To the left, there was only the darkness of the subway tunnel. A Party to Die For. It's amazing how just a few random events can turn things into the perfect shitstorm. Under normal circumstances, Tom or Ed, or most likely both, would have been home when I arrived. And between the three of us, we would have probably psyched each other out and just blown the whole damn thing off in favor of going out for pizza. Not that we're allergic to fine women or antisocial or anything, but I have no doubt that the whole too good to be true aspect of it would have come up and realistic heads would have prevailed. Well, either that or we would have all been enticed by the possibility of some prime pussy and would now all be lying around kinda dead. I give it a 50-50 shot of either scenario occurring, and since I'm not a complete asshole, I guess in the end only one of us biting the big one is better than our families having to throw a triple funeral. Regardless, none of that came to pass. As I mentioned, Tom had gone to his family's house for the day. Ed must have taken a break and gone out for a bite to eat because he wasn't home either. That left me. Just great. I knew that with no real voice of reason to turn to, I'd be left with my own thoughts. Problem was that the voice in my head that typically reasons with me pretty much sounds like a harsher amalgam of my two roommates. Where they might have decided on a different course of action for the evening, I knew that if I considered, even for a second, not going to this party, I'd have to contend with my own subconscious mercilessly assaulting me for being a pansy-ass loser with questionable sexual orientation. Oh well, at the time I figured the worst-case scenario would be that I'd be out a few bucks for train fare. At least I would have killed a few hours that would have probably otherwise been spent on some online raid with my guild brothers. A definite night of World of Warcraft versus the slight chance of hooking up with some chick straight from the pages of a Victoria's Secrets catalog. Millions of people play the Powerball lottery each week with much worse odds. So, ultimately, I figured why the hell not? I nuked myself a couple pieces of chicken, no point in heading toward probable disappointment hungry, and then proceeded to clean myself up. I figured simple was best. I wouldn't even know what to wear to look cool in the village, so instead I opted for business casual. That was usually a safe way to go when in doubt, at least during company meetings. I was just winging it here. I might not look cool, but at least I wouldn't look scummy. Hopefully Sally wasn't one of those chicks who was into dating dirtbags. Speaking of which, was this really a date? Sure, the word had come up, but the reality was I had no idea. Hell, I wasn't even sure I'd give her a 10% chance of being there, so worrying about it being a date or not seemed to be getting a little ahead of myself. Ho ho ho! Sally and a little head. Now there's a possibility I could get behind. Anyhow, I got myself together as best I could. Not a male model by any stretch of the imagination, but not exactly pre-Subway Jared looking either. It'd do. I grabbed my keys and wallet and stuffed an emergency 20 into one of my socks. Mama didn't raise no complete fool. And headed out to meet my fate. Literally, as it turns out. Saturday night trains are a lot like rush hour trains. People are in a hurry to get where they're going and, for the most part, stay out of each other's way. Even the homeless seem to mostly understand this, and the onslaught of panhandling lessens a bit during these times. After all, getting in front of a determined person heading from point A to point B is a good way to get trampled. Thus it was. I rode the N train to the closest stop to my destination. It left me off about 5 short blocks away from where I was headed, which I was able to walk with no problem. In retrospect, the whole trip was a little underwhelming. If Hollywood has taught me anything, it's that fateful trips like these are filled with foreshadowing. It should have been storming outside, but it was crystal clear. I should have been accosted by at least one semi-crazed but mysteriously wizened stranger on the train warning me of dire doom, but instead I managed to snag a seat and nobody even batted an eye at me. For Christ's sakes, the address I was given should have been some popular but inexplicably creepy nightclub with a non-subtle name like Typo or maybe the Blood Room, but no. Instead, the main floor of the building was a fairly nondescript bar. Loud and full, but not packed, and certainly not crawling with creeps that were practically screaming, "Come in here and we'll drain your ass dry." It figures. The world can't even deliver me cliches correctly. My instructions were to use the side door and head up to the 3rd floor. I buzzed and was immediately let in. There was no challenge of who dares trespass, no hulking bouncer opened the door only to give me an evil smirk to let me know I was fresh meat. It was just a stairwell. Jeez. As I climbed, the sounds changed slightly. The techno-rock music from the 1st floor was fairly muted by the time I reached the 2nd floor landing. As I continued upward, it was slowly drowned out by a different techno beat. This was Soho, after all. Oh, by the way, in case you'd forgotten from earlier, fuck Soho. Now, where was I? Yeah, still a fucking corpse, but I'm getting back to that. I'm still doing the whole life flashing before my eyes bit. Although it's odd that a majority of the flashing seems to be from the last 12 hours, but whatever. I reached the 3rd floor, the source of the new music, and knocked. And knocked again. And knocked a 3rd time. Didn't these guys just buzz me in? I was about to turn around and leave, visions of Sally and her friends. Hot friends, no doubt. While we're on this fantasy, let's say hot nude friends. Standing there laughing at my idiocy, going through my not surprised in the least mind, when finally the door opened. If this were a trashy romance novel, I'm sure the guy standing in the door would be described to the rapidly moistening female reader by his perfect hair, dazzling eyes, and bulging muscles. However, here in the real world, guys like me tend to see guys like him and automatically assume one thing about them. That they will, in all likelihood, be complete asshole douchebags. What? Douchebag asked me in a bored tone. All right, at least one cliché was holding true tonight. Looking me over as if I were something unpleasant he had stepped in. Sally invited me, I said, trying to sound just as bored to this fellow who looked uncomfortably like a few of the jocks who had handed me ass-kickings back in high school. At this, though, his demeanor noticeably changed. He straightened up and adopted an easy smile. He still looked like a douche, but at least now he was a douche who was acting, less douchey. Cool, come on in, he said as he opened the door wider for me, letting out more of the insufferable techno crap that was playing. Sorry about the attitude, buddy. Never know who's knocking. Gotta watch out for the narcs. Narcs? What was this, 1985? No problem, I answered, following him in. Bill. Huh? He said, obviously already losing interest in me. I said my name is Bill, and with that I held out my hand. Oh, that's cool, he answered, leaving my hand to just dangle there. Sally's around here somewhere. Just chill and she'll find you, he said as he turned away toward more interesting fare. Douchebag or not, I can't say I really blamed him. Once I was dismissed, I took a second to look around. It was an interesting place, kind of had a retro feel to it. Not that it was very surprising, considering what part of the city I was in. Every place in this area was either trying to be cutting-edge hip or latching onto some past decade like it was coming back into style. And this place had a definite groovy vibe to it, minus maybe the music that was playing. As for the partygoers, whoa! The partygoers. Damn! The only parties I have ever seen that look like this were on TV. Every chick could have passed as a swimsuit model, and I doubt any of the guys benched under 250. I tried not to gawk as my brain attempted to process exactly when I had left reality and wandered onto the set of Gossip Girl. Forget the decor. I could have decorated the place as Black Plague Death Pit and it wouldn't have mattered one iota. I was starting to become acutely aware of how much I didn't fit in when I noticed a similarly out-of-place fellow off in a corner being chatted up by a tasty redhead. He was about 10 years older than me, nearly bald, and looked like he'd be more at home at an accountant's convention. Not that I should be judging, but it felt good to know that there was at least one other person here who I'd stack up pretty well against. Sorry, but maybe it's a guy thing. Whenever there are women around, the whole bros before hoes thing goes right out the window, and I start checking out the situation to see who's higher and lower than me on the food chain, so to speak. Regardless, however, he was the only other person in sight that I was not immediately intimidated by. I was thinking about heading over and introducing myself as the only other normal guy here when I began to notice that I wasn't. Scattered throughout the crowd were more sore thumbs, guys much closer to geek than chic on the social scale, all being kept company by women way out of their league. Damn, I thought, they must all either be rich or have huge dicks. But that still didn't answer what I was doing here. I do okay, but I'm definitely not rich, and I don't have a huge dick. That is, there's nothing wrong with the size of my dick. Really? I mean, sure, I'm not John Holmes, but things below the belt are just fine, thank you very much. Okay, time to get off my dick. Unless you're one of those hot babes at this party. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. While I was lost on this reverie of finances and dongs, I felt a tap on my shoulder. I shook my head to clear it and turned around just to be stunned again. There stood Sally. Holy shit! She was wearing a little green strapless dress and, well, holy shit. You came, she said. Not yet, but pretty close, considering how she looked. I wasn't sure you would. A part of me was hoping you... She paused, sounding a little uncertain and maybe even a little sad. Hoping I would... I tried to get her to continue. It doesn't matter. You're here. That's the important thing. Whatever made her pause a second ago was now gone. Maybe I had just been imagining it. Yeah, I made it. You look great, by the way. I stammered back, absolutely certain I sounded like a complete social retard. Thanks. As I was saying, I wasn't sure you'd actually show up. You sounded a bit nervous on the train. I wasn't. You just caught me by surprise. I blatantly lied. Cool, she replied, ignoring the obviousness of it all. Let me show you around. With that, she hooked her arm around mine. More physical contact, and gave me the tour. Turns out the apartment occupied the entire floor of the building. Damn, I can only imagine the rent. It was a fairly open floor plan, but not quite a studio. All in all, it was a big space, and I doubt there were too many slumlords who wouldn't have drooled at the chance to get their hands on it. A few subdivisions, and a landlord could retire to the Caribbean on the rent alone. Whose place is this? I absently asked as we walked. I live here, she answered. God damn, hot and rich? Yes, I am here to tell you with all certainty, life is not fair. This is your place? I asked, somewhat incredulously. Technically, it's Jeff's place, she continued. Jeff? Yeah, it was too good to be true. But a bunch of us share it. A bunch? Okay, there's still hope. Who's Jeff? I asked as nonchalantly as I could, hoping to be pointed in the direction of someone obviously gay, or at least to one of the other average dudes in the room. Sadly not, I realized, as she pointed directly at my douchebag acquaintance from earlier. Figures. Can't say I was overly surprised by this either. On the other hand, it's not like he was the only scenery in the room. All things considered, douchebag aside, the entire experience was slowly turning out to be a positive. We've met, I replied neutrally. How do you two know each other? I asked, trying to sound as disinterested as possible. It's not important right now. Let's not worry about him. You're here with me. Let's mingle before the festivities get started. Festivities? You'll see. The night is still young, she answered. Okay, whatever the hell that meant. Hey, who knows? Maybe this was one of those parties where it all culminated in a wild orgy at the end of the night. A guy I knew in college claimed to have been at one of those. Personally, I thought he was full of shit, but since it at least sounded better than any of my stories, I kept my mouth shut. Besides which, I needed someone to live vicariously through, bullshit or not. And so, we mingled. What I mean, of course, is that she mingled while I was content to just eat my fill of eye candy, of which there was plenty. The problem with candy, though, is if you eat too much, you're asking for trouble. Be still, my beating heart. May I have your attention, please? The douchebag, Jeff, shouted out. Midnight is upon us. The time you have all been waiting for has arrived. The time I was waiting for? Holy shit. Maybe I was right and there was going to be an orgy. As long as I didn't have any dude trying to rub his junk up against me, this had the potential of being the best night of my life. If this actually happened, then from this moment on, Tom and Ed would have to worship me as if I were unto a god. Oh, yeah! But first, Jeff continued, a few quick words, my children. Children? Okay, douche. Judging by the new faces I see, the gauntlet thrown down last month by your brothers has been answered. Eh? Dread Stalkers is the score to beat, he said, motioning to a muscular goon of similar douchery appearance off to his left. Dread Stalker? Either this guy was still living out his high school football fantasies or his parents were a bunch of goth weirdos. Bring forth your offerings, my daughters, he continued. I noticed several of the girls, all of them sweet little morsels, step forward, leading some of the men. I immediately noticed the accountant amongst them. I was about to comment when I felt Sally's arm entwine with mine and start to gently pull me forward. I tried to look at her to get a sense of what was going on, but her face was turned in the direction of Jeff. If this was an orgy, I hoped I wasn't expected as the new guy to perform in front of everybody else. Sally was hot and all, but I wasn't quite so sure if a little stage fright might keep me from getting the job done. She led me through the crowd, and we wound up next to the group who had been singled out. I couldn't help but notice that all of the guys that I was now standing with appeared to be of the decisively non-male model variety I had noticed before. Odd. I was actually starting to wonder if this was about to turn into the hazing scene from Revenge of the Nerds when Jeff began slowly pacing in front of us and spoke up again. Very nice. Any that you fancy before we get started, Ozymandias? He asked toward the direction of the main crowd. A bored voice with a vaguely Bostonian accent answered from the near back of the crowd. Not particularly. Carry on with your silliness. Don't worry about me. I couldn't help but notice a brief look of annoyance cross Jeff's face at the answer he was given. I tried to scan the crowd for the source of the voice, but that was when Jeff's overly smug-looking face stopped in front of me and continued. So be it. As host, it is mine to offer our hospitality, but as guests, it is yours to refuse. Ooh! Wonder how many brain cells this ox had to burn off to come up with that. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Excellent choices, my daughters. But before we can judge the cattle... I interrupted. Did you just call me... Make that tried to interrupt. Jeff's hand shot out lightning quick and grabbed me by the throat with a grip that felt strong enough even for a guy with his build. Cattle do not speak, he spat at me. It is to be judged after we feast. He finished softly and then smiled. If you're guessing that his eyes turned black as coal and his canines elongated in front of me, well, you're wrong. Don't be such a pretentious know-it-all. Just messing with you. That's exactly what happened. It's kind of comforting to know that being a corpse hasn't affected my sense of humor. Unfortunately, it's the ha-ha, if I don't laugh, then I'll start screaming type of comedy. But, hey, never let it be said that I didn't crack wise in the face of a creature that shouldn't exist and who was now lowering his head to tear into my throat. Bill the Vampire. And that brings us back to the here and now. I guess that also explains why I was slowly starting to regain my senses as opposed to standing in front of the pearly gates with St. Peter reading back to me a list of all the times I'd masturbated. Unless I was seriously hallucinating, I've seen enough movies to know that I was most likely going to wake up with a serious overbite and a hankering for a hunk of blood. Well, as long as I wasn't also sparkly. because that would just be fucking weird. I have to admit, now that the wooziness was starting to clear, I didn't feel half bad. Not only was I not feeling like someone who had just gotten their neck chewed out, I was also starting to feel pretty goddamn excellent. I could feel myself coming to. I was just about to flutter my eyes open when the screaming started. Loud screaming. Too loud, as if someone were yelling into a megaphone cranked to 11. I raised my hands. Hey, they work again. To my ears when suddenly the scream became a choked gurgle. Almost immediately afterward, there came a whoosh noise, followed by a brief wall of heat washing over me. As I opened my eyes and tried to say, "What the fuck?" which came out a bit slurred thanks to my new canines. Guess that solves the mystery of what I cut my tongue on earlier. I felt powerful hands grab me and haul me to my feet. And that did it. I was awake now. I took a quick inventory of my surroundings and noticed that I had been backed up to one of the walls. Sally was on one side of me, holding my arm in a grip that belied the fact that she was a fraction of my size. Another muscled douche was on my right side doing the same. Suddenly Jeff's voice caught my attention from off to the left. "Not bad, Starlight, but you lose 2 points for the screaming. That was just fucking annoying." With that comment, several other voices, presumably vampires as well, chuckled and voiced their agreement. I craned my head to see what was going on. What I saw did not exactly lighten my mood. I was being held in a lineup of sorts. Most of the guys that had been singled out with me were likewise being held in place. They were all covered with blood. I hadn't quite built up the courage to look down at myself yet, and appeared to be in different stages of coming out of what I assumed was the same dying-like thing I just did. Jeff was standing at the far end of the lineup. He was addressing a dark-skinned brunette. "Brown sugar, how come you taste so good?" Who was giving him a pouty look in return. Oh, yeah, there were 2 other quick things I couldn't help but notice. Jeff was holding what looked like a sawed-off sharpened baseball bat, and secondly, there was a smoking pile of ash next to the brunette. I don't think one has to have the entire series of Buffy the Vampire Slayer on Blu-ray. It was a gift to figure out what had just happened. "No fucking way," whined the brunette. "That's not fair, Night Razor." Night Razor? How was I supposed to know he was going to completely freak? What was that, Starlight? Jeff, or Night Razor, or maybe Douche Razor, asked in a clear warning tone. "Nothing, my lord." The girl, Starlight I presume, meekly replied. That seemed to satisfy Jeffy boy as he moved to the next person in line. Jeff's presence seemed to snap the accountant look-alike out of his funk. "What are you?" he mewled. "Please, I won't tell anybody, just let me go." Jeff just smirked at this and started to raise the makeshift stake. "I have money." "Hold him," was all Jeff replied. The accountant lost it. He started screaming. "Oh God, please, one of you please help me." Jeff's arms extended and the stake was pointed straight at the accountant's stringy chest. "Please, I have a wife and kids, for Christ's sake." Jeff answered quietly, "Then you shouldn't be at a party like this," and brought the stake straight down into the helpless victim's ribcage. The accountant made a strangling noise, but it was cut short as there was a flash, and his body self-immolated from the inside out. Holy shit! It's one thing to see it happen in a low-budget movie, but to see it in real life, well, it's a little hard to grasp. I mean, people don't just normally do that. I was still gawking when Jeff spoke to the accountant's redhead companion. "Pretty good. 2 points off for the whining, but I'll give you 1 back for the wife and kid thing. That one always makes me smile." By the time he finished the sentence, all that was left of her date was a pair of eyeglasses sitting atop another pile of ash. Jeff once more moved down the line. By now, every one of my recently dead group had regained their senses, and they were all doing some combination of begging or crying, except for one portly fellow who seemed to be in denial and was just chanting over and over, "Not happening, not happening." I was last in line, and seeing how much good begging did the last guy, I decided to use my last few minutes to try and figure a way out of this death trap, or undeath trap, as it were. I scanned the room. The rest of the partygoers were off to the side, giving Jeff their full attention and cheering him on. Wait, not all of them. In the far back of the room, I saw one fellow leaning against the wall. He had sandy blonde hair and was of slimmer build than Jeff, although he still looked like he could have walked straight out of an L.L. Bean catalog. He was busy picking his nails and otherwise looking bored. He seemed to sense me staring and looked up. We locked eyes. He grinned at me and gave me a shrug, before going back to the far more important business of making sure he didn't have any dirt under his pretty little fingernails. Asshole. Okay, no help there, and a quick whoosh of heat told me Jeff was getting closer. This was not good. I was trapped, alone, dead, and, judging by the idiotic ratings that Jeff kept giving out, the unlucky guest of a supernatural pig party. What a fucking weekend! It was still only half over. Okay, I needed to stop feeling sorry for my somewhat both odd and terrifying predicament and get my head back in the game. The game of saving my own ass. It was time for me to pay attention again. There were windows in the place, but a quick look confirmed that they all appeared to be painted black. No one was going to be watching. The music was pretty loud. Besides which, if the original screamer didn't attract any attention, I doubt I would do much better. And besides, who was I kidding? In the middle of the city on a Saturday night, would anyone even think twice if they heard a loud yell? None of it looked good, and my two captors were still holding me in an iron grip with their unearthly undead strength. Wait a second. Unearthly undead strength? Sometimes I am such a fucking idiot. These dipshits were super strong vampires. I was now a vampire too. Thus, as a newly minted deadly predator of the fucking night, shouldn't I have access to the same powers? Thank you very much, circular logic. I gave my muscles a quick flex to test that theory, and sure enough, they definitely felt stronger. Okay, that probably doesn't mean much. Kind of like how someone who just started working out will swear that they can see results. Tom went through that phase a couple of years back. He'd started dating this chick who was into fitness. For an entire month, oddly enough, the full length of their relationship, she managed to drag him to the gym with her, and for an entire month, the rest of us had to put up with him flexing his non-existent, to everyone but him, muscles, like he had just stepped out of pumping iron. But still, delusions or not, I felt stronger, much stronger, and bullshit or not, it was all I had to go on at the moment. I waited until Jeff was staking the guy next to me. Sorry, dude, but if only one of us is going to get out of here in something other than a dustpan, I'd prefer it be me. Jeff ashed the poor guy and then turned to the cheering crowd to give his judgment. At that moment, I stomped down hard on Sally's foot. Okay, so it wasn't the manliest thing in the world to do, but considering the circumstances, I figured the other side threw the rules of fair fighting out the window a long time ago. She squealed in pain and loosened her grip enough for me to wrench my arm free. Before anyone could react, I balled up my free hand into a fist and sent it crashing into the head of the asshole holding my other arm. To both of our surprise, it actually worked, and he went flying back with a grunt. Holy crap! I was a genuine badass! Unfortunately, that was probably the wrong time to mentally pat myself on the back. The whole scenario played out in just a few seconds, but by the time I had turned to run, Jeff had already stepped over to block me. Cute, he smirked, looking to either side of me. But playtime is over. Fortunately for myself, I didn't agree. Before he could advance on me, I crouched down and launched myself effortlessly over his head. At least, that's how it played out in my mind. In actuality, my legs were up to the task, sharing the same unholy strength as my arms now did, but there was one teeny little problem. In my rush to escape, and look cool doing so, I kinda didn't bother to notice the ceiling wasn't exactly high enough for that sort of move. So what actually happened is I launched myself vertically about 2 feet until my head crunched into plaster and then came down to land in a heap at Jeff's feet, along with a good chunk of ceiling. Spider-Man I was not. I looked up to find the crowd staring at me incredulously. Perhaps they were all in awe. Probably not, but hey, we all have our own personal delusions. Anyway, for a moment, all was silent, but then a loud chuckle erupted from the back of the room, snapping me out of my daze. Figuring it had worked well a few moments ago, I launched my fist at Jeff as I rose. I was strong and fast. I could do it. Or not. Jeff was stronger and faster, as it turns out. He caught my fist with his hand. Whatever grip Sally and the other vampire had on me earlier were an absolute joke compared to him. It was like sticking my hand in a fucking vice. He started to squeeze, and I could feel the bones in my hand begin to bend. He put on a maniacal grin and continued to increase the pressure until I was forced to my knees in front of him. "I told you," squeeze. "You're nothing but cattle." Squeeze. "Cattle?" Squeeze. "Doesn't squeeze. Fight back." Squeeze. "Cattle?" Squeeze. "Just go." Squeeze. "Quietly." Squeeze. "To squeeze the squeeze. Slaughter." Squeeze. Crack. Ow! He looked down at me as he continued his rant. "You have the nerve to think that you are now our equal, but you are not one of..." Ooh! Just for the record, should you ever find yourself in a similar scenario, the middle of a monologue is the perfect time to send your free fist smashing into the bad guy's crotch. Simultaneously, Jeff released my hand and doubled over in pain as another loud laugh, from the same voice as earlier, rang out from the back of the room. Oh yeah, I'm comedy gold. As Jeff sank to my level, I looked him in the eye and quipped, "I am the terror that flaps in the night, motherfucker." Yeah, it sounded a lot cooler in my head than out loud, but you take whatever your brain comes up with in a stressful situation. I shoved him to the side and made a break for it before the crowd could react. There were too many vamps off to the right where the door was, so I made a dash straight ahead. The only one standing in my way from that direction was the LL Bean model. As I approached, he smiled at me and then just stepped aside with a quick bow and a "after you" gesture. I distinctly heard him chuckle softly. "Good luck, Darkwing Duck," as I passed. Since the door was out of question, that left only the window. Normally, diving out of a third-story window might give me pause, seeing as how there's that whole dying in a messy splatter thing at the end. But that was before. Now, I was beyond death. Nothing could stop me. I would swoop out of the window on the wings of darkness. I would become insubstantial like the wind. I would crash. I would realize that flying was apparently not one of my new powers. God damn it! Once more, Hollywood had lied to me. I had just enough time to think, "Fuck Soho," before I slammed into the sidewalk below and all went black. It sucks to be a vampire. I was only out for a few moments. At least I think I was. I might not have been able to fly, but my new vampire body was, fortunately, a whole lot tougher than my old non-vampire one. I don't know about you, but trading a pulse for the ability to shake off a 30-foot faceplant out of concrete doesn't sound like too bad of a deal to me. Unfortunately, those few moments were enough to erase any lead I had built up. I had only a second or two to notice I had landed in an alley behind the building, and apparently not woken up any of the neighbors in doing so, when I felt rough hands grab me by the shoulders and spin me around. Jeff's very angry-looking face was right there. And then it wasn't, as I doubled over from the force of his fist impacting my stomach. More hands dragged me back to my feet. "This time, hold him," growled Jeff as he raised the stake in front of me. The fall and the punch had taken the fight out of me. I saw there was no way I was going to break free in time to avoid becoming ashtray remnants. I thus did the only thing I could think of. I closed my eyes and hoped it wouldn't hurt much. "Wait!" a voice from above suddenly cried out. When no feeling of being impaled came, I chanced opening my eyes a bit. Jeff was standing there, frozen in place, a vein throbbing in his forehead. How did he do that with no heartbeat? He slowly lowered the stake and looked up. I lifted my head to follow his and saw LL Bean leaning out the window. "What?" Jeff shouted to him. "Bring him up," answered my well-groomed benefactor. "This is none of your concern, Ozymandias." "I'm making it my concern. Now do as I say and bring him up." I had no idea what was going on, but in this pissing contest, the guy called Ozymandias apparently had the bigger dick, because Jeff backed down following the exchange. He lowered the stake and addressed the two thugs holding me. "Take him back up." He then glared at me. "Not over," he whispered in a barely audible voice. Okay, so I was batting about 500 here. I wasn't a pile of dust, but then again I was far from free. Still, any reprieve from the Reaper was a welcome one and also meant that another opportunity to escape might present itself. The goons dragged me, none too gently either, through a back door and up the stairs. I'm not exactly a svelte fellow to begin with, and I wasn't exactly being super helpful toward their effort. Nevertheless, I seemed to inconvenience them little more than a bag of groceries might. We quickly made it to the loft, where I was dragged to the center of the apartment and tossed unceremoniously back onto the floor. I looked up to find LL Bean / Ozymandias standing over me with the same bemused grin as he had had just before I did my best impression of Greg Louganis diving onto solid concrete. Jeff came charging in the door a few moments later, looking slightly less than bemused. Oddly enough, despite the fact that my opinion of his douchebaggeriness was growing by the minute, I found my mood closer to matching his. I was finding it hard to enjoy even my momentary reprieve, since I had no freaking clue what Ozymandias' game was. He might be saving my ass, or for all I knew, he just wanted to kill me himself, for no other reason than to tick Jeff off. It was rapidly becoming obvious that Jeff's annoyance was his amusement. I got back to my feet just as Jeff got into Ozymandias' face. "What's your game? I gave you a chance earlier to take your pick. You declined. That means you let us finish the ceremony by our rules." In this, at least Ozymandias and I were of the same mind, as we both blurted out simultaneously, "Ceremony?" Despite our mutual answer, Jeff ignored me and addressed only Ozymandias. "You know what I mean. We bring them, bite them, judge them, then dust them. Those are the rules I created for this. Don't forget, this is my coven." I should know better in situations like these, not that I've been in too many like this, and just keep my mouth shut. But I don't, so I interrupted Jeff. "Excuse me, but aren't covens for witches?" Jeff gave me a look that said he wanted to punt me into next week, but Ozymandias just kept grinning and answered in a casual tone as if we were discussing the weather. "Who do you think they stole the idea from?" Jeff ignored this exchange and continued as if I hadn't spoken. "You seem to forget where you are. I rule this coven." Ozymandias suddenly lost his casual tone, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a dozen degrees. "And you forget your place. You rule this one little coven. I oversee all the covens for this region. You're under my jurisdiction." "You've never pulled rank before," Jeff sputtered, apparently having been put firmly in his place. "You go, girl. Dude, vampire, or whatever. First time for everything. I'll file a complaint with the Draculas." "Draculas?" "Go right ahead," Ozymandias continued with the same icy tone. "I represent the Draculas in the Northeast. Your complaint will just wind up on my desk. It's safe to say that investigating it probably won't be at the top of my priority list." Okay, did any of you follow that? Because I sure as shit didn't. But I'm guessing that the guy who doesn't want me immediately dead is higher up on the food chain than the guy who does want me immediately dead. So far, that seems like a good thing. Anyway, back to the two guys who were debating whether I'd live through the night or wind up looking like something that was dumped out of an ashtray. The whole exchange seemed to deflate Jeff's sails a bit. He took a deep breath and composed himself, at least as well as a self-absorbed dickhead can compose himself. "Fine. What is it you want?" he asked Ozymandias. "That's better," answered Ozymandias, returning to his former casual tone. "What I'm decreeing is simple enough. I'm putting this fellow under my protection." "Cool. I must have impressed him with my badass escape attempt." "Why would you do that?" Jeff asked. "Because I find him amusing," Ozymandias replied. "That's a rare thing around your bunch." Okay, so maybe impress wasn't quite the right word. Oh, and Jeff. At this, Jeff's face reddened considerably. "Sorry, I meant Night Razor. Forgive my rudeness. I'm also decreeing that he is now part of your coven." Ozymandias momentarily turned his head in my direction and said, "Sorry, friend, but amusing or not, I'm far too busy to babysit." "I don't see that you'll have a choice," Jeff Razor, or whatever the fuck his name was, cut in. "I can't take him. My coven is full. I'd love to make an exception, but as per the Dracula's laws, I'm maxed out. As their representative, I'm sure you wouldn't want to break the very rules you're charged with enforcing." he mocked. "You're quite right. Silly me," replied Ozymandias. Suddenly, with a swiftness and ferocity that I would have never expected from someone who looked like he just stepped out of a Harvard prep school, he spun around and impaled his fist straight through the chest of the unfortunate vampire who happened to be standing closest behind him. The vamp burst into flames even as Ozymandias was still elbow-deep in him. Within a few seconds, all that was left was a little ash clinging to his arm and a stunned, myself included, crowd of onlookers. Note to self: do not fuck with Ozymandias. He casually dusted himself off and then turned back to Jeff. "Oh, look, it seems you have an opening after all." "You killed Rage Vector!" shouted Jeff. "Is that what you called him?" Ozymandias asked with a grin. "Stupid name, if you ask me. Never really liked him much anyway." Another male voice from the back chimed in. "God damn it, he owed me $50. "Send the bill to my attention," Ozymandias continued, his eyes still focused on Jeff. "Anyone else have anything further to add?" Unsurprisingly, he was met with silence. "Good. I thought you'd all see it my way. As for you," he turned back toward me, "do you accept your inclusion into your sire, Nightraiser's coven, and promise to abide by his rules? Before you answer, let me be clear that the alternative is the same fate as your fellow party guests. The Draculas are not fond of uncovened vampires." Is uncovened even a word? I, for some goddamn stupid reason, blurted out before I could censor myself. I paused for just a heartbeat as I mentally berated myself for breaking my no messing with this guy rule no more than 10 seconds after I had made it, and then continued once I noticed I wasn't a pile of dust. Sorry about that. What I meant to say was that, yes, of course, I'll be happy to accept membership. At least until I figure out how to get myself out of this freaking mess. I thought you would. Then back to Jeff. Well, it appears to be all settled then. Now if we could just make it official. And do hurry. There are only a few hours till daybreak. Guess I was dead longer than I thought. And I'd prefer to spend it in my hotel room. Judging by Jeff's glare, he was trying to incinerate us both with his mind. When that didn't happen, he took a deep breath and appeared to compose himself. "Gather round, my children, and esteemed guest. It is time to welcome a new brother in blood into our ranks." Since the assembled vamps were already standing around us in a circle slightly outside of Ozymandias' reach, there was only a minor shuffling. I guess there was some order or ranking going on, but I couldn't really tell. Can't say I really cared either. So what should I do?" I asked. Guess that was a bad move because Jeff rounded on me and practically jumped down my throat. "The initiate," he hissed, "will be silent." On that last word, his voice seemed to reverberate inside my entire head. Scratch that. I could feel it in my bones. What the fuck? I could feel myself reeling from the sheer power of it. Even weirder, for just a second, I almost felt compelled to obey. Damn, that was weird. Still, for the moment, it seemed like prudent advice, so I zipped it. Jeff, in return, gave me a self-satisfied sneer. A really creepy one, too, like he knew something I didn't. Or maybe I was just reading too much into it, and it was just another extension of his douchebag nature. Either way, it wasn't doing much to enhance my opinion of him. I could probably adjust to being a blood-sucking denizen of the night, but having to deal with this asshole lording it over me for all of eternity? Well, that was going to be a tough one to swallow. Jeff continued on with his little self-important soliloquy. "Does anyone reject our new little brother? Speak now and let your voice be heard." Jeff paused and glanced around, probably hoping that someone would speak up and point out a couple of good reasons that I needed to have my ass killed. However, all eyes were firmly on Ozymandias. Whatever objections they may have had were very obviously silenced by his earlier example. "Very well," Jeff continued as he once more turned to me. "I release you from your earlier compulsion. Whatever the fuck that meant. You may now speak. Do you accept the assembled as your brothers and sisters?" Jeez, it's melodramatic shit like this that kept me from joining a frat in college. Not to mention that I seriously doubted I would ever have sisterly thoughts toward any of the assembled babes. But still, In the interest of staying alive, I merely said yes and then shut it again. "So be it," Jeff continued. "Since the time of my ascension, it has been the tradition of this coven that all new members must cast off their old selves and assume a name more befitting of their new station in the after-death. I have been, am now, and shall forever be Night Razor, a.k.a. Jeff. So much for casting off old identities. So too must you now forsake your old life. It is over. Choose a new name to take with you into your new existence. As your master, fuck you, it is my entitlement to suggest." Whoa, that weird ringing in my head again. What the new name might be. Thus, I say your new name should be... "Hold it," I interrupted. "I think I'd just as soon choose my own name, thank you very much." For some reason, this seemed to surprise Night Razor, and he appeared at a loss for words. Even Ozymandias seemed a bit taken aback, albeit only momentarily. He quickly composed himself and spoke up before Night Razor could do so. "I believe your new recruit here is correct. It is ultimately his choice if he wishes. However, if I may, I find myself favoring the name Darkwing," he said with a smirk, alluding to my earlier failed attempt at a badass one-liner. I gave him a withering stare back and said, "Pass. Instead, I think I'll be... Oh, fuck me. I hate being put on the spot. I had no freaking idea what to choose. I mean, it took me a whole friggin' week just to come up with a name for my last Dungeons & Dragons character, and no, I wasn't using that. I had no intention of being Kelvin Lightblade for the rest of my days. And yet, somehow I doubted they'd let me off with an "I'll get back to you on that." Think, stupid. My email address? No. Any older characters? Nothing cool was coming to mind. TV characters? Cobra Commander had potential, but nah. One of my online gamer IDs. Sure, why not? "Call me Dr. Death," I blurted out. I was sure I'd be met with praise and awe at such a kick-ass name. Instead, I got silence. Damn, maybe I should have gone with Cobra Commander after all. "Dr. Death?" Night Razor blurted out. "You gotta be kidding me." "What?" I countered. "It's no stupider than Night Razor." Oh, fuck. There I go again, talking before thinking. Another chuckle came from Ozymandias. That was a good sign. As long as he was laughing, I'd probably still be drawing breath. But old Jeffy sure as shit didn't seem to be amused. "Enough!" he practically roared. "Fine, take whatever name you want. In 3 months it won't matter." I was about to question that little detail, but he apparently wasn't finished. "Dr. Death," he mocked, "do you pledge your allegiance to the coven and your master?" Sure, I guess. Okay, maybe that answer didn't quite convince him of my undying loyalty, because suddenly he did that voice ringing through my skull thing again. "Enough of your insolence. I am your sire, your master. Now kneel and prepare to receive my blessing." Blessing? I'm not a homophobe or anything, but that sounded a little too much like a line from this Bukkake film I sort of accidentally downloaded the other week. Once again, I had this fleeting urge to do what he said, but once again it quickly passed and I was able to clear my head. Damn! I don't know what the hell he was doing or how the hell he was doing it, but I was certain I'd need a few aspirins come the morning. Either way, none of that mattered. What did was that it was all starting to piss me off. "No," I said. "What?" Jeff barked, again almost incredulously. "I said no. Screw that. I'll join your little club here. Doesn't seem like I have much choice in the matter, but no way am I getting on my knees. You get one of your lackeys to suck your dick or whatever it is you want." "Unbelievable," said Ozymandias. "No fucking way, it can't be." Jeff spat and then rounded on Ozymandias. "A goddamn free will, Ozymandias? Are you fucking for real?" "Don't look at me," Ozymandias replied, sounding genuinely surprised. I had no idea he was one. I wasn't even sure they really existed. At this, the collective hive of vamps burst into excited whispers. Gotta say, Absolutely nothing kills the aura of menace that a room full of vampires exudes faster than them suddenly acting like a bunch of 12-year-old girls. On the other hand, at least I could understand something like that, which was good, because I had no clue what Razor and Ozymandias were talking about. "Let's not jump to conclusions, Night Razor," Ozymandias continued. "It doesn't take a genius to see he's had you frazzled since you turned him. Who knows, maybe you're losing your touch. Let me try." And then to me, "Yo, Dr. Death." Gah, and I thought Rage Vector was a stupid name. "I command you to hop on one foot." If Night Razor's voice rattled in my bones, Ozymandias' voice sounded like someone had plugged in a 1,000-watt amp straight into my soul. Christ! I was probably going to hear him reverberating around in my skull for a week. Loud as it was, though, that earlier feeling I had momentarily felt to obey Night Razor's commands just wasn't there for his. I was either getting used to it or I was just getting royally pissed off at all the people trying to tell me what the hell to do. I remained standing, on both feet. "Well, I'll be staked at high noon," Ozymandias exclaimed and suddenly burst into laughter. "Oh, this is absolutely brilliant! Can I pick 'em or what?" Night Razor was not nearly as amused. "This is not cool, Ozymandias. How the hell am I supposed to maintain order with this fucking thing running around my coven?" "No idea, but fortunately, that's not my problem." "Seriously, you can't leave him here. Take him with you. Maybe the Draculas can dissect him or something." Okay, that didn't sound promising. "Oh, I'm sure the Draculas will want to hear about him," Ozymandias replied. "But until I get some definitive word from them, he's part of your coven. I can't interfere." "Fuck that! You already interfered." Ozymandias shrugged. "Okay, you got me there. I choose not to interfere. Better?" "No! That still doesn't help me." "Well, then assign him a babysitter or something. Stop whining like a little girl about it." Night Razor still wasn't done, though. "James, please." "James?" "Enough!" barked Ozymandias, the threat returning to his voice. "My ruling stands. End of discussion. The sun will be up in another hour or so. I need to go. Take a little while and think about things, Night Razor. I'm sure a smart fellow like you can come up with something." With that, Ozymandias, or was that James? What is it with these guys? Turned his back on Razor and faced me. "Good luck to you, my amusing and surprising friend. I don't doubt you'll need it." He retrieved his coat and went straight for the exit, nobody daring to get in his way. A quick slam of the door and the one person that I had on my side, sorta, was gone. I was alone in a sea of predators. The thing is, the predators didn't seem to be too hungry anymore. Most of them hung back from me, still whispering amongst themselves. Night Razor finally broke the silence. "Ozymandias is right. Sunrise is right around the corner. You should all be getting back to your nests." When no one made a move to leave, he put some extra juice into his voice. "Now, people, get moving. I don't want anyone getting caught in the sun. There have been enough dustings for one day. Now move." He couldn't have gotten a better response if he had personally booted each and every one of them in the ass. Whatever I had in me that allowed me to resist his voice, the others didn't have, or chose not to use. So that left a bunch of scrambling vamps with only myself and Razor standing still. "So, can I go home now?" I asked as nonchalantly as I possibly could. "Even if I wanted to let you go, which I am still debating, no. The sun is coming up soon, and my personal feelings aside, as one of my coven I am bound by our laws to keep you from toasting yourself. Besides which, we are your home now. Yeah, I get it, blood brothers and all, but I have an apartment, roommates, a job that's going to kick my ass if I don't report in. No, you don't get it. Your life is over. All of that is dust now. We are your new family. We are your new life. For however long that might last. Mm-hmm. You will stay here for now until I can figure out what to do with you." "Yeah, but I insist." Before I could form another protest on my lips, my field of vision was rapidly filled by an extreme close-up of Night Razor's fist. Guess the argument was settled after all, since I didn't even feel myself hitting the floor. Sunday, Bloody Sunday. Ugh. Please tell Gramps not to back his car over me again. What? Wait a second. That voice sounded familiar. Female, but definitely not Mom or Grandma. That must mean unrelated, which probably means, oh yeah, got to bump me some uglies last night. Just please don't be a hairy Sasquatch beast when I open my eyes. Come on, wake up. Christ, how hard did Jeff hit you? Jeff? Oh, shit. Night Razor. Damn it, I'm doing it again. I have got to stop dying around that asshole. Oh, wait, no fading heartbeat this time. Guess I technically didn't die. That's right, the fucker punched my lights out. Hope he didn't draw any dicks on my face. Jesus Christ, Bill, get up or I'm gonna leave without you, the voice threatened. Dr. Death, I managed to croak in response as I felt my senses slowly returning to me. No way am I calling you that stupid fucking name. That's Jeff's idiotic rule, and since he ain't here, fuck that shit. Okay, I'm getting up. Just quit your goddamn yelling. I opened my eyes. You fucking bitch! I spat as I focused on Sally's traitorous, but still hot, let's not completely forget our priorities here, face. She was staring down at me wearing a pair of silk pajamas. Oh yeah, me likey. No, I've got to focus. Bitch got me killed. Judging from how far above me she stood, I was still lying on the floor. Assholes had just left me where I fell. No need to be rude, she sniffed. Rude? Because of you, I'm a fucking walking corpse being held prisoner by a bigger, meaner walking corpse, I growled as I pushed myself to a sitting position. Yeah, sorry about that. Wasn't anything personal. That's the best you've got? A pathetic little sorry? Well, yeah, she countered. Like I said, it wasn't personal. We were just having a little fun and you fit the description of who I was supposed to bring. Besides which, you didn't have to come. I didn't exactly force you. Touché. That doesn't make it better. There are a lot of people dead because you and your coven of shitheads decided to have a little fun. Wait, what do you mean fit the description? You're not gonna like it, she replied sheepishly. I doubt I could like it any less than I already do. She shrugged and said, Fine, dorks, dweebs, geeks, you know the type. That's who we were supposed to bring. Last month, the guys all brought fat girls, and this time it was ladies' night. Sorry, but you have to admit, a grown man carrying a handful of Castles and Dragons books. Dungeons and Dragons, I automatically corrected her. Whatever. Sorry, but you weren't exactly dripping with coolness. Besides which, it's not like I had much of a choice. Whenever Jeff sends us out on one of his little scavenger hunts, he makes sure to give all of his instructions as a compulsion. Compulsion? Yeah, that thing he and James tried on you last night, she explained. You know, feels like someone is blasting an order into your skull? That's a compulsion. Unlike you, the rest of us hear and obey, she said, starting to sound snippy as if she was resentful of me. So, he commands you, and you have no choice but to do it? For the most part, yes, she answered. And does he do this a lot? Pretty much. Gets off on it, I think. He especially likes to use it on us girls. Have us do all sorts of freaky shit. Like, for example? I asked, the pervert in me coming to the forefront. Like when he first turned me. The asshole had me lap dance him whenever he got in the mood. Wherever we were, I'd have to lap dance. We could be in the middle of fucking Macy's and suddenly I'd have to start grinding against him. What about sex? I asked. Hey, if she was explaining things, I might as well get the dirt. Huh? Does he compel you to sleep with him too? No, I just do that because he's cute. Yeah, that figures. I see. Anyway, how does it work? Well, when a man and a woman like each other very much, she started. I know how sex works, I growled. She gave me a grin in return. Just making sure. As for compulsion, pretty much all of us can try and do it, although it mostly works from sire to child. The older ones amongst us, though, can usually get it to work on whoever they please. And that's why James was able to try it on you. And it usually works. Mostly. As we get older, we develop resistance to it, but it takes a while. But it didn't work on me right out of the gate, I pointed out. Yeah, surprised the shit out of all of us. Most of us thought free wills were just a myth. Vampires thinking something else was a myth. That's a good one. And a free will is what, exactly? Supposedly, every so often, a person who is turned is able to completely ignore being compelled, even by the strongest of masters. And there's more to it, but the bottom line is that they're really rare. In fact, I don't think it's happened in a long time. If even James thought you were a myth, that says something. You're kind of like the vampire equivalent of finding a unicorn in your backyard. Okay, that was something potentially useful. On the other hand, if it was as rare as Sally said it was, I could still wind up on a table in some dark dungeon being dissected by some vampire-mad scientists. Not exactly a fate worth looking forward to. On the positive side, at least they couldn't willingly make me climb onto the table for it. So, I guess that was something. Sally suddenly snapped her fingers in front of me. Are you just going to stand there with your mouth hanging open, or can we go eat now? Sorry, this is kind of new to me. I have a lot of questions. Fine, but just a few more. I'm starving. One of these days, someone really should write a manual for the noobs. I mock-bowed and sarcastically replied, Thank you for your undying compassion, my mistress of the night. Speaking of which, why exactly are you here? Actually, it was James's suggestion. Last night he mentioned we should get you a babysitter. Jeff said it was my fault we got you dumped on us. Oh yeah, feeling the love now. So, voila. I'm supposed to show you the ropes, get you fed, keep you from doing something stupid to get yourself killed, etc. In short, a babysitter. I finished. Great. Remind me to thank James, was it? Are you talking about Ozymandias? Duh. You didn't really think his name was Ozymandias, did you? Of course not, I lied. So why was everyone calling him that? It's tradition. It's tradition to call someone a stupid name. No, idiot. It's tradition that visiting elders respect the rules of each coven, since one of Jeff's rules is that everyone takes a new name. Kind of like a fucked up version of X-Men? Who? Never mind, I replied. So James has to respect Jeff's rules, and that means he has to take on an alias while he's here. Exactly. See? Not as dumb as you look. Bitch. And not all covens have this rule? None of the others do, actually, she said. Every coven has its own rules and traditions, within limitations, of course. For example, there's this one coven up in Cambridge that will only turn people who have PhDs. And they have to be published in a journal at least once a decade, otherwise they get staked. Fucking MIT. Even their vampires are elitist fuckwads, I muttered to myself. What was that? Nothing important. So, if one of Jeff's rules is that everyone takes on a new identity, then why don't you have one? So far, all I've heard people call you is Sally. That's downright pedestrian compared to Night Gazer. Sally chuckled for a moment at my joke. Hey, she got me killed, but that's no reason to stop putting the moves on her. And then said, That is my coven name, or at least part of it. What's the rest? It's stupid. Jeff gave it to me. It's lame, even by his standards. What is it? I promise not to laugh. Sunset. My name is Sally Sunset. Okay, so I lied about the not laughing part. You're right. That is stupid. Yeah, very funny. Thank you for your sympathy, Dr. Death. Point taken. But what about enough? You need to be taught how to feed, and I need to eat. I already told you I'm freaking starving. I'm surprised you're not. Most people are when they're first turned. I've seen a few wake up as little more than feral animals until they get some blood in them. I ate some chicken before the party, but I guess I could use a bite. Get it? A bite! Yeah, haven't heard that one before, she said dryly. Let's go. Are we going out? Don't be stupid, it's 4 p.m. Sun's still out. We're not going outside unless you like the idea of being extra crispy. We're going down. 4 p.m.? How hard did that asshole hit me? Pretty hard, she admitted. But that's not all of it. Once you were turned, your body's natural rhythm reversed itself. You're nocturnal now. so your body is going to want to rest itself during the day. Jeff's punch just kind of helped you get to sleep faster. I'll be sure to thank him. Hey, where is he and the rest of your merry group anyway? I asked as I followed her. She opened the door and beckoned me to follow her downstairs. Not here. We have a space in and under almost every building on this block. The rent must be killer. One of the perks of eternal life is interest compounded annually, she quipped. Besides, it's probably a good thing Jeff isn't here. He didn't seem to like you much. No shit, Sherlock. I followed her to the first floor, and then we continued downward. You better hope he changes his mind, or in 3 months you're going to be toast. That brought me to a screeching halt. Whoa. Hold on a second. What happens in 3 months? Your protection wears off, she said matter-of-factly, and kept descending. What protection? James's. He put you under his personal protection. Nobody's allowed to mess with you, or they'll have to deal with him. Okay, that's a good thing, I said. Exactly. Otherwise we wouldn't be having this chat. So, what happens in 3 months? It ends. Why? That's our law. A vampire can put a newly turned vampire under his or her protection. It's meant as a way to ensure that all of the recently reborn have a fair chance and don't get preyed upon by others. Sadly, not all of our kind are as civilized as us. Considering Jeff wanted to gag me the second I woke up, I'd hate to see what she meant by that. However, the protection only lasts for 90 days. Once that's done, you're on your own. But I'm part of the coven now, I pointed out. So was Todd, aka Rage Vector. Being one of us doesn't mean shit. If Jeff decides to stake you at that point, it'll be his business. How comforting, knowing I have an extra-violent tumor that's going to kill me in 3 months, I muttered, as I noticed we were probably around sewer level by now. Those are the breaks. We're vampires, not the Peace Corps. Ah, finally. Here we are. Time for you to make your first kill. She motioned toward a large reinforced door that was blocking our path. Kill? I asked, even though I knew exactly what she meant. Don't start playing dumb now. Yes, kill. Can't we eat without killing someone? Of course. Then why do I... Because it's something you'll have to do at some point. There will be times when there's no bottled blood around and no farm animals to drink from. What about dogs or maybe rats? I asked. She sighed as if I were a complete moron. Ever try sinking your teeth into the neck of an angry German shepherd? They tend not to be too accommodating. And rats? Ew! Fucking things are usually covered in fleas and shit. As for the killing part, there's the problem of turning your victims. That's a no-no. Problem is, it usually takes new vampires a couple of years before they get the hang of eating without also infecting their food. If you leave them alive and they turn, well, then you'd better either have an open spot in the coven for them or stake them quickly. Or it's your ass. So that means you either drink them dry or kill them when you're done. And with that, she unlocked the door and held it open for me. Dinner is served. Bon appetit. I walked into a good-sized chamber, followed by Sally, who then closed the door behind us. Oddly enough, it looked like it better belonged in a hospital, an old one at least, than a sewer. The place was well lit and about the size of a living room. The floor sloped slightly downward to the center, where there was a large French drain. The walls themselves were lined with what looked like several industrial-sized refrigerators. And that was about it. Oh, with maybe the exception of the large table off to one side, on which a fat naked dude was chained and gagged. You know, just in case that's one of those details you might tend to notice. Standing next to him was one of the babes from last night. Starlight, I believe. She looked me up and down as I entered. It might have been my imagination, but I sensed a bit of hesitation in her for a moment or two. However, when she finally spoke, there was no hint of it. The doctor is in the house. It's about time. Thought you were going to sleep all day, she said in a saucy little voice. Sorry, I had a little issue with someone's fist in my face. Starlight, right? She seemed slightly embarrassed by that. Alice. Bill, I answered in return. Well, Bill, this scrumptious feast is all for you. She gestured toward the fat, naked, and sweaty, definitely sweaty, dude. He was supposed to be Rhonda's date, but he showed up late. Poor girl didn't get any points from Jeff. Oh yeah, poor girl. But, oh well, no point in letting him go to waste. Okay, well, thanks, I guess. I slowly walked around the table, looking over the unappetizing morsel before me. I felt bad for the guy and wished I could help, but I was still slightly more concerned about my own well-being. Unfortunately, I didn't see any way I was going to get us both out of here alive, especially with the sun still shining. I still didn't have any real proof of what would happen to me, but I've seen enough movies to know that it probably wouldn't be the smartest thing for me to just run out and enjoy the sunshine. Sorry, dude, but I'll have to find some other way to even out my karma. I stopped circling and asked, So, what exactly am I supposed to do? Sally walked over next to Starlight and gave me another eye roll. Her look said that she wasn't exactly in awe of my presence. You find an artery or a vein, and then you dig in, Sally said. The throat is always a good place to start. If you haven't already, your fangs should protrude automatically once you bite down. It's that simple. Upon seeing that I still wasn't making a move, Starlight cooed to Sally. You really need to learn to be nicer to the virgins. Virgins? Starting to feel insulted here. Here, Bill, let me help you out. She walked over to the guy and nicked the side of his neck with one of her fingernails. A thin stream of blood started to flow. Now just close your eyes and smell the blood. Take a few deep breaths of it and let instinct take over. Okay. Close my eyes. Take a whiff through my nose. Oh, this is stupid. Wait. Holy crap. I could smell it. And it smelled good. Damn good. It's hard to explain, but as the scent of it drifted in, I could feel myself salivating. I could also feel my canines elongating. Weird feeling, by the way. I guess at some point while I was asleep, they retracted. I'll have to practice that, but not right now. Now I wanted to... No, I needed to eat. I bent over the guy, eyes still closed, letting my senses guide me and bit into where Starlight had opened the wound. Oh my God! Think of the best plate of nachos you've ever eaten, the tastiest margarita you've ever chugged, the best apple pie you've ever enjoyed. Yeah, this was all of those combined. I had no idea how hungry I had been until I bit down and swallowed that first taste. It was utterly all-consuming, and I wanted to lose myself in it. That was a mistake. I tried to open up all my senses as I gorged myself. I tasted, I drank, I smelled. This guy's fucking B.O. This close up, even the glorious scent of blood couldn't compete with the inglorious scent of this guy. Christ! Did no one ever teach this dude about deodorant? That started to pull me back from the bliss I had initially experienced. What ended it was when I opened my eyes and reality came crashing in like a hammer. Was I really sucking on the throat of a fat, naked, and did I mention sweaty guy? Suddenly, the blood didn't taste nearly as good. In fact, I kind of wanted to drink something stronger to wash it out of my mouth. I immediately pulled away and started backing up across the room. Problem? Sally asked. I'm sorry. I just can't do this. You've got to be kidding me. What are you, a fucking vegan? I think it's kind of cute, Starlight cooed. He can't bring himself to kill someone. It's almost sweet, she said, completely misinterpreting my actions. While Sally seemed to be pretty much on the ball, this one so far hadn't given me the impression that she was firing on all cylinders. Somehow, I doubt Jeff will think it's sweet, said Sally. But I guess him liking you even less isn't really going to matter much at the end of the day. He'd have been better off joining one of those hippie covens up north. Still, I guess I can't let you starve. For the next 89 days or so, you're still our problem. Oh yeah, I was feeling the love. Sally walked over to one of the fridges, opened it, and pulled out 2 liters of what I assumed was blood. I wonder how many donors would be pissed to know that they were doing little more than stocking some vampire's pantry. More than a few, I'd bet. Of course, this assumed the blood was from willing donors. Anyway, she tossed me the bags of blood. Here, these'll get you through the day. Take 'em and go back upstairs. The door's unlocked. Oh, and maybe clean yourself up a bit. You look kinda gross." With that said, both she and Starlight turned back to the fat naked dude, who appeared to be rapidly bleeding out, and began undressing? "What are you doing?" I asked, as both stripped down to their underwear. I was sort of hoping the answer was going to involve making out with each other and then asking me to join in, but no such luck. "We're going to finish your leftovers, obviously," Starlight answered. "And you need to be undressed. Why?" "This is a $70 blouse. Bloodstains are a bitch to remove." "Now get the fuck out of here," Sally cut in. "This isn't a peep show." And with that, she kicked me out and shut the door in my face. Coming clean. I did as I was told, mostly because I didn't appear to have many other options with the sun still shining. I went back to the 3rd floor and let myself in. I tossed the blood packs onto the table, my appetite temporarily quashed, due to being unable to vanquish thoughts of mouthfuls of ugly man flesh. So, instead, I decided to take Sally's advice and wash up a bit. I found the bathroom and checked myself out in the mirror. God damn it! Gross wasn't the word for how I looked. Ignoring for a second that I was covered in fresh blood, I had completely forgotten that I was still in the same outfit I had been killed in. I looked like a bus had run me over and then dragged me through the dirt for a mile or two. I doubted I smelled much better. I was beginning to wonder how much of downstairs was naked dude stink and how much was me. In fact, wait a second, I could see myself in the mirror. Guess that's another one of those things Hollywood fucked up on. Well, that's convenient. I would hate to go through eternity not being able to tell if I was having a bad hair day. Guys like me have a hard enough time as it is. Hold on a second. What's that on my forehead? Didn't notice it before, what with all the blood. Was that a... Son of a bitch! Someone drew a dick on my face. Ah! I stripped and filled the sink with hot soapy water. Starlight had a point about bloodstains, but maybe I could soak some of it out. I dunked my clothes in, being sure to retrieve my emergency 20 first, and climbed into the shower until I felt reasonably non-disgusting. Believe me, that took a while. By the time I was done, I felt human again. Or as close to human as I was going to be getting anytime soon. I was just toweling off when I heard the front door open, followed quickly by a knock on the bathroom door. "You in there, Bill?" asked Sally from the other side. Feeling renewed after my long shower, I decided to try my luck, no matter how much of a long shot it might be. I pushed away the thought that her breath most likely smelled of naked, fat, sweaty dude at the moment and replied, "Why don't you come in here and find out?" "Keep trying, stud. Maybe in another century or two that'll work," came her snide remark. But, hey, that wasn't an outright no, now was it? "Put on a towel or something and open the door." I did as requested. When I popped open the door again, she tossed me a large bundle of clothes and just as quickly closed it again. "Something there should fit you," she said. I picked through the clothes. There were several outfits in all. Nothing was perfect, but I managed to find a pair of pants and a shirt that would do. "Where'd this stuff come from?" I asked through the door. "You probably don't want to know," was all the answer I got. My thoughts flashed back to the naked guy, probably now a naked corpse downstairs. I doubted he was the first, or would be the last, meal hosted there. Sally was probably right. I didn't want to know. Sometimes ignorance is truly bliss. I got myself back into presentable condition and stepped out. Sally was sitting on a couch in what probably passed as the living room. She was holding a small mirror and wiping the last smudges of blood from her face with a wet wipe. As I approached, I said conversationally, "Gotta say, I was impressed I could still see myself in the mirror." "Yep. Would be a pain in the ass to put on makeup otherwise." "So, how are you holding up?" "Surprisingly well, all things considered," I answered, and then asked, "How badly did I just embarrass myself?" "Forget Alice. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to impress her. First time she tried to kill a meal, she wound up curling into a ball and crying for 3 hours. She's not your problem." I wasn't kidding about Jeff, though. I get the feeling he's going to be looking for an excuse to like you even less than he already does. Dudes like him just seem to naturally hate guys like me. Yeah, there's that, and you also turned his balls into mashed potatoes with your fist last night. she commented with a smirk. "Oh yeah, I was kind of hoping he'd forget about that," I replied with a grin. "Would you?" I thought about it for a second, then winced and smiled at the same time. No, I guess I wouldn't forget that spectacular hit anytime soon. So where does that leave me? In pretty deep shit. What about all the others? Outside of you, Jeff can compel pretty much everyone else in the coven. He probably won't have to, though. Almost all of the other guys are little mini-Jeffs. Back in high school, assholes tended to hang with other assholes. Exactly. So I'm fucked, I said, sitting down next to her, but not too close. I had been hit enough times for one weekend. More or less. If you stay here, then definitely. So, if I were you, I wouldn't. My head snapped toward her. What? You heard me? Is that even an option? I probed, not really letting myself sound hopeful, but feeling a bit of it creeping in nevertheless. I'm pretty sure that's what I just said, she went on. Besides, Jeff really doesn't want you around, at least until he's allowed to have the type of fun with you that he wants to. But he said last night, yeah, well, he had a little while to think about it after he knocked you on your ass. He eventually calmed down enough to think things through. Under normal circumstances, he'd probably enjoy fucking your shit up for the next 3 months. However, this isn't normal. You're actually problematic for him. How? I got in one lucky shot, I pointed out. He wiped the floor with me outside of that. Yes, but you're missing the point. You got in that one lucky shot. No one else ever has, or would probably even get the chance to. And if you got in one lucky shot, who's to say you won't get in a second or a third? No matter how well Jeff keeps an eye on you, 90 days is enough time for anyone to let their guard down once or twice. I finished the thought for her. Because he can't control me. Give that man a cigar. You're a potential source of embarrassment for him. For starters, you talk back. You saw how quickly Jeff shut up Alice last night. That's par for the course around here. At least before you showed up. From what I've seen of you, I think it's fairly obvious that you're the type that just gets more obnoxious as the beatings go on. She probably had a point. I tend to be strictly of the, if I'm going to get an ass-kicking, I might as well deserve it mindset. Lastly, you've already shown that you're not above taking a cheap shot if the opportunity presents itself. Can you blame me? I asked. No, but it makes you unpredictable. It's not like Jeff can just chain you up somewhere for the next 3 months either. Because of James's protection. Yes, she replied with a nod. And if he did, I'd squeal like a pig to James just to fuck him over, no matter what the threat. Bingo! And James knows how Jeff thinks. He'll definitely be paying a few visits between now and then. So, I asked hopefully. So we compromise a bit. Play with the rules a little, Sally answered. How? The 90-day protection is supposed to give you a chance to learn how to survive as one of us. What better way to learn to survive than finding your own way? At the same time, as part of the coven, we're honor-bound to provide you with basic support, which we will. The fact that you seem to be a wuss, she saw the look I gave her, have an aversion to killing, that is, actually works in your favor here. It makes things easier for us, since it means we probably don't have to worry about cleaning up any of your messes. So, to cover that, on the weekends, you'll report back here, and we'll give you enough blood to make it through the week. And what if I don't come back? What if I just make a run for it? I asked, but she smiled as if expecting this question and got up. She walked over to a desk, opened it, and pulled something out. She then tossed it to me. As I caught it, I was not surprised in the least to see it was my wallet. She said, "If you run or try to disappear, you know my name and where I live. You hunt down and kill my friends and family, I suppose." Smart boy. I watch a lot of TV. That doesn't really surprise me. I ignored the barb. And Jeff came up with this plan? Fuck no. This was all me. Jeff just dumped your ass on me and washed his hands of the whole thing. So you came up with all of this. Don't sound so surprised, she said, sounding a bit snippy. Sorry, I just wasn't expecting it from someone who looks like me. Well, yeah, I said sheepishly. It's just that, well, this area of the city and all, I kind of had you pegged as... As? She glared hard at me. Well, either a model, or Or a stripper? I said in a small voice. You know, you called Jeff an asshole, but you're just as big as one, she exploded. What would you say if I told you I was a physics major working toward my doctorate when Jeff turned me? Huh? Asshole? I turned beet red as she continued to berate me. I worked my ass off day and night for a perfect GPA, so I don't appreciate dickheads like you coming along and assuming that all I'm good for is shaking my ass up on a stage. Oh, God, I'm sorry, I stammered. I didn't mean anything. It's just that... Suddenly, she was smiling again as she said, Just fucking with ya. I was a stripper. Bitch! The long road, train, back home. I sucked down the blood pack Sally had given me earlier. No point in getting hunger pains on the way home and finding myself contemplating chewing on some dirty homeless person, and then got myself together as best I could. While this was going on, Sally ran downstairs to fill up a backpack with my week's blood rations. I was still pretty much fucked, but nevertheless, I felt like some of the weight of the previous evening had been lifted from my chest. Sure, I was still dead, but once I got back to my own place, I was pretty sure I'd be able to clear my head and think my way through this mess. Maybe not the being dead part, but some of the rest of it was sure to resolve itself. By the time Sally came back upstairs, she told me the sun had set enough for it to be safe to go out. One good thing about the city, the buildings provided plenty of cover from direct sunlight, especially around dusk. She gave me my wallet back and assured me that copies had been made of my IDs before I could get hopeful of the contrary. She also gave me her cell number with instructions to call it if I got myself into any messes. Oh yeah, I got a phone number. Who's the stud? In actuality, I had a ton of more questions. So far, some of the stuff I thought I knew about vampires was true, but just as much turned out to be utter crap. Ignorance of my condition could come back to bite me in the ass. I mean, what if I turned into a bat accidentally and couldn't turn back? What if I discovered I couldn't cross running water while my train was barreling under the East River? What if I got home and discovered I couldn't enter until Tom or Ed invited me in? I wouldn't put it past them to make me sleep in the hall while they laughed their asses off. Unfortunately, though, now wasn't the time for 20 questions. Freedom had been dangled in front of me. Well, okay, not really freedom, but a week-long furlough at least. I wasn't about to risk screwing that up because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. Trust me on this. I've fucked up enough things in my life by not being able to shut it when I should have. I was going to have to be mindful to not screw up my death in a similar fashion. Fortunately, Sally seemed to be sincere about letting me go. Don't get me wrong, the bitch lured me to my death. It was going to be a while before she was getting any friend requests from me. Still, whatever her motivation, she was either directly or indirectly helping me out now. I'd have to remember that and maybe cut her some slack in the future. A small voice in the back of my head was telling me I was only doing so because of how she looked. If she had been an ugly chick, I probably would have staked her ass myself and rolled around in the ashes to celebrate. Maybe. Hey, I never said I wasn't shallow. She walked me to the door and held it open. Remember, you're back here at the end of the week, no later than Saturday night. If not, there will be people looking for you, and they won't be friendly. Yes, Mom. She sighed and began to close the door behind me before adding a quick, good luck. I was gonna need it. To say that the short walk to the train station was trippy would be an understatement, since most of my undead life, is that an oxymoron, had so far been spent either preoccupied or unconscious, I hadn't realized how much my perceptions of the world had changed. Everything seemed sharper. I could overhear the conversations of the people around me, no small feat in this city. The smells were all sharper and more pronounced, not entirely a good thing. Best of all, everything was crystal clear. Even the deepest shadows didn't daunt my eyes. I had a flash of insight and took off my glasses. Dinged up, but miraculously unbroken after the last 24 hours. Fuck! Still nearsighted. That figures. However, I could apparently see pretty damn well in the dark now. I just still needed my glasses to do so. Oh well, win some, lose some. I wonder if vampires can get LASIK. I don't know if it was the elation of being free that I had just recently eaten or just an overall side effect of being a vampire, but I felt good. Damn good for a dead guy. In fact, I was feeling pretty invincible, something I dare say I haven't felt too much of during my lifetime. I couldn't help all of the fantasies that were running through my head. I could ditch the train and outright run full speed back to Brooklyn. I could stroll untouchable through the worst neighborhoods between here and home. No, fuck that. I could scale a building and stare down upon the alleyways, waiting to smite evildoers like the goddamn Batman. In the end, I just got on the train. It seemed less complicated that way. Sadly, there weren't too many incidents requiring superheroics to report during my trip. Sure, I got accosted once for spare change, but that hardly seemed a smite-worthy offense. Jeez. In the comic books, Peter Parker can't take a shit without the Green Goblin and Venom trying to take over the city. In the real world, I imagine superheroes would get a lot of downtime to work on the New York Times Sunday crossword. So it was with me. It was late enough on a Sunday for the trains to be uncrowded, but too early for the real weirdos to be out. So I just sat and rode to my stop, pretending to be ever vigilant for the danger that I knew wasn't coming. I got to my destination and walked around the block a few times to try and psych myself out for finally going home. I probably looked like quite the nutball to my nosier neighbors, like, for instance, Mrs. Craven. She was this creepy old lady who lived downstairs from us and liked to be in everyone's business. She just barely kept herself from being a complete nuisance by being a sort of self-designated one-woman neighborhood watch. If someone was hanging around the building who wasn't supposed to be there, you could be sure Mrs. Craven knew about it and was telling everyone in the building, those who would listen anyway, about it. The downside of this was that Mrs. Craven had the cops on speed dial, and she was happy to call them at even the slightest provocation, as my roommate Tom had found out a few months back. However, caring what some crazy senior citizen thought of my wanderings was pretty low on my priority list at the moment. Now that I was close to my destination, the relief I felt being set free was gone, and in its place, a new form of worry set in. Tom and Ed were two of my best friends. Assholes, sure, but what good friends aren't? We all knew each other well and could count on each other. The problem was that none of us had ever come home as a blood-sucking monster the night before. What if they freaked? What if they called the cops? Shit! What if they decided to take matters into their own hands and go all Blade the Vampire Hunter on me? I dismissed that last one almost immediately, though, as neither of my roommates would probably have an edge against a couple of angry hamsters, much less a vampire. Still, they could react negatively. However, I didn't really have anywhere else to go, and deadly creature of the night or not, I still paid a third of the damned rent. If they wanted to give me the Monster Squad treatment, then, by God, I was at least going to get my part of the security deposit back. Thus, I readied myself as I entered the building and walked up to my floor. I unlocked the door, ready for whatever cruelties fate had in store for me, and then stopped dead. Shit! I'd completely forgotten about the not entering without an invitation thing. What if I couldn't even step into my own place? Oh well, no way to know unless I tried. I took a deep breath and tried to enter my apartment, and I pretty much stepped in like I normally would. Either that invite thing was more vampire bullshit, or it didn't apply to me since I already lived here. Okay, one great trial down, now for the next. It was time to confront my friends. I have something to confess. I'm a vampire and proud of it, I would proclaim. Maybe not. That sounded too much like a coming-out-of-the-closet speech. Oh well, I'd ad-lib something. Or maybe I wouldn't. Now that I had a chance to look around, I noticed the apartment was quiet and I was standing there all alone. Figures. I psyched myself out, and the assholes can't even have the good graces to be there to rebuke me for being a monstrous hellbeast. Fate, why must thou continue to spit upon me? I checked the rest of the apartment. Tom's bedroom door was open and the lights were out. Ed's door, on the other hand, was closed and locked. I put my ear to the door, and my newfound senses clearly heard him snoring away. So he was home, but out cold. Not too surprising. He'd probably put in a full weekend of work and decided to turn in early. Wouldn't be the first time. Okay, so I could wake him up. My predicament was kind of a big thing. Still, it's not like I was dying. At least not anymore. I may be a vampire, but that doesn't mean I have to be a dick about it. Let him sleep. He he could always learn I was a blood-sucking denizen of the lower planes tomorrow. Speaking of blood, I unpacked the sack Sally had given me and stored it all in the fridge. Yeah, that might give them a few questions if they opened the refrigerator before I got a chance to do my big reveal. However, considering Tom mixed up this big pitcher full of stage blood last Halloween, maybe it wouldn't. Yeah, it wasn't anywhere close to Halloween, but I was grasping at straws. Besides which, when all was said and done, a fridge full of blood was probably going to be the least of their concerns. Okay, one roommate out and the other out cold. My homecoming was turning out to be a little less epic than I had imagined. Oddly enough, I felt a little cheated. Here I was expecting perhaps a standoff, maybe Tom and Ed slowly advancing upon me, crucifixes held aloft. Did either of them even own a crucifix? While screaming, "Back, unholy demon from the pit!" Instead, I got zilch. Kinda reminded me of my friend from college, Adam. A few years after we graduated, he decided to come out of the closet to his parents. He psyched himself out for a tearful, not my child type of confrontation, but both of his parents pretty much just shrugged and told him, duh, it's about time you figured that out. He was actually kind of miffed he didn't get the emotional "I'm still your son" speech he had been rehearsing in his head. Oh well, since I apparently was not going to be giving any "I'm still your roommate" speeches tonight, I figured I should go out and prowl the neighborhood for any unsuspecting victims who might cross my path. At least, that's probably what a cool vampire would do. But what I should do and what I actually wind up doing don't often match, so instead, I went into my bedroom/office, can't beat the commute, and turned on my PC. A little online gaming was just what the doctor ordered to help me get back a sense of normalcy. Had it really been only about 2 days since this had been my life? Now here I was, grabbing onto it like a drowning man grabs for a life preserver. Hey, at least my sense of melodrama hasn't been affected by this whole ordeal. Anyway, I checked my email first. There was some spam, the weekly Facebook birthday reminder, an email or two from my boss, which could wait. Between the days of Saturday and Sunday, he ain't the boss of me. And an email from my dungeon master, Dave. Oh, shit! Today was Sunday. I had missed the fucking game. Not good. Dave was a second-year resident at some hospital in Newark. St. Jerome's, I think. He worked about 1 million hours a week and still somehow managed to run our D&D game. We all liked to joke that he had volunteered for some insane experiment while in med school, which allowed him to function without sleep. Anyway, I'd known him since we'd met up at a gaming convention back in college. In the time since, I'd come to think of him as a close friend. However, friend or not, he wasn't known for being overly forgiving when anyone unexpectedly blew off his game. One of the other party members did so a few months back and subsequently returned to find that his character had fallen into a magical trap which removed all of his possessions, not to mention his arms and legs. Feeling a sense of dread that not even the thought of Jeff could match, I clicked to read his message. "Bill, we missed you at the game today. I tried calling, but Ed had no idea where you were. I hope everything is okay. Dave. P.S. I had to ad-lib in your absence. Your character was captured by a tribe of sexually frustrated ogres who then proceeded to ass-rape the shit out of you before you could be rescued." Okay, so that wasn't so bad compared to what he could have done. At least I didn't lose a level or anything. I wrote him back an apology and also let him know that I'd try my damnedest to be there next weekend, although I was personally doubtful of the fact. Hopefully, if things didn't work out, I'd at least get a chance to give him a heads up. Otherwise, I probably better be prepared to roll up a new character. That being done, I settled in for a few hours of online gaming. After bouncing around a few different games, I eventually settled into one where my teammates and I were trying to fight our way through various scenarios of a zombie invasion. Fucking zombie pieces of shit! If there was anything a decade of role-playing games had taught me, it was that, as a vampire, I could pretty much look down my nose at any other types of undead. So, that was my night. After all was said and done, I made sure the shades were down and then eventually decided to just turn in. All things considered, I was a lot more at ease than I had been. As such, I slept pretty well. At least, that is, until I woke up to find myself on fire. How do we sleep when our beds are burning? Jesus Christ, Bill, wake the fuck up! was the first thing I heard in an apparently long attempt to rouse me. I pulled the blankets over my head and attempted to turn away from the annoying voice. "Seriously, dude, get up!" I felt a hand shake my shoulder. Still more blissfully asleep than awake, I stuck one hand out from under the covers and tried to wave the pestering voice away. Well, okay, I might have also flipped off the owner of the voice as well. I've never been a morning person, even during the living phase of my existence. "Enough of this shit," the voice said. "Get your ass up." I heard a soft whooshing noise, followed by a few seconds of silence until the voice started yelling, "What the fuck?" which was immediately followed by an incredible pain in my uncovered hand. Since that sort of thing tends to jolt a person awake, I threw the covers off, sat bolt upright, and immediately noticed two things. The blinds were up, and my left hand was on fire. "I'm fucking on fire!" I screamed, grasping the obvious as I then realized the rest of my exposed body was now starting to smoke under the glare of the sunshine streaming through the window. Thinking quickly, lest I wind up unceremoniously ending my vampire career early, I dove off the far side of the bed and tried my best to crawl under it. "Close the goddamn blinds!" I yelled. "But now!" That snapped my roommate back to reality, and I heard another quick whoosh as darkness once again descended on my bedroom. Removed from the sunlight, the flames on my hand immediately died down. I stood up, still smoldering a little, and faced the lanky form of my roommate, Ed. At a bit of a loss for words, "Hey, next time you spontaneously combust, I dare you to be chatty about it immediately afterwards." I waited for him to say something, which he eventually did. "Dude, holy shit, are you okay?" "Good question." I looked down at my hand. It still hurt like a motherfucker, and it was covered in blisters, but I could even now see some of the reddened skin starting to turn back to normal. Oh yeah, there were definitely some perks to the whole vampire thing. Of course, it was the whole vampire thing that caused me to burst into flames to begin with, so maybe this one was a wash. "I'll live," I answered, inwardly amused by the irony of my statement. "Good," Ed replied, recomposing himself quickly. He stood there, thinking for a second, and then shook his head in an apparent attempt to clear it. "We can discuss how you became flammable later. We're already late for the conference bridge." "What conference bridge?" "You didn't read Jim's email, did you?" "It was the weekend," I lamely countered. "And hence why I exist. To save your dumb ass. Come on." He turned to walk out. Gotta love Ed. Shit just doesn't faze him. I can't honestly say that if our positions were reversed, I could turn from "holy crap, my roommate is on fire" to "oh dear, we're late for a meeting" on a dime. But then again, a great humanitarian, Ed is not. I followed him to his office/room. Suddenly, I became aware of my just woken and still smoking state. "Skype?" I nervously asked. "Fortunately not. Just a call, no video," he answered as he put the phone on speaker and began to dial. Thank God for small favors. I was definitely not looking my best, even aside from the few wisps of smoke still coming off me. And since Sheila, my aforementioned unrequited love, was my boss's admin, hers would be the first face to see us during any teleconference. Instead, I got to hear her melodious voice picking up the conference bridge and connecting us with Jim's office. We spent the next hour or so listening to our boss have a near panic attack. The higher-ups had reprioritized several projects, as higher-ups in companies tend to do, and since they were now giving us new orders to jump, we had to figure out the how-high part. Jim, as usual, treated all of this like the end of the world, and had to be reassured by Ed and myself several times. Jim sometimes tends to forget that we make games, not cures for cancer. Keeping things in perspective is not his strong suit. Once he was done giving us our marching orders, we promised him that we'd both leap into things feet first the second we were off the call, and then hung up. Ed and I stared at each other from across the desk for a few seconds before he said, "Coffee?" "Definitely. Just keep the shades down." "Yeah, I kind of figured." We went to our kitchen where Ed threw a fresh filter into the coffee maker and set things brewing. I ran to brush my teeth and throw on a fresh pair of clothes. The ones I had been given went straight into the trash. No amount of detergent washes out dead guy stink. By the time I came back, Ed was sipping his coffee and had one waiting for me in my Doctor Who mug. The TARDIS appears when you put a hot drink in it. I took a couple of sips and then said, "Much better. I feel human again." "Do you?" Ed asked, nonplussed. "Yeah, about that. Kind of a funny thing. So, you're a vampire now," he just blurted out. "Well, let's not jump to, you burst into flames when I opened your shades. I can explain that. Your hand is already healed." I looked down after he said that. Hey, he was right. "Vitamins can do wonders for the immune," I shrugged. "And the refrigerator is full of blood," he finished. "Notice that, eh?" "Kinda hard to miss," he said in the same bored tone. "So, that means you're either a vampire or a psycho, and to quote George Clooney, psychos do not burst into flames when sunlight hits them. Thus, you must be a vampire." So... Damn, this was going a lot differently than I had imagined it would. He suddenly leaned over the table and stared me directly in the eye. "So, you want to confess, or should I just call the cops?" "What?" I blurted as hot coffee spit from between my lips. "Tom, he's missing. The fridge is full of blood. It doesn't take a genius to figure out..." "Dude, I didn't touch Tom. I don't know where he is. He wasn't home last night. You can't think..." I stopped when I noticed Ed was now wearing a shit-eating grin. "Asshole." "Sorry, couldn't resist. Tom stayed at his parents'. He was heading straight to the office from there." "Dick!" So says the guy cooling off bags of blood clots next to my Diet Pepsi. "I'm surprised you're not freaking." "I don't freak," he said bluntly. "You kinda did when I burst into flames earlier." "You caught me by surprise. Next time, I'll just whip out the marshmallows." Touching. "So, what now?" "What now? Obviously, we get back to work before Jim calls again and has an aneurysm this time." "Good point. But still, we can get back to things just like that?" I asked. "For now, at least. Once Tom gets home, we can sit down and talk about this. At least that way I won't have to listen to your story twice. You're not afraid I might try to..." I put on my best Eurotrash vampire accent. "Suck your blood?" "It's not my blood I'm worried you'll try to suck," he said with a smirk. I gave him a withering glare in return. "Seriously, not really. You could have done so last night while I was asleep and you didn't. That kind of tells me all I need to know about it. And besides, it's daylight now. I'm not particularly scared of someone I just need to open the blinds to defeat. What about Tom? Think he'll freak? Are you kidding? I think we'll both need to be wearing raincoats for the ensuing nerdgasm he'll probably have." With that, he got up and went back to his desk. He probably had a good point. Tom, Ed, and I were a lot alike. What didn't faze one of us probably wouldn't faze any of us. If Ed and my positions were reversed, I'd probably be taking it fairly well too. On the other hand, I'd probably also excuse myself during lunchtime to go out and stock up on some holy water. Just in case. But hey, maybe I'm just paranoid. One will stand, one will fall. The day passed fairly quickly since we both had full plates of work to throw ourselves into. It turned out to be fairly productive, too, as I discovered that I was able to type quite a bit faster now. The whole being a blood-sucking walking corpse thing was going to take some adjusting to, but I wasn't going to complain much if one of the side effects of my new powers was going to help me get a nice bonus at the end of the year. Anyway, aside from some work-related questions for Ed, I stayed in my respective office, with maybe the exception of a quick break at lunch to grab a liter of blood. And some Cheez-Its. What? I was just trying to figure out if I could still eat regular food. We knocked off around 6 p.m. One of the key skills of being a developer is knowing when enough is enough. You want to put in enough work to be a valued asset. Always good to be one of those during any layoffs. But not so much that you're a sucker for doing work above and beyond what you're being paid for. Since the sun was now low enough that I wouldn't run the risk of turning into a tater tot the second I stepped outside, I accompanied Ed to pick up some Chinese food for dinner, and then we came back to wait for Tom. I had noticed earlier that while I was still capable of eating solid food, thank God, it didn't quite seem to satisfy me the way it used to. The taste was fine, but it was like eating a giant salad, for me anyway, in that it seemed to be missing something. While we ate, I mentioned this to Ed in passing. "Well, it's not surprising," he said between mouthfuls. "No, not really. Think about it. Your digestive tract is probably all rewired. It's kind of like this. I used to date this goth chick. She used to keep some cow blood in her fridge to freak out her friends with. Anyway, she was telling me one day after sex, thanks for the extra info, Ed, that she tried drinking it a few times. I guess she was trying to walk the walk or some shit. A sip or two was okay, but anything more than that and she'd wind up puking her guts out. The same would have probably happened to you a few days ago, but now you can safely guzzle it down. In fact, I'd bet that whatever you feel you're missing from that," he motioned toward my low mane, "you probably get from the blood. Am I right?" "Yeah, I think so," I considered. "Like a Snickers. It satisfies. Thanks for forever ruining Snickers for me. Anyway, I'm no nutritionalist, but my guess would be that you're probably now getting your daily needs from the blood. As for the rest, it's the nutritional equivalent of eating cardboard." I thought about that for a moment. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yep. So I'd guess that feast before you would probably pack a better punch if you poured some blood on it. There was definitely some logic to that. I got up, went to the kitchen, and pulled out a liter as Ed approached me. I poured it onto my food and then nuked the concoction for a minute. I sat back down and was about to dig in when a bit of self-consciousness hit me. "Is this going to gross you out?" I asked. "Probably, but then again, is it really any weirder than some of the shit Anthony Bourdain eats on his show?" "Good point," I said as I took a bite. "Well?" he asked expectantly. "Best Chinese food I've ever eaten," I confirmed. "That's probably not saying much. Want a bite?" I held out a forkful toward him with a grin. "You know you want to." He rolled his eyes in response. "Pass. By the way, please tell me that's animal blood." "You know, I'm not entirely sure. Kind of forgot to ask on the way out." "That's comforting," he said, oozing sarcasm. I was about to open my mouth to say more when the front door clicked open and my other roommate, Tom, walked in. He was an inch or so taller than me, though slightly thinner build, had dirty blonde hair, close cropped, to disguise the fact that it was already starting to thin on top. His suit was disheveled from a full day of work, and he was carrying both his laptop bag and suitcase. Okay, this was it. I had one non-freaking roommate, just one more and I'd have a complete set. However, he started talking excitedly before either of us could speak. "Hey, guys," he said as he tossed his sports jacket onto a nearby chair. "What a weekend! I scored like a mofo. You won't—" "Scored?" I interrupted. "How is your sister, by the way?" "Sorry, couldn't help myself." He casually flipped me the finger, continuing as if I hadn't spoken. "Mom wanted me to stay an extra day to drive her around because Dad had some shit to do. I hate being her chauffeur, but this time, it was worth it." Ed chimed in. "Dude, we have to talk." "Yeah, in a second. So, she wanted to go to this flea market. Fucking things. Normally you couldn't pay me to root around in someone else's shit. But—" "Tom, it's kind of important," I interrupted. "Not as important as this," he said as he blew off both our entreaties. "I found this stoner selling a bunch of crap and you wouldn't believe what he had." He reached into his suitcase and pulled out a wad of bubble wrap which he immediately started to unravel. "Tom, check it out, bitches," he proclaimed as he held up his prize, a small but easily identifiable toy. "Optimus fucking Prime! Is this cool or what?" he exclaimed. Ed and I both gave each other a glance. We'd seen this before. "That's great. Really, it is, but I have something important to tell you. I'm a vam—" He cut me off again. "Are you two always gonna be retards? Don't you get it? I paid $10 for this. $10! First generation, mint out of the box with all the accessories. Sucker didn't have any idea what it's worth." I could almost see the manic glee in his eyes as he continued unabated. "Christ! In a couple of years I'll be able to send my kids to college on this thing. No, fuck that. I'll be able to send myself to live on some island where drinks and the pussy flow freely." I stood up and walked over to him, knowing that if I didn't stop him now, we'd be listening to this psycho-obsessive crap all night. Tom? Sorry, Bill. You're my bro and all, but Prime here is the new priority. I just gotta let you know, he said, only half kidding. If this place catches fire, I save him first, myself second, and then maybe you guys, if there's time. Okay, enough of this shit, I said as I grabbed the action figure from his hands. We have something that we need to talk about. Ouch! Fuck! I yelled as there was a searing flash, and suddenly, for the second time that day, my hand was in flames. I dropped the toy and started waving my hand around in pain. Tom responded with a panicked, "Don't fucking break it!" and then just as quickly stopped as what happened finally started to sink in. Speaking of sinks, I immediately raced to ours to douse my hand. For also the second time that day, Ed was nearly speechless. "What the hell just happened?" he asked numbly. "You tell me," mumbled Tom, absent-mindedly retrieving his toy and cradling it like a mother would a small child. "God damn! That hurt!" was the best I could offer as a way of explanation. A few minutes later, we were all seated around the table. After making sure I was all right, Tom went and locked his action figure, complete with real kung fu death grip apparently, in his room. I had wrapped a wet dish rag around my hand and taken a seat opposite him. "So, you're saying you've gone insane?" Tom said. "No, I'm saying I'm a vampire," I replied. "Uh-huh. Prove it." "Prove it? Did you not just see?" "Okay. Deep breath," I reminded myself. "Do this calmly." Tom was having one of his clueless asshole moments. "Fine. I'll prove it. How about this?" I asked, as I opened my mouth wide to show him my fangs. He looked nonplussed. $5 will get you a reasonable set of glue-on fangs. They're real. They look fake. They're not. Touch them. I'd prefer to keep my fingers out of your mouth, thanks. "I might have something that'll prove it," Ed chimed in. He stood up and went into his bedroom. The sounds of rummaging could be heard a few moments later. "What else you got?" asked Tom. "Well, how about mirrors? Amaze me with your lack of a reflection." "That one only works in the movies." "How convenient." "What about garlic? Does that drive you away screaming into the night?" "Actually, I'm not sure," I admitted. Tom got up and went to one of the cabinets. He pulled out a jar of garlic hot sauce. "Here, Dracula." Okay," I nervously replied. This was not really how I envisioned testing out my vulnerabilities. I dabbed a little on my finger, hesitated for a second, and then licked it off. I waited a second or two to see if I was going to start convulsing, and then, when nothing happened, said, "Nope, that myth is busted too, I guess." "You're not really helping your case here. Shall I stake you through the heart? Oh, wait, that would kill anyone." "Don't be a complete ass," I shot back at him. "Oh, yeah, the fridge is full of blood. Explain that." He opened the refrigerator and took a quick look. "So, it looked like that last Halloween." "Yeah, but this time it's real." "If you say so." "Found it," Ed called from his room. I heard footsteps approaching. As he was just about to pass me, I heard him say, "Sorry, Bill, this might sting a bit." Before I could question what he meant by that, his arm wrapped around my neck in a headlock, and I felt him press something cold against my forehead. "Behold how the beast burns before the might of our Savior," he yelled in a bad Southern accent. "What the fuck, man?" I said as I shoved him off me. "That's weird. It didn't work," he said as he showed me what was in his hand. It was a small iron cross on a necklace. "A little warning next time?" I growled. "Sorry. Didn't think you'd go for it if you saw it coming." "You're probably right. Where'd you get that thing from anyway?" "Oh, it was a gift from that emo chick I was telling you about." He stopped and appeared to be considering something, then said, "You know, I should find her phone number for you. If she found out you were a real vampire, she'd have your dick in her mouth faster than you can say spit shine." I thought about it for a second. Has potential, but let's table that one for the moment. Ahem. Tom cleared his throat. "Are we done with this idiocy?" "Oh, yeah, sorry. Not yet. I have one more idea," said Ed as he turned toward the dish drain. He quickly turned back, steak knife in hand. Before I could even ask what he was planning to do, he plunged the knife into the table. Unfortunately, my uninjured hand also happened to be on the table, if you catch my drift. The pain was so swift and instantaneous that I couldn't even scream. "Holy shit, Ed!" Tom exclaimed. "Time to switch to decaf, dude." "Wait!" Ed yelled as he pulled the knife free. "Bill, before you completely shit a brick, hold up your hand." I was about to hold it up in the form of a fist to his face when I noticed he was right. I held up my hand and we all watched as the small, but fucking painful, wound almost immediately closed itself. "I thought that might work," Ed said, "especially after I saw how quickly your hand healed earlier. Speaking of which, take off the towel." I pulled off the dish rag as I hissed at him. Thought it might work? However, sure enough, he was right about that too. My twice-burned hand was now once again good as new. "Okay," said Tom in a very slow voice. "I'll admit, that's maybe a little bit off of normal." "It's about time. Another test or two in one of us," I glared at Ed, "probably wouldn't survive." "Very well. I accept that maybe you're a vampire." "Maybe?" "Yeah, maybe. One thing about it still doesn't add up. Since when can vampires touch crosses safely, but old Transformer toys cause them to ignite like rocket fuel? Can you riddle me that, Riddler?" he asked. Unfortunately, on that one, I had absolutely no clue. And now for a kung fu training montage. Wednesday night found us at a small gym over on 4th Avenue. It was a dingy place, but they stayed open late and offered a couple of free trial workouts before charging any membership fees. That was really all we needed to test a few things out. After the initial weirdness of Monday night had been given a chance to settle, I had brought my roommates up to speed on Sally. They really didn't believe that part. The party being turned and my 90-day countdown to a more permanent death. Tom was initially a little wary about me being around. "So how do we know the bottled stuff is going to keep you sane?" he asked. "Every vampire movie I've ever seen says you'll eventually be overcome by your need for human flesh and become a rampaging animal until your thirst is quenched." I patiently explained to him that so far the movies weren't exactly sporting an overly impressive record compared to what wound up being total bullshit. However, he wasn't quite satisfied with that explanation. So I told him the story of how I was unable to kill the fat, sweaty dude. Ed, being the ever-helpful fellow, had to chime in on my side of things, sorta, with, "A vampire who's too much of a pussy to kill someone? I guess I can live with that." "It isn't like that," I sighed, as yet another person just didn't get it. Maybe it's a guy thing, but it annoyed the hell out of me for people to think I was some sort of deranged little girly monster. I'm not a fucking Elmo doll, for Christ's sakes. "So, how is it then?" Ed asked in a humoring tone. "Okay, how do I explain this?" I rhetorically asked out loud. "I've got it. You both like hot dogs, right?" Both of them muttered in the affirmative to this, even though you know what they are. More nods. "Okay, so what if I handed you both a plate of lips and assholes and told you to dive right in because they taste just like hot dogs?" "I might refrain from partaking," Ed murmured after a moment or two. Tom agreed. "Well, that's how it was for me. No matter how good it tasted, I couldn't get it out of my head that I was giving some naked guy a mega hickey." At last, I could see the beginnings of understanding in their eyes. "That which is seen," Ed said, "cannot be unseen," I finished. "So, by that logic," Tom cut in, "wouldn't chowing down on a hot swimsuit model be okay?" I thought about it for a few seconds. Yeah, I guess so. Hot chicks would definitely be on the menu. Ed shook his head. "No, I don't think so. That would be a waste of some perfectly good ass. They're too rare, at least in our apartment, to kill. You don't hunt endangered species. Killing a hot chick would be like clubbing a baby seal. Not cool." Damn, he had me there. Score 1 for logic. "What if Bill was drunk and it was a fat chick?" Tom asked. "Your wisdom is sound, my friend. Nobody loses points for an ugly girl if they're hammered at the time." Ed agreed. I concurred. "That's cool. A few shots of tequila and I could see myself getting all up in that shit." That important issue being settled, we bullshitted some more until Ed suggested, Considering that so far we had more questions than answers, taking some time to chart my new powers would probably be a good idea. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Knowing what I was capable of could potentially help me down the line, like, say, a little less than 3 months down the line. At the very least, it might keep me from doing something stupid like tossing myself out of another third-story window. Hence, where we were now. Tuesday night was spent testing out some stuff we could do without actually leaving the apartment, including trying to figure out my sudden aversion to Optimus Prime. Unfortunately, despite several retries at grasping the toy, much to my protests against doing so, we were no closer to solving any mystery more complex than whether or not Febreze will cover up the scent of burning vampire. Pretty well, actually. It was Tom who had suggested the gym. It would give us some hard numbers to gauge my strength against. Even if it didn't work, it would be better than spending another evening charbroiling my hands. Fortunately, the place was fairly empty. Aside from the counter girl, who couldn't quite suppress a smirk when we came in and told her we were evaluating workout options, there were only a few middle-aged types moving between the treadmills and stationary bikes. That was good. No use calling extra attention to ourselves. We gravitated toward an old universal machine off in the corner. It'd be more discreet than loading plates much heavier than a person of my stature should be able to lift onto some weight bench. I wasn't too worried about being outed as a vampire, but if we started doing weird-ass shit that got noticed, we might find someone calling the cops thinking we were on PCP. I was pretty sure meth heads didn't use their manic drug-induced strength for purposes of working out, but better safe than sorry. The machine maxed out at 350 pounds, and that's what Tom set it to as I sat down at the bench press. Shouldn't we start low and work our way up? I protested. Warm-ups are for pussies, was his reply. Okay, I can do this. Maybe, I thought, as I prepared to lift a lot more than I would have ever considered trying. If something happens, I started, you'll heal fast. We know that already. Ed finished. I was feeling the love, I tell ya. I needn't have worried. I started to push, and as I put on the pressure, I actually felt the bars start to rise with the effort. Holy crap! I mean, I knew I was stronger after the whole being turned into a vampire thing, but it was another thing entirely to know how much I was lifting. God damn, you're doing it, Ed whispered. Yeah, Tom said in awe. How does it feel? Bad ass, I grunted. No, stupid, how does the weight feel? Heavy, but I could handle some more. Ed took a quick look around, saw that nobody was looking, and hopped onto the weight stack. Ed wasn't a big guy, but he pushed the total easily past the 500-pound mark. I gave a loud grunt and almost lost it, but managed to keep it up. Barely. Thanks, I sarcastically wheezed once I had lowered the bar. Don't mention it, Ed cheerfully replied. We moved on to other exercises and spent another hour obtaining similar results. I wasn't going to be casually throwing cars around anytime soon, but the results were definitely impressive. At last, I'd had enough, and we found ourselves alone in the locker room, cleaning up and getting ready to head home. That was fucking wild, said Tom excitedly. You're like a freaking super soldier. We're talking Captain America here. At the very least, Bruce Willis from Unbreakable, countered Ed. I guess that's cool, I sighed. What? Sniffed Tom. You were hoping for the Hulk? It's not that, I said. It's just that I can lift all this weight. I can take all sorts of physical abuse. Hell, I could probably kick ass in a dozen Olympic events. Developing a high opinion of ourselves, are we? Ed quipped. You know what I mean, I said as I stood and started flexing in front of a mirror. It didn't look any more convincing than it had before I became the undead. I can do all this shit I couldn't do before, and I still look like this. I mean, when the hell is it going to happen? When is what going to happen? You know, when am I going to get all sexy? I said in a small voice. Tom and Ed took a second to give each other a glance, and then Tom responded, Bill, I have to ask this with all due sincerity. What the fuck are you talking about? My entire coven, I said, feeling a rant coming on. They look like they stepped out of a fashion shoot, each and every one of them. So I figured eventually it might happen to me, you know, like in The Interview with a Vampire. Brad Pitt got bitten and suddenly his hair got all done up and he was a lot better looking. Well, For starters, Ed said calmly, it was just a stupid fucking movie, idiot. Secondly, he looked like Brad Pitt to begin with. Being bitten didn't turn him into Brad Pitt. Yeah, but at least he got Fabio hair, I pointed out. You'd look stupid with Fabio hair. Fine, no Brad Pitt, I whined. But what about Antonio Banderas? Fully engaged now, Ed took the bait while Tom sat back to see how this would all play out. Antonio Banderas. Why the hell would you want to look like him? He was in that movie too. Also had great hair and seemed to be doing pretty well for himself. Pretty well? He's married to Melanie Griffith. She's definitely seen better days. Well, yeah, now he is, I agreed. But back in the day, he nailed Selma Hayek. That was just in Desperado, dipshit. Fuck that. I guarantee he banged her in real life. Even if he didn't, he had a long sex scene with her and was groping her tits throughout the entire thing. I will concede you that point, said Ed. However, your logic has one major flaw. In Interview with a Vampire, he was busy lusting after Brad Pitt. Dude had gone totally homo for him. Shit, pretty much every vampire in that movie did. It was like a giant vampire man-ass festival. If that's what you're going for, you're going to need to rethink that whole sucking on naked dudes phobia you've got going on. Stop right there because I got you now, motherfucker. I got all in his face. Not every vampire lusting after Brad Pitt was a guy. I'm pretty sure they were. What about Kirsten I-banged Spider-Man Dunst? I pointed out. Dude, she was like 12. Originally, yeah, but near the end she was more like 60. She still looked 12. Gotta agree with Ed on that one, bro, Tom piped in. Shut up, Ed and I simultaneously told him. I wasn't about to lose this one. It doesn't matter what she looked like. Before she got turned to dust, she was more than old enough for Brad Pitt to pork. That's fucked up, he said. So you're saying his character was a pedophile? Read my lips. She was 60. That vamp who bit you must have drained all the blood from your brain. She had the body of a kid. And the emotional maturity of an adult, I countered. Her body still looked like a kid. So? Some midgets look like kids? Are you saying anyone who nails a midget is a pedo? Not the same thing, asshole. They're physically mature adults. Who just so happen to look like kids. According to your logic, that makes it the same thing. You know, Ed said, throwing up his hands in disgust. Sometimes I just can't talk to you. It's like trying to communicate with a retarded bonobo. In other words, I grinned, that's point and match, bitch. Fuck you. And you'd still look stupid with Fabio hair. Back to the meat grinder. Following work Thursday night, we took a field trip, as Tom called it, to a church. There, after seeing I didn't burst aflame upon entering, I was starting to tire of how most of these tests seemed to be against how flammable I might or might not be. We pretended to pray until we were alone. Then Tom and Ed took turns either splashing me from the holy water basin or touching me with various altar relics. In all cases, nothing happened. Except perhaps I wound up both wet and annoyed. We probably shouldn't be surprised, Tom said on the way home. I think that was a Lutheran church. According to my grandmother, they're already a den of Satanists. Assholes. Both of them. Friday night finally arrived. It had been a long week. During the days, Ed and I were slaving away at work, and then the nights felt like they were spent with my roommates coming up with new and inventive ways to torture me. Speaking of work, I had managed to do my job from home all week, which was good, considering the crispy fried alternative of going to the office during the day. Unfortunately, that wasn't going to last forever. At some point, they'd expect me in for a face-to-face meeting or status update. I'd have to work on a contingency plan for that. Fortunately, I had at least a few days before that was going to be an issue. Friday night was supposed to be a night off for all of us. With a weekend coming, the crowds would be out in force, and there would be little chance of us getting anything done without attracting undue attention. So the plan was, well, okay, the plan was pretty damn close to almost every Friday night prior to me becoming one of the undead. Pizza, some beer, lots of bullshitting, and maybe a movie or two. That was just fine with me. Tomorrow was supposed to be my day to check back at Vampire Central. I wasn't looking forward to that. Well, all right, I was looking forward to some of it, but not a lot. As it turned out, the some of it part of the equation came looking for me instead. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on our door. This was a little odd, since we hadn't buzzed anyone up, but then again, the downstairs tenants would occasionally leave the front door open, so it wasn't unheard of either. Ed got up to answer it, leaving myself and Tom arguing over the finer points of whether Stargate Universe was superior to Stargate Atlantis. Ed opened the door, and I heard a familiar voice say, "I'm here to see Bill." "Sally?" I said loud enough for everyone to hear. "This is that vampire chick?" Ed blurted out, inadvertently swinging the door open a little wider. "Good job keeping the family secret, Bill," quipped Sally, and she started to step in. "Hold on there," Ed said, stepping in front of her. "I haven't invited you to cross the threshold." Sally just rolled her eyes, commented, "Out of my way, dork," and stepped around him. Okay, so that's another thing from the movies that's a total load of crap. She was wearing a tight black cocktail dress, 4-inch heels, and, well, she was by far the best-looking thing that our apartment had seen in a long time. As she walked over to me, Tom lowered his voice and whispered, "You left that to come back home to us? You, sir, are seriously gay." Ignoring him, I stood up and faced her. "What are you doing here? I thought we had a deal." "Deals, much like underwear, are changed often." She glanced around for a moment at my roommates. At least for some of us. There was a momentary silence, during which both Tom and Ed gawked at her like a pair of retards. And then she added, "Going to introduce me? Just because I got you killed is no reason to be rude." "Tom, Ed, this is Sally." I grinned evilly at her and added, "Sally's Sunset." That elicited a glare from her and the beginnings of a chuckle from Tom. However, before it could evolve into more than that, Sally said, without taking her eyes off of me, "Before any of you laugh, let me just remind you that I'm capable of twisting your heads off like a beer cap." That pretty much killed my joke dead right there. "Pleasure to meet you, Sally," Ed said, completely deadpan. Tom immediately followed suit. She nodded slightly, then pretty much dismissed them. "As much as I'd love to stay and play with your pets, we have places to be. Grab your backpack and some things. Oh, and put on something decent, too. We do have an image we're trying to maintain." "Not until you tell me what the rush is. For all you know, I have plans for tonight." She gave me a skeptical look at that one. "What? I do occasionally have plans with actual people. Sometimes even women." Another of Sally's eye rolls. Getting me killed I could tolerate, but her constant rolling of eyes at me was going to get this bitch decked. "If you say so, champ," she replied. "Oh, and since you're wondering what the rush is, James called. He's driving down to see how his favorite Free Will is doing." "Free Will?" Ed blurted out. "Later," I assured him, and then back to Sally. "Why is he coming back so soon?" Despite my surprise at hearing such, I was also damn glad for it. Jeff would probably keep his distance with James around. Of course, this was assuming that James wasn't coming back with marching orders for my dissection. Go figure. Personally, I thought he'd either give it a few weeks or forget about you completely, but apparently not. Who knows? Maybe you really touched something deep down inside him and he's driving in to profess his undying love for you." She giggled. Tom and Ed, sensing that this was a joke that was unlikely going to get them killed, joined in. "Perhaps," I mused. No way I was going to let her win this one. "When I see him, I'll ask. Don't worry, I'll be sure to give you full credit for coming up with that theory." As expected, that shut her up. Most of the vampires in this city might be able to kick my ass in a fight, but when it came to verbal sparring, I was Muhammad Ali. Satisfied that I'd had the last word, I turned to gather my things. Hopefully, everyone would still be alive when I got back. I needn't have worried. I returned to find my roommates no worse for their experience, with maybe the exception of having Sally's cleavage burned into their retinas. I went to grab my jacket. Whilst doing so, I quietly slipped a note under Tom's door, listing some quick instructions on what to do if I wasn't back by Sunday night. Then I and the person responsible for my murder set off into the night together. A short while later, I found myself speeding back toward Manhattan on a train with Sally. I could sense the manly male eyeballs in the subway car checking us out. I had no doubt they were all thinking that I was either rich or had a giant dick. Damn, envy feels good when you're on the receiving end. Nice friends you have, she said, apparently looking to kill some time with small talk. Yeah, they have their quirks, but they're good guys. They freak out when you told them? Surprisingly little. Really? She replied, sounding a little surprised. Most people freak, and then we usually have to kill them before they try something stupid. We tend to watch a lot of movies. You'd be surprised how desensitized you get. Ed could probably come home, have an alien burst from his chest, and the rest of us would most be concerned with how to clean the carpet afterward. You guys are certainly an interesting bunch. Way different than the crowd I used to hang with. What happened to them? They freaked. Oh, I said, not wanting to know more. Instead, a memory from the week prior came back to me, giving me an opportunity to change the subject. Can I ask you a personal question? If this has anything to do with third input, you're going right through the side of this train, she warned. Third in? Oh, that. No, it doesn't. Although, we can save that discussion for another time. She glared hard at me, so I quickly continued. What I meant to ask is, well, did you always look like this? Not comprehending, she answered, No, I'm a little dressier on the weekends, and I tend to change my hair color once a year or so. Not what I meant. Forget about clothes or hair. Did you always look like you do now? Well, I used to look like a baby, then a little girl, but eventually I grew these. If you need me to elaborate on her emphasis, then you have even less of a social life than I. And, well, golly, now I'm all grown up, she mocked. No, you're not getting it. Enlighten me. It's just that every vampire I've seen so far looks like they could moonlight as an underwear model. Except for you? Yes, except for me, I snapped. And you're wondering if maybe we all started out average looking, and then got bitten and poof. Suddenly the vampire whammy transformed us into the seductive creatures of the night you see before you, right? Well, yeah, actually. She started giggling again. They say there's no such thing as a stupid question, but damn, they're wrong. Shall I assume the answer is no? I asked, icily. Sorry, but it's all by design. If the coven looks like a scene out of Baywatch, it's because Jeff wants it to. A lot of coven leaders do the same thing. They figure if they're going to stare at the same faces for all of eternity, they might as well be pleasant faces. So, I'm shit out of luck and going to spend eternity sticking out like a sore thumb. Yes, but that might not be a bad thing. This phrase you say, I do not think it means what you think it means. Look at it this way, Bill. No matter what we may look like to you, after a while it all starts to blur together for us. It winds up like you're living in a house full of clones. What you think of as hot winds up being dull and normal for us. You, on the other hand, are different than the average vampire. Below average, you mean? No, I mean different. Different isn't always a bad thing. Different can get you noticed from the crowd. Different can get my ass killed by Jeff in little less than 3 months. I never claimed different was always a good thing either, she pointed out. After another moment, I asked, So, if you had a choice, would you pick to be different like me? She thought about it for a second and then answered, I probably wouldn't go that far. Bitch! History lesson. Rather than go immediately to the loft, Sally took me to a little cafe in a corner of Little Italy. There we found James, thankfully alone, waiting for us. Well, if it isn't the esteemed Dr. Death, he said, standing to greet us. Considering the alternatives, it's nice to see you again, James. He frowned mildly at that. It's Ozymandias here, I'm afraid. If I'm expected to respect Night Razor's silly rules when I'm in town, then you most definitely have to as well. He is your sire, after all. I winced visibly at that. This caused Ozymandias to grin, and then he spread his arms toward the table. Enough of the formalities for the moment. Please sit and order yourselves something. The espresso here is marvelous. Much better than anything up in Massachusetts," he said as he held up his cup. "I dare say if we ever run out of blood to drink, I'd be more than happy to subsist on this alone." As I had sucked down a liter earlier in the evening, I wasn't particularly hungry. I just went with an appetizer of mozzarella sticks so as not to seem rude. We were in Little Italy, after all. "You're causing quite the stir, you know," Ozymandias said, after we had placed our order. "It turns out there have been no confirmed free wills mentioned in the archives since even before my time." "And when exactly is before your time?" I queried. "Never ask a vampire his age, my boy. Besides which, the older we get, the more we tend to lie about it. There are plenty of vampires, most of them far less than a millennium old, who love to go around bragging about how they were present at the crucifixion. If you believed every one of them, the whole thing would have been the size of the Super Bowl." "Okay, then let me rephrase the question. How long has it been since there have been people like me, free wills, I mean?" I had seen Sally smirk out of the corner of my eye, running around. "Over 600 years, at least." Whoa! Here I was, sitting with someone who might have personally known Christopher Columbus. It kind of put things into perspective for me. Ozymandias turned to Sally. "Did you tell him what's been happening?" "No," she replied. "I didn't want his head to swell or anything." "Tell me what?" I asked. At Ozymandias' nod, Sally started explaining. "The rest of the coven. You're all anyone's talked about this whole week. It's driving Jeff bug shit. Sorry, Night Razor. There are some wild rumors flying about. Free wills can walk in the sunlight, free wills can fly, free wills can feed off of other vampires. That kind of stuff. All bullshit as far as I'm aware," I confessed. "No, really?" Sally said with another fucking eye roll. Gah! It was all I could do to keep from stabbing her with my fork. "The point is, you've become a mystery to them. The fact that you disappeared for the past week has just fed the gossip." "Disappeared?" I asked. "Escaped might be a better word," she replied with a twinkle in her eye. "That's a good thing," Ozymandias cut in, before I could further question Sally. "It means that in their minds you've become greater than the sum of your parts. It means that you're going to garner respect from them that's far outside your age or your deeds. More importantly, it means there will be just enough doubt in them to probably keep them off your back." "But I thought I was under your protection." "That only lasts so long," he said almost dismissively. "Besides which, it's not a sure thing. Accidents happen. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't put it past Night Razor to sacrifice a few of his children to take you out. As Coven Head, if he claims they acted on their own, then we'd probably have to believe him. But now," I started, "but now that's less likely to happen." He again cut me off. "If they believe just enough, and Sally here seems to think that they do, then that, coupled with my protection, might be enough to make it difficult for Night Razor to even try to compel them to act against you for the time being. Maybe even after that." "And Night Razor?" Sally chimed in. "He doesn't believe a word of it. No matter what, you'll still have to contend with him." I thought for a second and then said, "Okay, but that doesn't explain why you're both telling me this." "My motivations will have to remain my own, I'm afraid," Ozymandias replied. "However, suffice to say at the moment I'd prefer to keep you alive, even if for just amusement purposes. Even better for you, the Draculas have expressed an interest in seeing you continue to draw breath. In a manner of speaking, of course. Unfortunately, though, they refuse to take a hard stand either way. And as for little Sally here, where do you think most of this gossip started?" she finished, with a saucy little grin on her face. Okay, that one surprised me. Still, I wasn't exactly convinced of anything. I turned toward her and matter-of-factly said, "I thought you were Night Razor's little plaything." She let my barb roll right off of her and calmly answered, "Perhaps, but if, say, a senior, more powerful vampire were to give me a compulsion to play along and keep my mouth shut, well, even Night Razor couldn't undo that." She nodded in Ozymandias' direction. "If you catch my drift." God damn it, that didn't really make me feel any better. If I knew she really had an interest in keeping me alive, that would be one thing. But this compulsion bullshit left me uneasy. If that was all that was behind this, then I wasn't sure I trusted it to be enough. Then again, I really had no idea how powerful, outside of its loudness, a compulsion truly was. However, my hesitation to believe her was apparently obvious as she quickly added, "It also probably doesn't hurt your cause that I can't stand the asshole." "Hold on. Then what was that you were telling me about you and him?" I asked. "What? You've never slept with someone you disliked before? Hatred sex is pretty goddamn intense," she purred. I decided to ignore that last bit. I had enough to chew on at the moment. The whole thing was maddening. I shook my head for a second and then gave a little laugh. The hilarious thing is, not only do I not have any of these bullshit powers that they think I do, but I think I may have even picked up a few extra weaknesses. "Eh?" Ozymandias grunted, sipping from his third cup of espresso. "Unless, that is, the rest of you have a major allergy to Optimus Prime." Ozymandias just gave me a blank look in return. "And what exactly is an Optimus Prime?" "The patron saint of eternal virgins," replied Sally without missing a beat. "Bite me," I told her. "Not even in your sickest dreams, doughboy." "Enough, children," interrupted Ozymandias. I believe I asked a question. I brought him up to speed on the timeless, since the 1980s at least, tale of the Transformers and their associated toy lines. When I finished, Sally's look told me I had gone into far greater detail than probably necessary. Ozymandias's look told me I had done nothing to raise his opinion of me. "Thank you for that fascinating diatribe," drawled Ozymandias. "However, of greater importance to me is the value your friend places on this doll." "Action figure," I corrected. Noticing the momentary silence, I quickly added, "There's a difference." "I'm sure there is, but once again I've asked a question. I know it's difficult, but please try to focus." "Sorry. Well, I think it's safe to say that Tom, my friend, places a great value on it. He told me that if there's ever a fire, this thing gets saved long before I do." "Ah, that explains it then," said Ozymandias. "Don't worry. This isn't some bizarre affliction or anything. The same thing would happen to any of us. Toys from the 80s burn vampires? It's faith, stupid," Sally groaned. "This is a toy, not the Holy Grail. I've never been much of a churchgoer, but I'm fairly sure faith is all about—" Ozymandias, sensing where this was going, interrupted me. "Forget what you know. Faith has nothing to do with Jesus, Muhammad, Odin, or whomever. Faith is a form of magic. Protection magic, to be precise. As a matter of fact, it's probably one of the last forms of real magic that most humans can tap into." Seeing my look of confusion, he continued. "Stories about vampires have been around for millennia. Obviously, by now, you realize that the reason there have been stories about vampires is because we're real. It's not much different with wizards, sorcerers, and the like. Mankind has legends about magic dating back thousands of years, and that's because some forms of magic are real. Most of the real stuff is lost to history. That's why you don't see people shooting lightning at each other on the freeway during rush hour," Sally added in. "Exactly," said Ozymandias. "Personally, I blame the Christians for that. Once they decided to equate magic with the devil, which is completely idiotic, by the way, it was all downhill. All it took was a few short centuries for most of it to be completely forgotten. But forgotten doesn't mean it's entirely gone. Faith is one example of that." "Okay, so how does faith translate into a vampire-burning action figure?" I asked, between bites of my appetizer. "Faith is all about belief," he continued. "All the religions have got that part right. What they have wrong is that faith doesn't have to be related to God or angels. It can be anything. If you believe in something enough, you can actually invest it with a portion of your life force, energizing it with a bit of white energy. This energy, in turn, has an effect on our kind that is not dissimilar to that of the sun. The whole myth about crosses burning vampires is actually just a misunderstanding. People assume they're calling upon the wrath of God when, in actuality, it's their belief in the symbol of the church that's doing it. It doesn't matter the vessel. A person could empower a cross, a Star of David, or a ham sandwich if they believed in it enough. I think I get it. That certainly explains Tom's toy. Ozymandias nodded. Yes. It also explains that your friend has some seriously messed up priorities. I thought about the whole thing for a moment and then asked, so how far could a person take this? Therein lies a potential problem for us, he answered. The stronger the faith, the stronger the effect. Fortunately, most people can do little more than empower trinkets, if even that. However, in the past, there have been individuals. He trailed off for a moment. Problematic individuals, with a belief in themselves so great that they became walking, talking weapons against us. At that, I gave my best Keanu Reeves impersonation. Whoa! Indeed, we as a people have not always lived in the shadows. In the past, several times, as a matter of fact, there have been both open relations and outright warfare between vampires and humans. Some of history's legendary heroes were actually those of great faith who waged war against us. They were known as icons, short for icons of faith, obviously. Icons? Okay, so, like, I egged him on. No way he was telling me a story like this and weaseling out of the details. Achilles would be a good example, he said after a moment's thought. Achilles? Didn't he fight at Troy? Finished Ozymandias. Yes, this much just about everyone knows. What people don't know is that Troy was a vampire city. No way! Really? Oh yes. He went on. Some of our kind had to go to great pains to convince Homer to leave out certain details from his story. Anyway, as the story goes, this was a bit before my time, mind you. There actually was a Helen of Troy who sparked things off. However, she was just a lesser mistress to the head of one of the Greek city-states. The Greeks apparently had been looking for an excuse to wage war on us. Well, nothing silly like kill the demons, of course. Troy was a major trade rival to Athens and Corinth. When an ambassador of Troy made the mistake of turning Helen, the Greeks just used it as an excuse. Forget any claptrap you learned in school. Nobody sieges a city for a decade over just one woman. This was all about gold and silver. And Achilles? A raging egomaniac, but also one of their best warriors. However, since his belief in himself was genuine, he was all but untouchable to our kind. An icon. Over the years, his lethality to our kind has been twisted into a legend of semi-divinity. That's pretty badass, I had to admit. Badass, unless it was your ass he was frying, said Sally. Exactly, Ozymandias agreed. Fortunately for us, persons like him are every bit as rare as you, Dr. Death. Which brings us back to what I was trying to tell you earlier. If you want to have a chance in hell of surviving, you need to play that up. There isn't a vampire within 500 miles who is old enough to have met another free will. There's no reference point. Thus, you're an unknown. Amongst an ageless people who are used to seeing and knowing all. That's a scary thing. It is in your best interest to become the thing that's hiding under the monster's beds. So, how do I do that? The entire coven practically saw me piss myself with fear last week. Practically? Quipped Sally. Bitch. Don't sweat it. Everyone freaks out when they're first turned, especially those who immediately have a stake shoved in their face. The fact that you had enough sense to fight back actually impressed the hell out of a lot of the coven. Not that they'd admit it to Nightraiser. They're also aware that you got away, as opposed to being kept under lock and key. That stirred the gossip pot even more. About the got away part, I started. I may have exaggerated a few of the details to the rest of them, she said with a sly grin. Nightraiser had me tracking you down all week. You have my driver's license. What did you need to track? I asked, amazed at how differently my return to the vampire fold was playing out than I had expected. As I just said, I exaggerated a few things. You're still my problem as far as Jeff's been concerned, so I've been tasked with the job. Thus, who's to say you haven't disappeared into the bowels of the city for the last several days? She replied. Ozymandias stepped in. And now you've had a whole week to adjust and get used to your powers. The vampire who returns to them tonight will certainly not be the same vampire who escaped them out of desperation last week," he said with a wink. "I think I get it," I said, not getting it in the slightest. "Good. After this weekend, your reputation will only spread," he said. "How?" "You'll see. For starters, though, you're going to have an eventful night tomorrow." "I am?" "Yes," he confirmed. "I have arranged a little hunting expedition for you. I have reminded Nightraiser that, as your master, it's his job to make sure you're able to survive. And now that you've been found again, he can do just that. He's done a pretty shitty job so far." "Yes, of which I have also mentioned. Thus, you and he will be going hunting together tomorrow night." "Uh-oh. Jeff kicked my ass fairly easily last time. I wasn't really enjoying the idea of a little alone time for a repeat performance." "Just the two of us?" I asked. "Building castles in the sky," Sally sang. "Yes," said Ozymandias, ignoring Sally's asshole remark. "You've been rogue all week. That's problematic for him. Any carnage you cause could come back to haunt him. At the very least, you need to learn to find and hunt prey in a way that's subtle, or as subtle as we get. As your sire, he needs to show you this. If you're alone together, then anything that happens will be open to speculation amongst the rest of the coven. If we're alone, he can also drag me into an alley for an all-night ass-kicking," I protested. "Doubtful, since he knows I'm in town. However, it's possibly a necessary evil that you'll have to endure." "At least he can't compel you to just stand there and take it," Sally added. "Good point. Now all I had to do was somehow spin my probable running away from him like a pussy into a positive for the rest of the coven, and I'd be all set. God damn, this was going to be a long weekend." Date night. Sally and I left James still sitting there drinking espresso. Damn, I was going to be one wired vamp, and walked back to the village. As we got to within a few blocks of the loft where I was turned, Sally informed me that we were about to enter our territory, and that there would, no doubt, be eyeballs watching us. "Stop slouching. Walk straight with your head up and facing ahead. You need to look like you own the place," she said. "I don't slouch." "You look like you're studying the sidewalk. You might as well have a sign that reads professional victim hanging around your neck. Walk like I do." "Like my ass is available to the lowest bidder?" "I'm surprised you haven't made me an offer yet. You look like someone who needs to pay for it." "Thanks. Maybe I should just pledge my undying loyalty to Jeff." I suddenly adopted a sniveling tone. "Oh, and by the way, Master, Sally's trying to fuck you over behind your back." "Touché. But it still doesn't change the fact that you need to exude a little bit of this thing we call confidence when you walk." She was a bitch, but she was a bitch with a good point. I stood straighter and tried to put a bit of swagger in my step. "Tone it down, Superfly," she said out of the corner of her mouth. "What? You said to walk with confidence." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have to shuffle like some 70s pimp." I tried what she suggested, and she finally agreed that it was acceptable. "Oh, there's one other little detail," she said, "just to give things an air of authenticity." I was about to ask her what when she suddenly flung herself into a pile of trash on the sidewalk. Before I could even make a move, she was back on her feet and launching herself face first into the side of the nearest building. "What the fuck?" I practically screamed. When she was finished, she turned back to me. She was covered in grime, small cuts, and had several bruises appearing on her face. "Ta-da!" she said with a smile. "Now it looks like I successfully tracked down the ferocious free will." Holy shit, this chick was psycho. What the hell had she and Ozymandias dragged me into? We went straight to the loft and Sally let us in. I was trying my best to look stone cold pissed off, but I felt it was only a matter of time before I shit my pants. If I was going to do this, I'd have to dive in feet first. Otherwise, I might find myself remembering that this was a nest of hardcore killers and start looking for another window to throw myself out of. There were about a dozen vampires scattered about the room, far less than the week before. No party tonight, I guess. There were 3 vampires, a male and 2 females, seated on the couch. I recognized the male as one of the goons who had dragged me back up to the loft last week, following my impromptu skydiving lesson. On the floor in front of them was a dead, presumably exsanguinated body. The vamps on the couch were all bloody, so I assumed we had entered just as they were finishing up a meal. This was the perfect opportunity. The best way to show dominance to a predator was over a fresh kill. I just hoped it wasn't the perfect opportunity for me to blow it and get my ass put through a wall. I shoved past Sally, who fell back with much more of a grunt than the push had warranted, and approached the couch. All 3 vamps glanced toward me, and I couldn't help but notice a little air of uncertainty about them. However, when the male spoke up, his voice had nothing but douchebag bravado behind it. "What the hell are you staring at, cockface?" he snarled. Okay, it was now or never. Guess it was time to see if that semester I put in with NJIT's Drama Society had paid off. "My name's Dr. Death," I said calmly. "My apologies, Dr. Death," he spat, eliciting a few giggles from the lady vamps. "I don't believe we've been introduced," I continued with an even, almost friendly tone. "Name's Dusk Reaper," he replied. Jeez, every name here was stupider sounding than the last. "Nice to meet you. Now listen up, Dick Reaper. You're sitting in my fucking seat," I said, willing my voice to be calm and making sure not to break eye contact. Hey, it works for dogs, might as well try it here. "What the fuck did you call me, asshole?" he said, his voice rising and drawing attention from the other vampires in the room. In my mind, I envisioned my elven battle mage. He wouldn't take shit from anyone. He once stared down an entire tavern full of angry bugbears. No way he would back down from this asshole. I let years of role-playing experience take over and envisioned that this was just another random encounter. Time to throw down my 20-sider. "You heard what I called you," I sneered. "More importantly, you heard what I told you. You're in my seat. Get the fuck up. Now," I said in a flat tone that would have made a Zen master proud. "Or what?" he replied. His voice still held its original menace, but I could see a glimmer of doubt in his eye. I hoped. He wasn't expecting this. I ignored his question and instead casually swept my gaze toward the body on the rug. "This your handiwork?" "Damn straight. Drained him like a stuck pig." "Nasty what happens when a human gets drained by a vampire," I said conversationally. This was it. Sink or swim. "Please work," was going through my mind as I calmly added, "Ever see what happens when someone like me drains a vampire?" That stopped his attitude dead in its tracks. I could see it in his eyes. God damn it, Sally and James were right. "No," he stammered. "Well, you're going to," I said as I suddenly put an edge to my voice. "If you don't fucking move. Now." There was a tense pause as we locked eyes. And then he blinked first. Looking like a petulant child who'd been sent to bed early, he got up without a word and stalked off. I, in turn, sat down, leaned back, and put my feet upon the corpse. Gross. Like I owned the place. The 2 ladies got up to follow him. As they did, I said in my best arrogant tone, "When you decide you've had enough of Dick Raper there, come on back and I'll show you how to make a Dr. Death sandwich." One gave me a look of outright disgust as she stormed off in a huff, but the other gave me a much less hostile glance that said that maybe, just maybe, there might be a chance in hell of that happening. Damn! I'd been acting like an alpha dog for less than 5 minutes, and already I was seeing more results than I ever did before. Note to self, remember this shit. Of course, Sally had to go and ruin it by sitting down next to me. She carried herself meekly, but it was just an act. "Smooth," she whispered, low enough so the others wouldn't overhear. "You'd wind up alone at a sex addicts convention." "Bitch." Sally aside, though, the exchange between Dusk Reaper and myself appeared to be having its desired effect. There were a lot of whispered conversations going on in the room, and a quick scan showed that few vamps in the crowd were willing to make direct eye contact with me. So far, so good. Unfortunately, almost as if on cue, I heard a familiar voice angrily yell out, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I turned my head to see Night Razor come stomping out of one of the bedrooms. looking as much the douchebag as ever. In tow followed the cute redhead I had seen the previous week, looking very disheveled, I might add. Whenever I might think of Jeff, it was obvious that he was getting tail from whomever in the coven he felt like getting it from. I really needed to put in an application for his job. Oddly enough, his wrath wasn't directed toward me. At least, not yet. He was busy chewing Dusk Reaper a new asshole. You can probably guess the reason. "You're 84 goddamn years old and you're gonna puss out to this?" Night Razor screamed in the other vampire's face as he gestured toward me. As he continued his tirade, I felt Sally's boot strike me quickly on the side of my shin, which kinda hurt. She didn't need to remind me. Whatever happened in the next few minutes would either make or break me, literally. "Sorry, Razor Man, it's just that he's, you know," Dusk Reaper stuttered. "Don't start with that free will bullshit," Razor yelled. "I thought you were smarter than that." Really? I personally wouldn't have given Doofus Reaper credit for being smart enough to tie his own shoes. "Now stop being a fucking pansy and go show him who's boss." No doubt about it, I could feel the force of the compulsion from where I was sitting. Dusk Reaper's eyes momentarily glazed over, and then a look of pure anger spread across his face. He started slowly advancing upon me as Night Razor looked on approvingly. Time to test whether Ozymandias knew what he was talking about. Trying, and almost failing my damnedest to remain calm, I locked eyes with Dusk Reaper as he advanced. With each step he took, I pulled back my lips a little to bear more of my fangs and also tensed my body, as if preparing to launch myself at him. A bluff, but then again, that bugbear encounter had been one too. I was only 4th level at the time, after all. All the while, I never let my eyes waver from him. At the 3rd step, his body started to quiver and his movements became a little jerky. At the 4th step, I noticed the look on his face starting to waver as well. By the time his foot came down for the 5th step, I was quickly running out of room. He stopped and broke his gaze from mine. He shook his head a little as if clearing his thoughts and then turned to Night Razor. "It's all good, man. I was just heading out anyway." "Really?" he said, that last part coming out perhaps a bit whinier than he had meant to. Night Razor and I both glared at him. Mine was still a bluff, but I was pretty sure Razor was getting ready to eviscerate the other vamp. To his credit, Dusk Reaper sensed this and beat a hasty retreat to the door. He tried to save some face by turning to me as he opened the door. "Next time, motherfucker!" He tried to growl, but there was really no conviction to his voice. He finally shut the door behind him, and I took my first breath in what felt like an hour. Night Razor slowly turned to me, his hands curled into fists. I was definitely not out of the woods yet. A beatdown at his hands now would probably knock down the giant wall of self-serving bullshit I had just built. That, and it would also hurt. Probably a lot. Quickly healing or not, I found myself not loving pain any more now than I did while still alive. Fortunately, I had a life preserver to cling to. "Ozymandias says hi," I said before he could do anything to me that I might regret. That appeared to give him cause to reconsider. He apparently knew James was in town and was likely to visit. Jeff wasn't even remotely afraid of me, that I could tell. However, I was pretty certain whatever desire he had in him to beat the snot out of me was outweighed by his lack of desire to deal with James afterward. I had seen James in action and Jeff's reaction to it. In a fight, James would eat Night Razor for lunch and then probably still have enough left in him to use me as a toothpick. We both knew the cause for his hesitation, but I still had an illusion to maintain for the others. As he just stood there, I bent down and dipped my finger into the wound in the corpse's neck, all the while still resting my feet on it. I brought my hand back up and contemptuously licked the blood off of it. In practice, it was a pretty gross thing to do, but I bet it looked pretty damn cool. Yeah, it would have looked a bit cooler if maybe I looked more like Vin Diesel, but you work with what you have. Sally, to her credit, jumped right in and played along. "Okay, that's it. I've had enough," she said with just a slight quiver to her voice. She leapt to her feet and went to stand with Night Razor. "I did what you asked me to do. I found him and convinced him to come back, but I can't take it anymore." Ooh, were those crocodile tears rolling down her face? Nice touch. This fucker is just creeping the shit out of me. Please, Master, I'm sorry I brought him here. I didn't know. She put her arms around Razor and buried her face in his shoulder. Please forgive me, she whimpered softly. I'll be more careful next time, I swear. Just give him to someone else. Let Firebird keep an eye on him, and I'll stay here with you. Judging by how pale the redhead's face went, I assumed she must be Firebird. I actually almost found myself hoping Jeff might take Sally up on her suggestion. A little ginger action might be just what the doctor ordered. Sadly, no redhead sloppy seconds for me, though, as Jeff shoved Sally away from him. Tough shit. You've made your bed, now you can lie in it. This piece of shit is your problem. Sally dropped to her knees and started quietly sobbing. Whine about it again, and I'll compel you to just let him do whatever the hell he wants with you. Oh, yeah. Please whine again, please whine again. Jeff nodded toward the redhead, and she quickly went to his side. I'm getting some fresh air. This place stinks. As he walked toward the door, he looked me in the eye and said, I'll see you tomorrow night. Meet. And then he was gone. Within a few minutes, every other vampire in the apartment suddenly found an excuse to go elsewhere. As the last one closed the door behind him, Sally popped up from the floor and gave me a big grin. That went fucking fabulously. Glad you thought so. I mimed wiping sweat off my brow. Me? I'm not entirely sure I didn't crap my pants. You did great. Enough of the coven saw what went down between you and Dusk Reaper. By the end of the night, everyone will be talking about how they practically had to drag you from him before you could rip his head off. I'm surprised Jeff didn't rip mine off. You played that perfectly. He's not about to cross James. And now he'll have his hands full with damage control, as they're probably also going to be gossiping about how he backed down in front of you. Great. Now all I have to do is keep him from killing my ass tomorrow night, I said, still a little shaky. Yeah, that one might be dicey, she agreed. You definitely didn't win any points in his book tonight. You might want to consider not following him down any dark alleys or subway tunnels. Thanks. I kind of figured that. Oh, relax. You scored big tonight. That's the important thing. Sit back, put your feet up, and snack on the leftovers. She pointed to the corpse. You might as well. You're probably not going to get much of a chance to relax tomorrow, she said as she walked into the kitchen. Looking to change the subject to something other than my potential future pummeling, I gestured down at the dead body. Speaking of leftovers, how the hell do you guys clean up messes like this? We pay the cleaning crew very well, and they don't ask questions, she called from the kitchen. As for the carpet, a quick steam clean and you'll never notice the blood. Scotchgard is a fucking miracle, I tell you. She emerged from the kitchen with a steak knife in hand. Pity I can't say the same for this dress. With that, she sliced open the side of her neck. Blood immediately started pouring down her shoulders. Jesus Christ! I yelled, jumping to my feet. She smiled at me as the blood began to soak the top of her dress. All for the cause. Just in case anyone else comes back, they'll learn how I just barely managed to fight you off when you tried feeding upon me. Oh, yeah, right, I guess, I stammered. A few minutes ago, Sally had done a good job pretending to be afraid of me. However, I was thinking maybe I should be the one who's afraid of her. Sally's little display proved to be useful, if completely psychotically insane. The loft was apparently a popular hangout spot for the coven. As such, every couple of hours or so, a group of vampires could be heard walking up the stairs. They would come waltzing in the door, and there would be Sally lying on the floor holding her neck, which she had to cut several times due to her enhanced healing, and tearfully crying for help. Each and every time, the vampires showed what a stand-up bunch of assholes they were. They'd look in horror from her to me. I was mostly just sitting on the couch flipping through TV channels. I love pay-per-view, especially when I'm not the one paying. I'd give them a glare or two, and then they'd just book the hell out of the door faster than they came in. Work like a charm. I wouldn't have expected vampires to be such pussies, but I wasn't complaining about it either. Finally, with the morning sky just starting to lighten, she declared we were probably safe from intrusion for a while, and went off to take a shower. I, being the gentleman that I am, left her to her business. The bitch locked the door and went to warm up a liter of blood in the microwave. When she came out, dressed, sadly, she immediately headed for one of the bedrooms. She suggested I do the same as I had a long night ahead of me. That sounded like a good idea. The excitement of the previous night had finally faded and I was feeling pretty wiped. I thus went into the other bedroom, after first making sure Sally was securely locked in hers. She was. Damn it. I entered the room that Jeff and the redhead had come out of hours earlier, and then immediately backed the fuck out. I don't know what the hell they were doing in there, and I don't want to know. Suffice it to say, holy crap, that was a lot of blood. After dragging the corpse into the kitchen, damn thing was starting to creep me out. I spent the next several hours asleep on the couch. Waking up to a face as pretty as Sally's is a dream most men have. Waking up to that face yelling, "Get up, dipshit!" Not so much. I can only imagine how many speechwriters bemoan the loss of such an eloquent orator when she decided to become a stripper. "Come on, wake up!" she again yelled. Okay, I'm up," I finally muttered. "You sleep like the freaking dead." "Well, duh. What's the emergency?" I asked. "Most of the coven is usually awake by now. Gives us all time to get dressed, do our hair, put on makeup, you know. So we're all ready in time for sundown." "Sorry, left my eyeliner back in Brooklyn," I grumbled. "Just as long as you didn't leave your deodorant." "Bitch! My point is that some of the others, particularly Jeff, could be popping in soon. I want to have one more surprise for them. Follow me." I got up and followed her to the bathroom door. "Punch it," she ordered. "Why?" "Because it was looking at me funny," she sarcastically quipped with another eye roll. "Just do it." "Okay, whatever." I pulled my arm back and did as I was told. My hand collided with a door with a meaty thud. "What the fuck was that?" she snapped. "I said to punch it, not give it a little ass slap. Like this." She turned to the door and let loose with a right jab that left a fist-sized dent in it. I looked more closely at the damage she had done and asked, "Is this metal?" "Yeah, it's a security door." "Why do you have a security door on the bathroom?" Another fucking eye roll. I swear there was going to be a head-shaped dent in that door in about 30 seconds. "Isn't it obvious?" she asked. "Sometimes the larder in the basement is full. We use this in case we need to lock up any refreshments." "Great. A bathroom/meat locker combo. Just what every apartment in Soho needs. Now smash the shit out of it," she continued. "They'll be able to tell if I did it. Your hands are bigger. Let me guess. You locked yourself in the bathroom last night to escape my evil wrath. See? You are learning." She suddenly started patting my head. "Look who's a good boy." I decided to focus my annoyance on the door. I tensed up and then started to rain blow after blow on it. By the time I was done, it looked like I had made a fairly frenzied effort to break in. When I stepped back to admire my handiwork, damn, I kill me. I realized Sally had dragged the corpse back out of the kitchen and dropped it next to me. "This next part's gonna get a little messy," she said, grinning at me. Suffice it to say, she was right. A few minutes of swinging the dead body violently against the door left the place looking like something out of a horror movie. Sally tore up her dress from the night before and tossed it into the pile of gore to complete the effect. Anyone walking in out of context would think that a freaking grizzly bear had attempted to tear its way into the bathroom. I'm pretty sure that was the plan. About 15 minutes after we finished, we heard sounds on the stairs. Sally quickly turned to me and said, "Sorry about this," and then slashed her nails down the side of my face. Fuck! It felt like she had steak knives on the ends of her fingers. What is it with people maiming the shit out of me lately? Before I could protest, she ducked inside the bathroom and locked the blood-splattered, half-broken door. Without thinking, I ran over and started pounding on the door. "You fucking bitch! I'm gonna rearrange your fucking face!" I screamed, which is apparently what she wanted, as right then and there the front door opened and in stepped Night Razor, followed by Firebird, Starlight, Dreadstalker. It's like the retarded Justice League, and 2 other male vampires whose stupid comic book names I didn't know. I stopped my attack on the door and stared at them. They, in turn, were frozen in place, trying to take everything in. It must have been quite the scene to make a pack of apex predators just stand there looking aghast. It was Sally who ended the moment. Before anyone could say anything, the bathroom door flew open, catching me in the face in the process and nearly dumping me on my ass. Sally came running out, covered in gore and wearing nothing but a bloody towel. She threw herself at Night Razor's feet and started whimpering, "Thank God! Thank God!" I'll give credit where credit is due. She was pretty damn convincing, even to me. Night Razor narrowed his eyes at me. Whether or not he bought the little scene in front of us, he was at least smart enough to know that it would make him look bad to act like it. He simply nodded towards Starlight and Firebird and said, "Get her cleaned up." When neither of them moved, he added a little compulsion to his voice. "Do it!" That was good. If he needed to use mind tricks to get them to move, it said that they were pretty well freaked. They gathered Sally up and slowly helped her toward the bedroom. As they passed by me, the redhead Firebird spat, "You inhuman animal!" and just as quickly averted her eyes. Sensing an opportunity, I sneered and said, "Keep talking, baby. I like my food a little spicy." She gasped and moved to drag Sally, who couldn't quite stop herself from giving me another eye roll. "Must resist urge to really kill the bitch," a little more quickly toward the bedroom. Despite outnumbering me 4-1, only Night Razor dared to step forward. He stepped up and we stared at each other eye to eye. Yeah, he could cream me into a pulp if he wanted to, but I couldn't let him know that in front of the others. "When are we going out?" I asked with an even voice, because I'm still hungry. "You owe me a fucking door," was the first thing Jeff said to me as we set out alone into the Manhattan nightlife. "Bill me," I shot back. "I'll do better than that. Just one more thing I'll be taking out of your ass just as soon as Ozymandias is off my case." "If you think you can," I said, feeling the last of my tough guy persona starting to drain away. "You can cut the shit now." He suddenly rounded on me. "I don't know how you managed to get Sally running scared, but we both know you're full of it." "If you say so," I said, getting the distinct feeling my voice was going to start cracking any minute now. Amongst the crowd, I was safe. Out here, alone with the guy who both killed me and shortly thereafter beat the snot out of me, I wasn't feeling so good. This was about the time my battle mage would throw down a smoke illusion and run for the hills. "Just a week ago," he snarled, "you were this scared little rabbit who wouldn't even make a kill. Yes, Starlight told me about that. And now, just a few days later, bam, suddenly you're the big bad fucking wolf? Sounds a little too convenient to me." I said nothing. I didn't trust my voice to come out without sounding like a whine. Besides which, silence can be a good thing. Let him form his own conclusions. Maybe, despite all his bluster, he too had a shred of doubt about me. "And that's why I brought this." He reached into his back pocket and pulled out one of those mini HD camcorders I'd seen in Best Buy. "You better shed a lot of blood tonight, because the second you come across as anything other than a complete beast, your little house of cards is going to come tumbling down. You might as well call yourself Dr. Dead." Okay, so maybe there wasn't much doubt there after all. Shit! Who would have thought vampires would go all high-tech? That's a bit of a mind scramble. This was going to require a bit of luck to pull off. I seriously did not fit in with this crowd. I'm actually surprised the bouncer let me in at all. From the looks of the people grinding on the dance floor, I was some combination of too uncool, too poor, and too uncoordinated to be there. Judging from some of the tittering conversations my overly acute vamp ears picked up, I may have been a tad too intelligent as well. Ye gods, what a vacuous crowd. The club's name was Vicarious, a fitting moniker considering the looks of things. It was situated pretty far uptown, almost on the fringe of areas of the city where one might traditionally avoid walking alone after dark. Of course, a good chunk of that was overplayed by people from out of town. The city was a lot safer these days than it had been just a few short years ago. Even so, safe or not, I still personally wouldn't hang out near some areas of the Bronx at night minus a small army of friends. I was not overly surprised at Jeff's choice of hunting ground. It was far enough away from the coven's base of operations so that it wouldn't be too obvious where any attacks originated from. Although Sally had mentioned to me that the elders in any given area made it a point to keep the wheels of justice well greased, so as to make sure a good deal of vampire-related activity was either misdirected or went unsolved. The club was also an ideal place in that the crowd was mostly young, stupid, and hopped up on any number of drugs. On the way there, Nightraiser explained to me, as if speaking to a slow-witted, socially inept child, I resented the first part of that at least, that it wouldn't be too hard to spot someone in a place like this who could easily be seduced to leave the club for darker areas. For most who fell into this category, it would probably be a few days before anyone thought to miss them. I, in turn, pointed out that maybe someone who looked like him could pull that off, but I was a bit rusty in the seduction department. "You were just all sorts of fucking pathetic, you know that?" he scoffed. "I know your type. Weak, scared of their own shadow, probably still living at home with your parents." "I have my own place, thank you for asking." "Oh, okay, sorry, please excuse me," he mocked. "Let me guess. You live right upstairs from Mommy. Lets her still pack your lunchbox and wash your underwear. Am I right?" I tried to ignore his taunts, be the better man, but he apparently took my silence for affirmation as he said, "Yeah, I thought so. As I said, pathetic. It's almost not going to be worth the time it's going to take to rip your fucking spine out." Okay, well, at least that was one step closer to him not wanting to kill me. But I'm going to. Or maybe not. I tried not to show that his last statement had brought me a fair way along toward a complete panic attack and instead gave him attitude right back. This is all really fascinating. It's good to know I don't need to pay for a therapist as long as I have you around. But it's kind of ignoring my original point, I said, trying to steer him away from thoughts of brutally murdering me. He gave a contemptuous sigh and said, "I can't believe you even need to ask this shit. You're a vampire now, a superior fucking being." He looked at me from the corner of his eye. "In theory, anyway." Fucking douchebag. "Still, there are plenty of ways you can seal the deal." "Very well. Enlighten me, O Master of the Night," I snipped. "For starters, there's compulsion. It doesn't work as well as it does between us. Or most of us. Usually, though, a vampire can plant a suggestion in the mind of a weak-willed human, if they concentrate enough and are of sufficient skill and power. But since you have neither, fuck you, I guess that's out of the question. Relying on charm and charisma is probably also out for you. It's great to hear about all the ways I'm not going to score, really, it is, but how about something that might help me?" "You could show them your fangs," he answered. "Some girls still go nuts for that Twilight bullshit." "There is, however, one method that never fails, even for someone like you." He reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled out a small vial, which he then tossed to me. I held it up and examined the contents. A fine white powder. "You want me to coke them up?" I asked incredulously. "They don't call it whorebait for nothing." The second we entered the club, Jeff ditched me. So much for this being a father-son outing. Of course, before doing so, he warned that the next time he saw me, I better be covered in blood. Wonderful! But when in a meat market, it's best to get shopping. Okay, so that turned out to be easier said than done. My first few attempts to strike up a conversation were met with me being completely ignored. My third was a bit better. I got laughed at when I tried to show off my fangs, but better reaction than indifference, I suppose. Guess I don't look effeminate enough for that one to work. It was then that I spotted a girl sitting alone at the bar. She was a cute, petite thing in a white dress that left little to the imagination, including that she was either chilly or sitting under an AC vent. More importantly, judging from the empty shot glasses in front of her, she looked pretty well on her way to Margaritaville. I approached her and tried to think of the best way to strike up a conversation. In the end, however, I couldn't come up with anything appropriately smooth-sounding. So I opted to just dangle the vial of drugs in front of her face and say, "Hey, I got coke." Okay, so maybe there's some small part of me that can understand all of Sally's eye rolls. Credit where credit is due. Jeff was right. Her eyes immediately lit up at the sight. She gave me a naughty little grin and licked her lips. "You thinking maybe a blow for a little blow?" she purred. Damn! And to think I've wasted the last decade or so trying to actually talk to women. I was about to respond with something appropriately cool like, "Okay," when I saw her eyes go wide at the sight of something behind me. "What the fuck do you think you're doing?" I heard an angry voice growl. "You macking on my woman, asshole?" I spun around and came face to face with the owner of the voice. He was an ugly son of a bitch with a shaved head and several tattoos running up and down his tightly muscled arms. 24 years of instinct came into play, and I immediately tried backing down. "Sorry, man, just a mistake," I said as I tried to slip the drugs back into my pocket. However, the girl, proving that all women are sisters, and that they all share a gene that lets them become instant bitches, decided to help the situation along. "This fucker was trying to slip me something, Mike," she said in an accusing voice. "Oh, shit." "Oh, yeah?" growled Mike, balling his hands into fists. "Trying to slip my girl some X? Probably only way a faggot like you is gonna get laid." I was about to try the old "I don't want no trouble, pal" routine to weasel my way out of this when I suddenly remembered. I'm a goddamn supernatural creature of the night. Why should I be taking shit from anyone? I could take this whole place apart with my bare hands if I wanted to. I decided to play it tough. "Back off, fuckface," I sneered. "Oh yeah, this felt good. Your bitch is a lying little slut. Before you came back, she was practically begging for my dick," I said as I got in his face. I could get used to this alpha dog thing. We both made a move at the same time. I was faster. I was stronger. Unfortunately, he was better. Several years back, I saw this movie called Legend of the Seven Golden Vampires. It was a low-budget flick that pitted kung fu masters against vampires. Here were these karate guys kicking the ever-unliving shit out of a pack of vampires who had ravaged the land. At the time, I had laughed. Maybe I shouldn't have. Before I knew it, I was immobilized in an arm lock and my face was being repeatedly smashed into the top of the bar. I was just starting to see a head-shaped dent appear in it when I felt multiple sets of arms grab hold of me. Security had arrived to save me. Of course, by save me, I meant drag my ass to the exit and toss me out into the street. Well, that could have gone better. Figures that the one time I try to pick a fight, it turns out to be someone who could do a reasonable impersonation of Chuck the Iceman Liddell. I could feel whatever damage had been done to my face already starting to heal, so I picked myself up and hurried away. No way was I about to sit there and wait for Jeff's laughing face and camcorder to catch up with me. As it was, I very much doubted he missed my unceremonious exit from the club. Hopefully he hadn't also captured it on tape. If so, I could count on a lot of bad times in my foreseeable future. I wandered for several blocks, not really paying much attention. I didn't realize at the time that I'd been walking in the opposite direction I probably should have been. Getting one's face smashed into hardwood tends to do that. I was finally pulled out of my funk by a husky female voice calling out to me. "Hey, baby, want a party?" I turned my head toward the sound and found myself staring at a woman, obviously a prostitute, standing at the mouth of the alley. She looked pretty bad. She was overweight and wearing a far too small tube dress. Her face lacked several teeth and looked like it had seen its fair share of fists. When people think of hookers, they often want to imagine beautiful and classy ladies of the night, maybe women who look like Rebecca De Mornay from Risky Business. Sorry, but I'm not one of the dozen or so guys who sat through Pretty Woman. The truth is, the vast majority probably look a little closer to what was standing in front of me than some glamorous co-ed working her way through college. "Huh?" I wittily replied. "Want a party? $10 for an appetizer, $20 for the full menu," she said in the bored tone of someone who had seen far too much of the world and found it to be an ugly place. I remembered the purpose for the outing. This was a hunting trip, and despite not having any great desire to go on a killing spree, I couldn't return empty-handed. Unfortunately for her, I needed to make a kill, and she happened to be someone who probably wouldn't be missed. Besides which, she'd be better than noshing on a fat naked dude, if only marginally. I dug out my wallet and pulled out a 20. "I'm kinda hungry tonight," I said as I waved it in front of her. "Figures, the best line I've had all night and it's wasted on a crack hoe." She turned to walk down the alley, beckoning me to follow. I did, mentally steeling myself to act as soon as we were deep enough inside to avoid unwanted attention. I planned to make it as quick as I could. No point in causing needless suffering, for either of us. I'd move to take her from behind and then quickly snap her neck before biting into it. It would be fast and minimize any screaming, hopefully. Luck just wasn't on my side, however. She reached a corner and then stopped. "Afraid I'm gonna have to charge you a little more, sweet thing," she said. "Like what?" I indifferently asked, preparing to close in on her. "Like everything you got, motherfucker," said a voice from behind me. I immediately felt the barrel of what I assumed to be a gun pushed against the back of my head. I was rapidly learning that enhanced senses don't mean shit if you aren't paying attention. And I hadn't been. I'd been so wrapped up in my little killing fantasy that I had completely missed someone hiding in the shadows, waiting in ambush. I really have to learn to be a little less introspective in the future. As the gun barrel prodded me forward, 3 more guys stepped from the corner in front of me. This wasn't exactly good news. However, I was also betting that none of these guys were ninjas like that creep back in the club. The advantage might still be mine, if I could avoid a clip of bullets to the brain. Vampire healing aside, that didn't sound like much fun. I was going to have to make this fast. So I did. The next time I felt the gun owner give me a push forward, I put everything I had into it. I spun on my heels and brought my right hand up in a fist. Before my would-be assailant's neurons could fire off a message to his fingers to shoot, my fist backhanded into his wrist. I heard the snap of a bone. Not mine, which was cool, and the gun went flying off into the shadows. The former gun holder screamed and doubled over, holding his shattered arm. I almost couldn't believe that worked. I stood there in front of him and gloated, "You picked the wrong guy to fuck with tonight. When I'm through with you, crunch!" Oh, yeah, forgot about the other guys trying to mug me. Note to self, make sure all the bad guys are down before spouting off one-liners. In the meantime, holy shit, that hurt! What connected with the back of my head had the consistency of a crowbar, which meant it probably was a crowbar. Stars exploded in front of my eyes, and I found myself on the ground looking up at my 3, make that 4. My lovely crackho friend was joining in. Remaining assailants started to stomp on me. However, before I could see whether or not I could recover enough to get up and fight back, my ego said yes. My logic center said doubtful. I heard a wet, tearing noise. Suddenly, a human-shaped projectile flew into 2 of my attackers, knocking them aside. Before any of us could make sense of what had just happened, a bloody fist erupted from the chest of the last guy standing above me. A gurgle erupted from his throat, and he immediately collapsed on top of me. It only took a second to push his still twitching body off of me, but it was pretty much all over by then. I looked up to see the prostitute. Correction, pieces of the prostitute being flung over me. I sat up and caught a faceful of her severed leg. I had enough of being pummeled with body parts. I rolled to the side and managed to push myself to my feet, ready to take down whatever gangbanger was closest to me. Turns out, it was hard to tell. There were plenty of body parts close by, but I wasn't entirely sure they were from the same person. A faint whimper caught my attention. I looked to see the last of my attackers have his head almost twisted completely around with a sickly snapping sound that made my wrist break from earlier seem much lamer in comparison. The mugger dropped, boneless, to the alley floor, very much dead. That was... well, there are no 2 ways about it. That was pretty pathetic, said Ozymandias, stepping from the shadows. I took down one of them, I lamely replied. Alas, 200 is not exactly an outstanding batting average. What are you doing here? I asked, trying to change the subject away from my less than impressive fighting prowess. Aside from saving you from an embarrassing beating, he replied. Seriously, you should have been able to take out attackers of this caliber without breaking a sweat. That aside, as I told you earlier, your reputation would be spreading after this weekend was through. I've heard that you've done a pretty good job of talking your way through things so far. However, talk only gets you so far amongst our kind. He looked around at the carnage. Congratulations on your first massacre. It shall not be your last. He suddenly nodded his head to the side as if listening for something. Now if you'll excuse me, try not to do anything silly like fall down and hurt yourself. And with that, he turned and disappeared down the far side of the alley, almost too quickly for my eyes to follow. Damn, maybe he had a point about those espressos. I was standing there looking in the direction he had run and contemplating my next move when I heard movement from the entrance of the alley. A few moments later, Night Razor came into view and immediately skidded to a stop. "What the fuck?" he gasped, taking in the bloody scene before him. Ozymandias had played things perfectly. Now there was a vampire who knew what he was doing. However, it would all be for naught if I didn't do my part. I composed myself internally as best I could and started slowly walking toward Night Razor, licking the blood off my fingers as I did so. "Sorry," I said as casually as I could. "I didn't leave you any leftovers." His eyes were wide with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. "How the hell? Last I saw, you were getting your ass dragged out of that club by security." "That's it? Thank God." He apparently didn't see the event leading up to that. It was time for a little embellishment. "Some fucker got in my face and they jumped me when I started slapping him around," I lied. "But how did you—" "The club was fun and all, but I really need prey a little more challenging than some teenage ravers. I figured you'd understand," I smugly said. "So, what's next? I'm all warmed up now." He just stood there glaring at me, so I decided there was one little bit of icing for this cake. I looked down at the camera sticking out of his pocket. "You did remember to tape this, right?" The Dork Tower. Okay, so maybe I should have kept that last remark to myself. Either that or I should have expected that I'd need to duck. Regardless, I caught one square on the chin from Night Razor and once again found myself on my ass. I guess it was too much to hope that I'd make it through the entire evening without getting hit once. Well, okay, so far this night I'd gotten hit several times, but most of them had come from people other than Jeff. Come to think of it, though, maybe that was not something I should be bragging about. On the upside, I was still conscious. Guess my tolerance for beatings was getting better. We stood there glaring at each other for a few seconds. Okay, I was technically sitting, and then Jeff seemed to think better of the ass-whooping he was no doubt contemplating giving to me. While I'd love to fool myself into thinking that perhaps he had doubts of being able to take me out, considering the scene of carnage he stumbled upon, it appeared his reservations were more practical in nature, as he said, "We need to get our asses away from this fucking mess before someone calls the cops." As I pulled myself to my feet, I had to grudgingly admit he did have a point. Subtle, this was not. Instead of saying anything pithy that might end with my head smashed through a wall, I simply grunted my assent with his plan. Without another word, he turned and took off, full bore, down the alley at a pace that would have made an Olympic sprinter weep. Remembering that I wasn't exactly a slouch anymore myself, I immediately took off after him at a similar pace. Not too shabby for someone who came in dead last in every race he ever ran in gym class. Just a few minutes at this speed found us several blocks away. I'd definitely have to remember this. It was faster and cheaper than a cab, with the added benefit of not having to be yelled at in Arabic. The place where Night Razor finally stopped was deep in shadow, several streetlights in the area being inoperative. "Now it's your turn," he said, without turning to face me. Oh shit, this didn't sound good. I crouched down into a fighting stance. Or at least what years of Bruce Lee movies had taught me was a fighting stance, and prepared myself for an attack. What I didn't prepare myself for was the torrent of water that hit me when Night Razor stepped aside. I was blasted off my feet, and worse yet, fuck me, the water was freezing. I rolled to the side out of the spray, and after slipping a few times on the wet concrete, got back up. Night Razor was standing there grinning, holding the cap of the fire hydrant he had just ripped open. "There, now you don't look like you just stepped out of a slaughterhouse," he remarked. Fucker! Although, again, he had a point. I hadn't realized that I looked like someone who had just run away from a murder scene, which, oddly enough, was what had just happened. Now I look like someone who had decided to take an impromptu dive into the Hudson. Oh well, water dries better on clothes than blood, I suppose. That was assuming I didn't freeze to death first. Oh, yeah, probably little chance of that happening. A little warning next time, I growled. What fun would that be? Besides which, his voice turned hard. I think you've gotten plenty of warnings from me already. I made it back to the loft a short while later, still damp, but without further incident. Following my improvised street shower, Jeff had unceremoniously announced we were done, and then stalked off into the night. I didn't need a written invitation to know that his body language clearly said, "Don't follow me." So, I didn't. It didn't really matter anyway. I had both survived the night as well as given him absolutely zero ammunition to use against me. All things considered, I had probably come out ahead of the curve. Didn't mean I was particularly happy about it, though. I walked up the stairs and opened the door without bothering to knock. Truth be told, I was starting to consider it my place. Weird, huh? But I guess once you've been beaten, bloodied, and, killed in a place, you start to develop an attachment to it. I walked in to find a few of the coven milling about and caught the ass end of a few conversations. Most of it seemed to be about me. Almost gutted Sally. Fucking animals should be put down. He even be killed? Lead us in a war against the feet. Most of it, anyway. No fucking clue what that last one was about. I wasn't going to be further enlightened either, apparently. All talk ground to a halt as soon as I entered the room. It didn't matter much as I wasn't exactly in the mood to be social. Part play acting and part being in an actual bad mood, I stopped in my tracks, made eye contact with all of them, and simply said, "Get the fuck out." Which they did. Once the last one had left, quickly too, as I gave him a hungry snarl on his way out, I checked the rest of the apartment for stragglers. While there was nobody hiding in the bathroom, food or otherwise, I did notice that the mess had already been cleaned up. Sally wasn't shitting me about the cleaning staff. I then checked the bedrooms. The first was empty, and clean, thank God. The door was shut on the second one. I tried the knob. It was unlocked, so I opened it. I found Sally lying in the bed. She was wearing pajamas and had a cold compress upon her head. Starlight was sitting by her side, spoon-feeding her from a bowl of blood. Upon seeing me, Starlight jumped to her feet, turned in my direction, and dumped the bowl of blood onto Sally's lap in the process. At least this time Sally's eye roll wasn't entirely directed at me. However, she quickly composed herself and gave a little whimper as I approached. Starlight, in turn, stepped between me and the bed and bared her teeth with a snarl. "You won't hurt her again, monster!" she yelled, as if she were in an extra bad B-movie. Now it was my turn to eye roll. 2 for the price of 1 works just fine for me, I said, taking a step forward. That seemed to deflate whatever bit of bravery she had in her. Starlight's mouth dropped open and a look of fear crossed her face. She started breathing heavily, her large, supple breasts heaving up and down with every breath, practically begging me to cradle them in my hands, and... Oh, sorry. I did it again, didn't I? I mentally slapped myself back to reality and away from Starlight's inviting cleavage. Sorry. Before they could mesmerize me again, I stepped to the side and pointed my thumb toward the door. Just get the fuck out of here. Whatever sisterly instincts Starlight might have had towards Sally evaporated at my giving her an out. She gave Sally a momentary look of pity and then raced out past me. A second later, I heard the front door being used. As soon as that happened, Sally gave a sigh and started to get out of bed. I was just getting comfortable, she complained. Milking it just a little bit, aren't we? What? It's not like every day one survives an attack by the legendary free will, she teased. So how'd your hunting trip go? I see you still have your legs attached to you, so I'll assume it went better than planned. I filled her in on the club, leaving out the part about my face in the bar becoming intimately acquainted, the street thugs, and Ozymandias' subsequent slaughter of them. She nodded at that last part. Thought he might do something like that. Smart. It'll probably be on the news by tomorrow. Regardless of what Jeff thinks, the others will put 2 and 2 together. You think? I asked. No doubt. Congratulations. You really are Dr. Death. Right now, I'm Dr. Tired. I chased everyone out so I could catch some sleep. If there are no other surprises, I kind of need to be somewhere early tomorrow. She thought about it for a second and then said, Okay, you've probably earned it. I think we've spread enough chaos and disinformation for one weekend. Thanks. I stifled a yawn. Well, I'm going to crash. What are you going to do? I was thinking maybe we could, I don't know, maybe crash together? She suddenly purred. My eyes immediately went wide as my mind filled with the possibilities. And just as immediately emptied as she yelled, "Psych!" and giggled. "Bitch!" "Sorry, stud, but I'm going to go out and enjoy the rest of the night. If I run into anybody, I'll just tell them how I barely escaped your ravenous clutches." "That works, I guess," I commented, somewhat deflated. "Need me to rough you up a bit to make it realistic? I kinda owe you one anyway," I said, remembering how she had clawed me earlier. "Maybe next time," she tittered as she went off to get dressed. I found myself shortly before sunrise on a bus headed back toward Newark, New Jersey. I'd gotten just enough sleep to feel somewhat less dead when my phone alarm woke me. I dressed for a day out. Being very allergic to the sun, that consisted of a hoodie, gloves, a scarf, and sunglasses. The weather was still cool enough so that the outfit wouldn't look too bizarre, but nevertheless, I still looked like some pseudo-Unabomber-type weirdo. The weather was forecast to be partially sunny early on and then cloudy with a good chance of rain. So, assuming the weatherman was correct, a big assumption, I figured I'd be okay for the trip home later. Regardless of how the weather turned out, though, I'd rather be overdressed than overcooked. I reached my stop and then hiked a few blocks to my destination. Upon reaching the apartment complex, I walked over to the correct unit and rang the bell. I waited a few minutes and there was still no response. Not too surprising, considering it was only slightly past 6 a.m. So, I did the charitable thing. Charitable for myself, that is. I leaned on the bell until I heard the door unlock from the other side. The face that greeted me was not a happy one. "What the fuck do you want?" it angrily asked me. Oh, yeah, I still had the scarf and sunglasses on. I probably looked like an overly polite home invader. I quickly swept them off to reveal my countenance. "What's up, Dr. Dave?" I cheerfully greeted my dungeon master. "Bill?" he drowsily asked. "Yep." I repeat the question. "What the fuck do you want?" "I'm here for the game," I said innocently enough. "The game isn't for another... What time is it anyway?" "Almost 6:30. "I'm going to shut the door now," he threatened. "Wait, I know I'm a little early," I pleaded as the door began to close. "But it's important." The door stopped. "I kind of need your help. Seriously, I wouldn't be bothering you like this otherwise. You know that. If you're fucking with me, your character is going to be in a world of hurt. You know that, right?" he threatened from the half-closed door. "Trust me, if you don't find this interesting, then be my guest. You can line up the elder gods to take turns cornholing Kelvin, and I'll just sit there and take it, smiling." That assurance seemed to satisfy him, oddly enough. He sighed and stepped aside to let me in. "I guess I'm awake already anyway," he grumbled. We went into his apartment and he locked the door. After ascertaining that what I had to say was important, but not life or death important, at least not anymore, he excused himself to grab a quick shower and maybe a Red Bull or 5 to wake up. As I waited for him, I checked to make sure most of the blinds were drawn, although there wasn't much to worry about in that case. On the best of days, Dave typically kept his apartment illuminated in a manner similar to a cave. His job kept him from seeing any form of natural light for most of the week, and I guess he figured there was little use in seeing it for the short time he spent at his home awake. About 20 minutes later, he returned looking much fresher, if not entirely happier. He immediately started taking game manuals down from his bookshelf. "Since you're here, you can tell me what's going on while you help me set up. Maybe afterwards we can go out and grab something to eat before the others arrive," he casually said. No problem on the first, although I might have to decline the second. I really can't go out. "Can't?" he asked. "Can't," I assured. "I'm not going to get a visit from any cops looking for you, am I?" he jokingly asked. "Probably not," I answered, only half joking. "Good to know. I'd rat you out in a second anyway. Grab the chairs from the kitchen and bring 'em out, okay?" I did as instructed and then decided to dive right in. "So, basically I need you to write me a doctor's note." Did I say dive right in? Maybe dipping a toe and test the waters was more like it. He stopped what he was doing and looked at me. "A doctor's note?" "Yeah, you know, those things that people like you write for their patients." "Is someone beating you up on the playground again and you want to skip gym class?" he quipped as he went back to setting things up. Not quite. I need an excuse to not have to go into work. Laziness isn't a disease, he stated. Not like that, I protested. I need an excuse so that they let me work remotely on a permanent basis. Dude, it's like what, maybe one train to get to your office? I shook my head. You're not getting it. I can't go to the office during the day. Okay, I'm listening. Why are you suddenly allergic to work? It's not work that I'm allergic to. I had a bit of an accident the other week, I started to confess. That's why I missed the game. He gave me a quick once-over as I set up the game table. You look fine to me. Yeah, well, if you examined me, you wouldn't think I was fine. What would I think? He asked, deadpan. You'd think I was dead, I answered in the same tone. He laughed. And I suppose somebody cast resurrection on you. I'm not joking. I took a breath. Here we go. Last week, I was bitten by a vampire. I died and came back to life as one of them. He once again stopped what he was doing and began to open his mouth, but I cut him off before he said anything. And yes, I already know how stupid, crazy, and pathetic it sounds, and no, this isn't some stupid joke me and the rest of the party came up with to mess with you. And it's certainly not some delusional drug trip because I stayed up all night doing bong hits while watching Twilight. This is real. Why would you take hits during Twilight? Oh, Ed and I were playing a game. Take a puff every time Robert Pattinson said something fruity sounding. We were completely wrecked by the end of it. I bet, said Dave. But let's get back to this vampire bullshit. It's not bullshit. Here. I held out my arm. Look for a pulse. He gave me a dubious glance, but did as asked. He felt for it, shifted his grip a few times, and gave me a puzzled look. He then reached over and felt for a pulse on my neck, I guess just in case I was doing something to cut off circulation of my arm. Just let me know when you're finished feeling me up, I said. He pulled his hand away and hesitated for a second. Okay, that's a little odd. You do know how to check these things, right? He gave me a withering glare in return. Wait right here, he said, and left the room. He returned a few moments later with a stethoscope. Take off your shirt, he commanded. Should I also take off my pants and cough? I cracked wise. You're getting real close to an agonizing and embarrassing death for your character, he warned. Some people just have no sense of humor. I did as told, and then he spent the next minute or so searching for a heartbeat. When he pulled back, the look on his face said he was completely perplexed. Let me guess, he's dead, Jim, right? I asked, already knowing the answer. He just kind of shrugged in return. There's definitely something going on in there. I just can't call it a heartbeat. Well, while you're contemplating whether to break out your zombie survival kit, chew on this, I said, opening my mouth and extended my fangs for him. I had been practicing. He was starting to get a bit of a faraway look in his eyes. If you are fucking with me, I gotta admit I'm pretty flattered at the effort. Sorry, no such luck. So, can you do anything else? He asked. There's this eyes going black thing I've seen. I'm still working on that one, though. I'm still pretty new to this. The Vampire's Apprentice? Not quite, I continued. Let's see. I'm stronger than I was before. Oh, and there's that whole sunlight thing. That seemed to perk him up a bit. That really happens. Yes. Why do you think I need a note? Show me. He seemed to be growing excited at the prospect. No. Show me, he insisted. It hurts like a motherfucker, I complained. You want me to write a doctor's note? You show me, he finally said. Fuck, I was afraid it would come to this. Okay, I sighed. Just do me a favor and grab a wet towel or something first. He did so while I rolled up one of my sleeves. I glanced out the window. It was definitely starting to cloud up, but there was still some sun shining through. I'm sure it would be more than enough. Damn, I'd really been hoping to avoid this. Next life, I'm going to have to make it a point to find friends who are heavier on the trusting and lighter on the sadism. When Dave returned, I turned to him dramatically. Behold, lowly mortal, Nothing up my sleeve. Yeah, get on with it. Showmanship is such a dead art, I complained. That being said, I pulled back one of the curtains and put my exposed hand in front of the window. As a beam of sunlight fell upon it, it started smoking and hurting, then ignited with a whoosh of air and a smell not unlike that of cooked bacon. At least I smell delicious. That is so freaking cool, Dave started to say when I cut him off. Give me the fucking towel, I screamed. Oh, yeah, sorry. He tossed it to me, and I immediately used it to douse my hand. I don't care if I live to be 1,000. I am very doubtful that being on fire is a feeling I'm ever going to get used to. Dave sat down and was quiet for a moment, which was fine because I was too busy hurting to hear him. Finally, the pain started to subside. Thank you, Vampire Healing Factor. And I sat down opposite him, still cradling my crispy appendage. So? I queried. Okay, I believe you. I must be going fucking mental, but damn if I don't believe you. Good, because I'm not planning on a repeat performance, I flatly stated. This is just so freaking amazing, he started, getting all excited again. Yeah, it's fascinating, I'm sure. So, will you help me out? Dude, he suddenly got in my face. I think we can help each other out. Okay, I said, somewhat dubious as to his motives. The note? Oh, that? No problem. I'll write up that you've contracted an acute case of solar urticaria. That should do it. And that is? It's a form of photosensitivity, he explained. Means you break out in a nasty rash from the sun. Ah, hide the lie inside a bit of truth, I said, following him. Exactly. Give that to HR. They'll have to accommodate you. Otherwise, you could potentially sue the shit out of them. A disturbing thought occurred to me. What if they want a second opinion? Then you're hosed. Actually, we're hosed. But let's not worry about that. Accommodating you is going to be cheaper for them than hiring a specialist since you're mostly remote already. I'd be willing to bet they just shrug their shoulders and deal with it. When in doubt, always count on a company to play it cheap. It wouldn't be the first time I've seen it happen. You've done this before? People seem to forget that residents get paid shit. If I want to be able to afford to live, I either have to get creative with my skill set or get a part-time job at Blockbuster. Would you want to rent a movie from the same guy who was sewing your intestines back into your body just a few hours ago? Not really, I truthfully answered. Me neither. And let's just leave it at that. Okay. Anyway, that all sounds like a plan to me. Thanks for, I started to say, and in return for my help, he cut me off, and sticking my ass out for you, you'll be a part of my research. I wasn't expecting that. What? You heard me. Dude, I'm not being your lab rat. Don't be such a melodramatic pussy. I'm talking a few blood and tissue samples here and there, he explained, still sounding a bit too manic for my liking. What for? I've been doing some thinking the last couple of months. I've decided that I'm done with my residency. I'm going into pure research. Why? I pretty much hate all of my patients, he said. They're assholes, and since people in general are assholes, I doubt it's going to get much better. I'd prefer my days to be asshole-free, thank you very much. I can understand the desire. Dave continued. The problem with research is it's mostly a tiring, thankless job. For every person who discovers something like Viagra, there are 1,000 researchers who will never do so much as wind up with a new headache medicine to their credit. I'm not a big fan of a career spent in obscurity. Thus, I've been racking my brain trying to come up with an edge. And voila! Suddenly you show up on my doorstep. If that isn't divine inspiration, I don't know what is. You, my friend, are going to be my ace in the hole. Define ace in the hole. Immortality, superhuman abilities, regeneration? He said, motioning to my hand, which was already rapidly recovering from its toasting. It's all locked away inside you. If I could unlock even a fraction of that potential, I'd be swimming in Nobel Prize groupies. It seems like a lot for just one little work excuse, I pointed out. This could benefit you too, you know. What if I could figure out how to enhance your abilities, or better yet, what if I came across what caused vampires to flame on under the sun and could somehow block it? I thought about it for a few minutes. Sure, His motives weren't exactly altruistic, but he had a point. Maybe some good could come out of it, but we'd need to be really careful. Okay, you've got my attention, but only on the condition that people can't know about vampires. I'm pretty sure that would bring a world of hurt down on both of us. Believe me when I say there are some seriously scary players in this game. They would not be happy. Of course not. Don't be stupid, he said dismissively. Besides which, I discover a way to prolong life, and I'm a fucking god. I tell people it's because I'm experimenting on vampire blood, and suddenly I'd find myself locked in a mental ward. Trust me, you would definitely be my silent partner. Very silent. Good. Then I'll agree that there might be some potential here. I'll throw in an experience bonus for your character going forward, he said, sweetening the pot. Deal, I said. Damn, I'm a cheap date. Coolness. Although, we should probably keep this a secret between us. The vampire thing or the XP bonus? More of the latter, I'd say. Kicking ass and taking names. It was nice to be able to enjoy an afternoon of gaming. It was something I had started taking for granted, but after the last couple of weeks, it was like a glorious vacation from reality. Minus the cost. Or the exotic locale, open bar, and hot bikini babes. Just trying to keep things in perspective here. By the time the game broke up, a storm had moved in. I could deal with being waterlogged, as it also meant I could move about freely without fear of turning into a walking tiki torch. Dave had written me up a doctor's note and had also typed out a pretty official-looking preliminary diagnosis on some hospital letterhead. He gave me instructions to first talk to my boss and let him direct me to HR. That way he wouldn't get his panties in a bunch that had gone over his head and thus would be less likely to cause a stink. Sounded like good advice. My boss, Jim, was typical middle management in that he wasn't above a little old-fashioned brown-nosing. Since he saw me in person at most, maybe a few times a month, I was fairly confident that a little ego gratification would be all I needed to grease the wheels and get this approved. I arrived home a couple hours later, a little damp. A vampire with an umbrella just doesn't sound cool, but none the worse for the experience. I opened the door and stopped dead in my tracks. Tom and Ed's remains were splayed out on the living room floor. Blood was everywhere. They had been slaughtered like cattle. Just kidding. I had you there for a second, though, didn't I? Ed was walking out of the kitchen, a cup of ramen in his hand, as I walked in the door. "Sup, Nosferatu?" he asked casually. Great. Now the vampire nicknames were starting. If I knew Ed, he now had a whole list of IMDb-derived names to call me by. Best to ignore him and hope he went away. I followed him into the living room where Tom sat. "Ah, the prodigal prince of darkness returns," he quipped. "I see you made it back in one piece." "It was touch and go there for a bit," I confirmed. "But, yep, no worse for the wear. You guys do anything good this weekend?" "I took a road trip yesterday," Ed said. "Forget us," Tom interrupted. "What happened with you?" "Please tell me you tapped that sweet piece of ass that picked you up on Friday," Ed commented. To that, I answered in the only way I could. "Of course. Taught her some new names for God by the time I was done." "You're so full of shit," Ed said with a smile. "Maybe," I admitted, "but I've got all of eternity to wear her down. Eventually, she won't be able to help herself." "Yeah, I'm sure hell has to freeze over sometime," Tom quipped. "Although, speaking of help, I found your note." "Good. Fortunately, you didn't need to follow my instructions," I said. "Yeah, about that. What the fuck, dude?" Tom continued. "What?" I asked. At which point, Tom pulled out the note and proceeded to read it out loud. "Tom, Ed, if I'm not back by Sunday night, 9 p.m., send help. Bill." "That's it? Those are your instructions? Send help?" "I was in a rush. I'm sure you'd have thought of something," I replied. "Asshole," Ed opined. "Fine. Maybe it wasn't the most well-thought-out plan," I acknowledged. "So do you guys want to hear about what went down this weekend or not?" I gave them the rundown on my meeting with James and the whole free will situation. My roommates thought it was hilarious that I was now this legendary creature of dread amongst the vampires. Lots of love there, I tell ya. I then brought them up to speed on the whole faith thing and how it worked with Tom's prime doll. Tom was ecstatic at the news. I turned to Ed. Tom's covered here, but sorry to say, as far as this faith thing goes, I think you're pretty well hosed. This didn't seem to faze Ed much. Not that much did. He just grinned. No worries. I think you'll find I have my rear covered nicely. He didn't elaborate, and so I continued with my tale, concluding with my outing with Jeff, minus some of the more embarrassing details, and the subsequent slaughter I was given credit for. This Ozymandias dude sounds pretty hardcore, Ed chimed in when I had finished. No shit. He's definitely on my list of people whose good graces I wish to remain in. Yeah, although it sounds like this razor douchebag is more your immediate problem, Tom said. I nodded my agreement. He's definitely number one on the waiting to kick my ass list. Which obviously means you need to kick his ass first. Really? I sarcastically asked. And I suppose you know exactly how to do that. Now it was Tom's turn to smile. Fortunately for you, you have caring and competent friends around to make up for your shortcomings. I looked from one to the other in confusion. They let the moment fester until it became uncomfortable, and then Ed got up and grabbed something off the kitchen counter. He came back and tossed it in my lap. It was a pamphlet. Jeff's a vampire, not a gnat to swat, I said, without picking it up. I had to endure a few seconds of baleful glares before I continued. Okay, fine. What is it? Krav Maga, said Tom, a wicked grin on his face. Who's that? That earned an eye roll from Ed. If things didn't work out between Sally and myself, I might have to consider setting them up. I'm sure that would be a match made in the seventh circle of hell. Tom suddenly snapped his fingers. That clicking noise, in case you're interested, is the sound of my opinion of you dropping a notch, he said, starting to explain things in a voice that suggested I was a small stupid child. Krav Maga is a martial art. More precisely, it's the fighting style used by the Israeli Mossad. Whoa, I said in response. Whoa is right, continued Ed. They train those guys to fuck the bad guys' shit up. Yep, Tom jumped back in. Something like karate will teach you how to disarm an opponent with a knife. This shit'll teach you how to take out a dude with a gun and then proceed to shatter every bone in his body. Okay, and I prodded him. And while Ed was out, I found a place that teaches it. They offer night classes, so I took the liberty of using one of your credit cards. You really shouldn't leave them lying around like that, by the way. I signed you up. You're too good to me, I said dryly. Aren't I? And where, pray tell, are these classes? In Queens, he answered. Where in Queens? Tom mumbled something in return. What was that? I asked, knowing pretty well what he had just said. Vampire hearing and all. I didn't quite catch you. A few blocks from Ozone Park, he said sheepishly. You want me to walk around there after dark? I'll get my ass shot off, I complained. Tom replied, but that's the brilliant part. It's in a bad area. Think about it. You could potentially be attacked going there. You'll definitely get beaten up during class, and then you could be attacked again coming home. That's like 3 times the fighting experience for the price. By the time this Jeff douche comes after you, you'll be Chuck Norris. Besides which, said Ed, need I remind you, you're a scary-ass vampire now. The criminals should be afraid of you, not the other way around. He does have a point, Tom added. Fine, I conceded. There was some logic to their plan. It was completely insane logic, but logic nevertheless. When do we start? We? Ed exclaimed. There's no we here. Tom agreed. We're not coming with you. A person could get killed walking around there after dark. Contrary to popular belief, prior to the past couple of weeks, I have not been privy to all that many beatdowns in my life. Sure, in high school I got my fair share of lumps, but that was more due to being a smartass than anything else. In retrospect, I probably deserved each and every one of them. The thing is, being a smartass also saved me from more than one smackdown as well. People who crack wise tend to cause just as much laughter as abject anger. As such, it tends to even things out and more or less put you in a safe zone. Except when you cross the line and say something exceptionally stupid to someone with an underdeveloped sense of humor, which also tends to happen from time to time. Being a wise ass means you sometimes just can't help it. And then there's the whole geek thing. Most would assume that caused me to endure undue strife during my formative years. However, also contrary to popular belief, people like me are not at the bottom of the high school food chain. Why? Simple. It's because there are a lot of us and we tend to flock together. As in the wild, there's safety in numbers because predators don't like to charge directly into the center of the herd. It's a poor hunting strategy. Predators prefer to pick off individuals. In the jungle, this consists of the sick or the elderly. In school, this typically equates to those socially inept enough to not really fit in anywhere. Loners, except maybe those with a rep of being psychos, are the most vulnerable. Thus, a geek with a decent-sized circle of friends and a quick enough wit to be tolerated by other social cliques can waltz through school fairly unmolested. Such was my existence, at least until recently. I might have chalked some of the more recent stuff up to bad luck, but then Tom signed me up for that self-defense class. Now I'm wondering if maybe I inadvertently pissed off a major deity or two. Now, don't get me wrong. I am a believer that there are plenty of positive reasons to pursue a lifetime learning the martial arts. Some do it for self-defense, some do it for self-esteem, and I'm sure there are some who do it to find inner peace. Then there was the guy teaching my class. I'm thinking that as a youth, he must have seen the Karate Kid and come to the conclusion that while he might philosophically agree with the Cobra Kai dojo, they were too big of a bunch of pussies for his tastes. Had I still been a mere mortal, I have little doubt I'd be recounting my memories of this place from a body cast. But we'll get to that in a moment. It turned out that Monday morning had gone better than planned. Jim seemed pretty cool, if a little dubious of my sudden condition. They had a few programmers upstate who were considered permanent teleworkers, so he didn't see much issue with me getting classified as the same, provided that I continued to meet all my deadlines. I faxed over the documentation David provided me, and he promised to get it to HR as soon as possible. I was home free, with only one regret: Sheila. She was pretty much the only reason I ever showed up to the office, period. But, as I mentioned, I doubt she even knew who I was, outside of maybe that doughy guy who occasionally shows up to collect a paycheck. Oh well, maybe it was for the best. If I learned one thing in the last couple of weeks, it was, the hotter the babe, the bigger the trouble. Monday night, however, went a lot less smoothly. Contrary to my nerdy little white boy paranoia, the trip to the dojo turned out to be fairly uneventful. Even if it hadn't been, Tom had a good point about me being a vampire. If I was going to be an eternal creature of the night, I should probably, at some point, get over any fear I might have about walking around in it. You don't see tigers making it a point to only stalk their prey in well-lit middle-class areas. However, any violence I was spared on the way over was more than made up for by my introductory class. Sensei Berkowitz was a disciple of the school of thought that considered the best way to learn to defend yourself from an ass-kicking was to be on the receiving end until you learned to fight back. It turns out that my vampire abilities were actually a major disadvantage in this place. I was strong and fast enough to be able to counter enough strikes that I was almost immediately paired against the advanced students, who then proceeded to take me apart like I was made of Legos. Superior strength and speed were all well and good, but they weren't much help after a solid chop to the windpipe. $175 a month for the privilege of getting beaten up. Remind me to thank my roommates for that one. By the time class was over, I felt I had learned a lot. As in, a lot of different ways to take a punch and a lot of different ways to fall to the floor. Missing Sheila at work had broken my heart. Attending this class had broken the rest. Screw that whole nocturnal predator thing. By the time I was done and had gotten back home, all I wanted to do was down a few pints, of both blood and beer, and go to bed. Ed was still awake when I walked in the door. I grunted hello and proceeded to the fridge to make good on my plan of action. I got what I was looking for and was shambling to my bedroom when I heard him say, "Someone left a message for you on the machine. I think it was that Sally chick." Unfortunately, I couldn't have cared less. I muttered something unintelligible in return, which might have sounded like bitch, and then closed my door behind me. The terror that flaps in the night. Up until class ended on Tuesday night, things had been similar to the day before. Work, then a trip to Queens, followed by 2 hours of being crippled in new and interesting ways. A couple more decades of this, I might learn to like it. Maybe. As the rest of the students were leaving, the sensei called me over to give me a motivational pep talk. This talk more or less consisted of him praising me for being able to take a hit better than any other novice he'd ever taught. Wow, I guess karate really is all about self-esteem after all. Needless to say, it was about all I could do to resist sinking my teeth into this guy on principle alone. I finally excused myself, murder still on my mind, and started walking the few blocks to where I could grab the bus back home. I was almost there when I heard a sound behind me. Turning to check it out, I was met with rough hands grabbing me from the front of my jacket. Before I could pry them off, they slammed me hard into the side of a nearby building. The blow knocked the wind out of me for a second, probably not helped by the fact that my body was working overtime to take care of all the bruises I had received in the prior hour. When I finally looked up, there were a pair of angry-looking eyes staring right into mine. I was not in the mood for this shit, so I shoved back. The space between myself and my attacker suddenly widened. Now that my view wasn't obscured, I could see that there were two of them. The one I had just pushed off of me was a large African-American with a shaved head. A smaller Latino-looking gangbanger stood a few feet behind him. I was hoping they'd be more interested in harassing a victim who was less likely to fight back. Just in case that didn't work, I figured they might even be more inclined to favor a human victim. I opened my mouth and extended my fangs in front of me. Both of them chuckled in response. Not quite the reaction I was going for. "Motherfucker thinks he's scary," said the large one. He looked at his companion for a second, and then they both turned back toward me with their own fangs bared. "Oh, crap! You guys are vampires too?" I asked incredulously. I hadn't seen these vamps before. I mean, I was sure there were other vampires than my coven out there. I just hadn't expected to run into them on the street. "We got us a fucking genius here," said the Latino one. "Not that smart," growled the other. "Thinks he can fuck with the HBC and walk right the fuck out of here." "HBC?" I asked, sheepishly. "Howard Beach Coven, asshole!" "Oh, okay then. You should know since you decided to get all up in our shit." "Hold on, guys," I said, holding up my hands. "Sorry, I didn't know this was your turf. I'm from this coven over in Soho." "You're from Village Coven?" asked the Latino, grinning. "You don't look like you fit in with them Kens and Barbies. They keeping you as a pet or something?" That caused both him and his large companion to laugh for a moment. "Listen, it's cool, guys," I pleaded. "I didn't know this was your turf. I'll be more than happy to just leave." I started to back away, and the big one got in my face again. "Fuck our turf!" he screamed. "The other week, we started hearing rumors the Village Coven had recruited themselves some kind of freak. Then last night, Tito and Big Mike got their asses ashed. Now we find you here pretending to be a little lost puppy. Seem like a coincidence to you, Roberto?" The smaller one, Roberto, I presume, shook his head. "I don't believe in coincidence." "Neither do I," said the larger one, starting to advance upon me. "Come on, guys," I said, trying to sound as friendly and non-threatening as possible. "Do I look like I could just waltz in here and kill two of your friends?" "Don't know. Been hearing some strange shit lately. If any of it's true." "If it's true, then why would I come back?" I asked, not really liking where this was going. "Maybe you're stupid," said Roberto. Okay, these guys were obviously spoiling for a fight. I don't know what happened to their friends, but they seemed hell-bent on taking it out on me or any other innocent vampire. Were there other innocent vampires that happened to cross their path? I could only think of one other option. It would either get me out of this mess or dig me a lot deeper into the shit I was already in. I stopped backing away and held my ground. I then changed my whole demeanor. I willed away the weaseling and instead broadcast, or tried to anyway, a calm grin toward the two in front of me. I addressed the big one directly. "Well then, if I took out your two buddies, what makes you think I can't take out you and your girlfriend here?" He stopped, indecision on his face. Apparently, El Gigante here wasn't used to having someone half his size throwing a challenge into his face. I had to keep pushing it. When you're staring down at an alpha dog, whoever blinks first loses. I had to make them blink first. I took a casual step forward, still trying to think quickly as I said, "Tito and Big Mike, you say? Based on the way they went out, I would have thought their names were the Screaming Bitch Twins. So how about you, big guy?" Another step forward. "Are you a screamer?" Was I really saying this? "Yo, man," Roberto tried to say, but I cut him off. "Shut the fuck up, you little chihuahua," I snarled. Oh yeah, if this didn't work, I was going to be in for an epic-level ass-beating. I saw the big guy tense up. Oh shit, they were going to take their chances. Fortunately, my unexpected, to me as well, aggressiveness appeared to be doing a job on their overall confidence. As a result, the larger one telegraphed his punch from a mile away. I acted fast and did the only thing I could think of to avoid a face full of fist. As he started to swing at me, I leapt inside of the punch and latched my arms around him. Before I could think about what I was about to do, and psych myself out of it, I clamped my teeth down onto the side of his neck and bit down with everything I had. Yeah, this was pretty fucked up, believe me. I held on for dear life as blood started gushing from the wound I had made. I once again buried my teeth into his neck and kept biting. As I did so, his blood poured into my mouth and down my throat. Whoa! And here I thought human blood was a rush. The vampire's blood burned as it went down, but it was more like a fine scotch than hot coals burning. It hit my stomach with what felt like a jolt of electricity. I already had him in a death grip, but somehow I felt my arms grabbing him even more tightly. I don't know what his blood was doing to me, but I felt freaking amped. Forget those espressos James favored. This was the shit. I felt hands pummeling my back and trying to gain purchase to pull me off. However, when someone is clinging to you like a new suit, it's a little hard to get any leverage to pry them off. Add in a bunch of gushing blood, and I was now a slippery suit as well. Unfortunately, it was that train of thought that once more brought me out of my bloodlust. So, here you are, all lubed up and sucking on another guy, I heard a voice in the back of my head say. Sometimes my subconscious can be such an asshole. Still, judging by the fading strength of the big guy's struggles, I had probably taken the fight out of him. I figured I should turn my attention to Roberto just in case he decided to do something cute, like maybe come up from behind and rip my spine out. I pulled back from the goon's still gushing neck and gave him a shove. Hot damn, I really was juiced. My push sent him flying back a good 10 feet to land in a heap in the middle of the street. This guy must have been over 250 pounds, and I just dumped his ass like he was little more than 10 pounds of shit in a 5-pound bag. I turned my attention to Roberto, but I needn't have concerned myself. He was still rooted to the same spot, a look of abject horror on his face. I grinned at him and took a step forward. He just kept looking back and forth between me and his buddy. "No way, man," he muttered. "No fucking way." And with that, his nerve broke. He turned tail and took off down the street, his friend forgotten. What a pussy. I mean, I was sure I had surprised the hell out of him, but it's not like they'd never seen someone's throat get bitten before. Not that I was complaining, mind you. I didn't have to worry anymore about watching my own back. I wasn't sure I'd continue to get lucky, but at least the odds were even now. Speaking of which, I spun back toward the vamp I had bitten. He was already getting back to his feet. Not too surprising. If I could eat pavement from a third-story nosedive and get back up, I was sure this guy could easily take as much, if not more, considering he was built like a truck. He stood up, one hand to the wound on his neck. I prepared myself for his inevitable charge, mentally debating between standing my ground and cutting my losses and running. The latter was looking to be the tastier option. I'm not entirely delusional. In an all-out fistfight between computer geek and street thug, I know which one I'd put my money on. I was ahead on points so far, but if this guy managed to get his hands on me, he'd probably snap me like a toothpick. As it turns out, I was much further ahead on the scoreboard than I had thought. His eyes were wide with fear, actual fear. Roberto had been a fairly small guy, but this one looked like he ate guys like me for breakfast. "What the hell are you?" he gasped. The small part of my brain where all my machismo resides was ready and waiting for that question. "Me?" I grinned, showing my teeth. "I'm Dr. Death." 99 problems and a bitch is definitely one. To my great surprise, his response to my introduction was to mirror his friends and take off down the street. Guess I must be getting better with one-liners. And then it hit me. I had won. I had actually won. No way my roommates would believe it. Hell, I barely believed it. I felt my knees go rubbery and I plopped down onto the curb. My head was still swimming, whether from adrenaline or from the other vampire's blood, I wasn't sure. Probably a little bit of both. But, damn, I felt good. If there was ever a time I had wished I had the theme from Rocky on my phone, this was it. The problem with elation is that reality always has to go and stick its nose into things. So, after a few moments of basking in my own greatness, a rare event, I remembered that here I was, sitting at 11 p.m. on the curb in the middle of Queens, absolutely drenched in blood. The first conditions were easy enough to fix. The latter one might present a bit of a problem. Bus drivers tended to frown upon their riders being all bloody. If this was going to start becoming a habit, I might have to make it a point to go everywhere in a rain slicker. Any way you looked at things, I couldn't stick around where I was. Who was to say that the 2 vamps I had just chased off wouldn't be returning with reinforcements? I smiled at the irony. Earlier, I had let my imagination run wild at the dangers of this area. Now I had actually found myself with a real reason to fear these streets. That brought up the little issue of getting home. Mass transit, as well as cabs, was out of the question. Getting a ride without having the cops immediately called on me would be asking for a near miracle, and I had the feeling I was all out of those for the day. I could hoof it. My weekend with Jeff had proven I was capable of some pretty remarkable speed. The problem was that it was a good 10 miles to get home, much further than I had ever considered running during my life. Also, fast or not, a direct trip home would entail traversing several crowded streets. That left the alternative, several detours which would add a ton of time to my trip. I stood up and sighed, having resolved that I would be getting home pretty damn late. On that last note, I was fortunately wrong. A few minutes into my trek, I came across a park with a working fountain. One quick dive later, and the worst of the mess was taken care of. I didn't look great, but looking dirty was better than looking bloody. About a mile later, I was able to flag a cab. I pretended to be drunk and let the cabbie gouge me a bit by taking the scenic route home. I had him drop me off about a half-mile from home, which my paranoid mind said should be a safe distance, and made it a point to tip him well. I ran full speed back to my place from there. If anyone suspected anything, they'd take one look at me and immediately discount my ability to move from point A to point B as quickly as I did. I sure as hell didn't look like a long-distance sprinter. It was with palpable relief that I entered my home and locked the door behind me. My plan was simple. Go to bed, then wake up and beat the shit out of Tom for signing me up for that fucking class. After that, I'd try to contact Sally to see what she might know about those HBC nutcases. Thinking of Sally reminded me that I still had a message from her on the machine. Wondering what she wanted, I pressed play and listened. "Yo, Dr. Death. Just wanted to give you a heads up. James shot me a message while you were out with Jeff. I forgot to mention it before you left. Better late than never, though. He wanted you to know that he had some business with a coven not too far from your neck of the woods. Rumor has it they've been exceeding their allotted membership. So he was planning on sending them a message, if you know what I mean, and he wanted me to let you know he was going to use your name when he did it. Help out your street cred a bit. He said to say, 'You're welcome,' in advance. Oh, yeah, and you might want to avoid Queens for a while, just in case. Beep. Motherfucker. So I almost got myself killed because she was too busy getting babied by starlight to bother with little details like a whole assload of vampires that were going to be out for my blood. Guess that explained a lot. It also meant that my brief career as a martial artist was going to be at an end until this blew over. I fought off 2 vamps because I managed to psych them out. No way was I taking the chance of running into a bigger, potentially armed group of them. Oh well, no big loss there, I guess, unless I inexplicably started missing the feeling of getting kneecaps rammed into my sternum. The next morning I got up, or more precisely, peeled myself out of bed. Ugh. Whatever I had gotten from that vamp's blood the night before, I was paying for it now. It wasn't exactly a hangover, but more like coming down from an intense caffeine rush. Like a few months back when I wound up downing almost an entire 12-pack of Mountain Dew during a particularly intense gaming session. It felt like I had run a marathon. Disclaimer, I have no idea what that would actually feel like, and then slammed into a brick wall at the finish line. I recounted my tale of the night before to my roommates, after downing an enormous cup of blood-infused coffee. If Starbucks ever plans on introducing a Type O Frappuccino, I'm there, dude. To my great surprise, Tom actually started to apologize for setting me up with that Krav Maga class. However, Ed cut him off. "I don't think you need to apologize for bad luck," he said. "I know, but I kind of feel bad anyway," Tom replied. "That's like apologizing because someone didn't win the lottery," Ed argued. "You can't take responsibility for coincidences. Unless, that is, you masterminded the whole thing, in which case I am in awe of your amazing abilities. I don't think we have to worry about Tom turning into Dr. Doom anytime soon," I said, and then to my somewhat repentant roommate, "Apology, or lack thereof, accepted." "Thank you." Tom raised his coffee mug to me. I'd hate to have to endure work burdened with such guilt. "Bite me," I quipped. "That's your thing. Not that I wouldn't make a better vampire than you anyway." "You want to join the party?" I asked. "Only if that Sally chick is doing the biting," Tom replied, causing us all to dissolve into laughter. Once it was over, I decided to broach a slightly less whimsical subject. "Seriously though, guys, I'm a little worried. What if these HBC assholes figure out where I live?" Ed nodded. "There's also the little fact that your buddies in Soho obviously know how to find us. From what you've told me, I wouldn't put it past that Night Razor dick to rat you out to them. Let them take care of his dirty work." "Oh, crap! I hadn't even thought of that. Forget a compulsion. One phone call and my apartment could be turned into Fort Apache. Or, more likely, the Alamo." Tom turned to Ed and asked, "Think they'd let the 2 of us walk out of here?" "I don't know. We could always tell them we never liked Bill much anyway." Ed grinned. There was a moment of silence while I just glared at both of them, and then Ed continued. "Realistically, I doubt it. We'd probably end up as an appetizer." Tom sighed. "I guess you're right. Not really sure I want to go out like some quesadilla platter." Then he suddenly brightened. "On the other hand, I still have Optimus. He's vampire kryptonite." "Good for you. Doesn't help Ed much, though," I replied. "True enough, but I took a little time to think that one out already," he said, sharing a quick smile with Tom. I looked between the 2 of them for a second before asking, "And are you going to share this little secret with me, or are you just going to keep making goo-goo eyes at each other?" Ed shrugged and then said, "Might as well. Remember how I said I took a little road trip this weekend?" "Yeah. What, did you drive to a church and get ordained for the priesthood?" "Not quite. I took a little drive out to my stepfather. Over in..." I thought for a second, but couldn't remember the name of the town. "Bumblefuck, Pennsylvania, or wherever?" "That pretty much sums up where he lives," Ed agreed. "Out in the backwoods where everything, and more importantly, everyone is relative." That elicited a chuckle from both me and Tom as Ed got to his feet. "Well, Pop and I had a little talk," Ed said to me. "Don't worry, nothing about vampires. However, I may have exaggerated a bit about our current living conditions. You know, how we all live in fear of being mugged and raped by drug dealers every second of our lives." I smiled as he walked into his room. It wouldn't have taken much. It was ridiculously easy to convince anyone living on the outside of the immediate area that the city was, and I quote, a hive of scum and villainy. Apparently, plenty of people, especially those in rural areas, had seen Escape from New York at some point in their lives and assumed it was a documentary. However, that knowledge didn't prepare me for when Ed walked back into the room packing some serious heat. "What the hell?" was all I could say for a second. "Where did you—" Ed's look answered that one for me. "Pop? Of course. The old man's been getting paranoid in his golden years. You should see the small arsenal he owns. He said this one should help dissuade all the bad guys just waiting to violate our young middle-class selves." He gave it a quick pump. "Remington 870, police combat 12-gauge, he said proudly. When he saw the absolutely blank look on my face, he gave an annoyed sniff and added, "The same gun Sarah Connor used in Terminator 2. That rang a bell. "Badass," I said. "But don't you need a license for something like that?" "Are you kidding?" Ed replied. "In Pennsylvania, you can pretty much buy these things on the side of the road next to fireworks." "Yeah, but we don't live in Pennsylvania," I countered. He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Well, then, let's just say if you don't tell anyone, I won't." Tom got up to wash his coffee mug. As he did so, he gave a mock sad shake of his head. "No idea where I went wrong. One minute I'm minding my own business and the next I'm shacking up with Dracula and the Lone Ranger." Ed just ignored him. I figured that by the time the city gave me a license, I'd be long since pushing up daisies. Besides which, I'm pretty sure that they ask you your purpose for owning a gun. Writing "protection against vampires" on the application might raise a few eyebrows. "In New York?" I scoffed. I did say might. "There is the little problem of actually using it as protection against vampires," I pointed out. "I've seen stakes and sunlight work, but unless that thing shoots solar flares, I'm not sure what good it'll do." "What about silver bullets?" asked Tom, preparing to leave for work. I thought about it for a second. "Not sure. That's usually werewolves, but I think it works against vampires in some stories." "Do either of you have silver bullets?" Ed asked. When we both shook our heads, he continued, "Well, neither do I. So who gives a shit if they work against vampires, werewolves, or the goddamn tooth fairy? It might kill vampires, or it might not. What's important is that this gun will hurt vampires." "How do you know?" I asked. "Because of you, numbnuts," he replied. "When you burst into flames, did it hurt? When I stabbed you in the hand, did it hurt? When you jumped out of that freaking window you were telling us about, did it hurt?" I nodded. Yeah, it had hurt. In some cases, quite a bit. "Well then," he continued, "that tells me that no matter how strong you are or how fast you heal, your nerve endings still work pretty much the same way as they did before. So, using that logic, a 12-gauge shell in the stomach, or maybe the kneecap, will hurt like a bitch," I finished. "Exactly," agreed Ed. "Which should give either you," he indicated Tom, "enough time to run in with your little doll, or you," motioning toward me, "enough time to do something vampiric to them." "Action figure," corrected Tom. "What?" "It's an action figure, not a doll," Tom insisted. "It doesn't matter." Ed rounded on him. "It could be my little fucking pony for all I care, as long as it works." "Nah," Tom said. "Last I checked, the market value for My Little Pony wasn't all that high." Ed pumped the shotgun again. "Don't you have a job to go to?" Vampire on vampire action. With the exception of Tom's trips to and from work, the rest of the week was spent with us more or less acting like shut-ins. I just couldn't shake the feeling that I, and by extension Tom and Ed, was now a target. Fortunately, Brooklyn is a pretty good place to be a recluse, as almost everyone delivers. The problem, though, with being extra careful was that it was sometimes hard to tell the difference between reasonable precautions and being outright paranoid. Friday night came and went with no word from Sally or any other denizens of the night, except maybe this homeless guy who accosted Tom for change on his way home. I was lying awake in my bed during the wee hours of Saturday morning, contemplating my weekly trip back to the coven and debating whether I should borrow Ed's shotgun, when someone buzzed to be let in from the downstairs door. I glanced at the clock, 4:28 a.m. Probably some drunken asshole forgetting where they were. A minute or so passed and the buzzer rang again. Maybe one of the other tenants had locked themselves out? Possibly, but it's not like any of us had a master key. Fat lot of good it would do them. Although I guess they could hang out in the hallway until the landlord could show them up to let them in. Another buzz. This one persistently longer. Okay, now it was sounding deliberate. I was starting to let the paranoia creep back in when I realized that a gang of vampires hell-bent on killing me would probably not bother with such trivial matters as waiting to be buzzed in. I got up, walked out of my bedroom, and crossed to the door. As I did, I noticed light shining from under the doors of my roommates' bedrooms. Our early morning caller had succeeded in rousing the entire place. I pressed the button to let them up and waited, hoping that the next thing I heard was not the clomping of lots of angry feet on the stairs running up to exact undeserved revenge upon me. Being taken out by an angry street gang was one thing, but being taken out by an angry street gang that I had purposefully buzzed in, well, that would just be sad. However, no sound of multitudes of running feet drifted up. All I heard after a minute or so was one small set of footsteps taking their sweet time coming up. A moment later, I spotted a head of blonde hair rising up toward the landing. Sally! I stepped back to let her into the apartment, and there was Ed waiting for us, shotgun raised. I looked behind him to see Tom standing near the door to his bedroom, his faith-empowered action figure held out in front like a shield. Oh well, I guess I couldn't blame him. No matter what we may know to be true, a shotgun was always going to make someone feel a little braver than a piece of plastic. Sally entered. After Ed saw she was alone, he lowered the gun, a look of relief crossing his face. "Nice little gun," she said to him. Ed quickly composed himself and said as nonchalantly as he could, which wasn't very much, all things considered, "I have a bigger one in my pocket if you want to see it." That actually elicited a smile from Sally, who replied, "I'll pass. Now why don't you go take a shower and freshen up? You reek of desperation." Ed turned a little red, and Tom chuckled at that. As for myself, I closed the door behind her and said, "Since I don't remember booking a bachelor party for myself, shall I assume this isn't a social call?" "Ooh, you're snippy in the morning," she cooed. "I've had a hard week, in no small part thanks to you." "And yet you survived to complain about it," she countered. "Still, that's why I'm here. There's been some weird stuff going on, and I wanted to check in with you." I batted my eyes at her. "Worried about me? Don't flatter yourself." "Yeah, don't flatter yourself," cut in Tom, transformer still in hand. "She was obviously worried about me." She said in his direction, "I was, but now I see you have your teddy bear." She motioned toward the doll, the action figure that is, and then back to me. "I swear, Bill, I've been around for over 50 years, and I've never seen an apartment so full of women repellent." "All right, enough. Can we cut the foreplay short?" I asked, not really believing that I was the one who was acting like the adult here. "You said weird stuff. What's been happening?" She looked me in the eye and replied, "I assume you got my message." I gritted my teeth and nodded. "Like I said, James needed to prune a few hedges over at that other coven." "The Howard Beach coven?" I spat. "Yeah. How did you—" "Never mind. You can tell me your part when I'm done." He figured he'd kill 2 birds with 1 stone and do you a favor while he was taking care of business. "His favor almost got me killed," I complained. "It's always about you, isn't it?" she sniffed. "Now if you could stop whining for a moment or two, I can tell you what I know." She stared at me for a few seconds until I mimed zipping my lip, and then she continued. "So, James dusted some of their unauthorized membership and then took out a few of their senior members, just to make it look good." "Tito and Big Mike?" I inquired. "How should I know? This is just what I heard," she said. "I don't know if James bothered asking for autographs before he took them down. However, what I do know is that he went there in disguise and then purposely let a few witnesses escape to spread word that someone was hunting down other vamps just for sport." I interrupted. "Let me guess. This someone was a free will." "Exactly," Sally confirmed. "How do we know he wasn't just setting Bill up to take a fall?" asked Ed. She must have thought that an exceptionally stupid question because that earned Ed one of her famous eye rolls. Should I be jealous? Because if James wants Bill dead, Bill would be dead. No need for subterfuge. He'd just do it, she explained. I had to admit she had a point. Agreed. Not much doubt in my mind there. James has been working behind the scenes to pump up Bill's reputation, she continued. And no, I don't know too many specifics as to why. All I know is that he has an interest in Bill staying alive. Okay, I pretty much got the gist of all this from your message the other night, I replied. She nodded and went on. Yeah, well, things got a little crazy after that. James was supposed to take care of any heat that came down on us because of what you had supposedly done. Obviously, there was no point in giving you credit if it just got you killed. That's only fair, Ed said. Except, Sally pointed out, he didn't. The HBC's leader, Samuel, went absolutely apeshit. He called up Jeff, screaming and threatening to declare all-out war between our covens. Jeff just barely managed to talk him down and agree to mediation on neutral ground. I'm surprised he didn't just sell me out, I said. You don't get it, she spat. He was going to. He didn't know of James's plan, and I wasn't about to tell him. Jeff didn't really want to believe it, but based on what was happening, even he had to admit the possibility that perhaps he'd been underestimating you and that maybe you'd gone feral and done this. Isn't that a good thing? Tom asked, before turning to me. Bill, didn't you say you were trying to convince this guy you were more of a threat than you are? Leave it to Tom to always help inflate my ego. Before I could chime in with a response, though, Sally answered. There's more bad than good there. Jeff was not a happy camper that Bill brought this down on his head. You have to understand, this is not something that happens often. There's usually an unwritten rule of mutual respect between nearby covens. And Bill fucked that up, said Tom. No, James fucked that up, I corrected him. Tom shook his head. Yeah, but he did it in your name, so as far as anyone else is concerned, it's on your head. Your boyfriend is right, Bill, replied Sally. Bitch. As far as anyone knows, this was all you. So Jeff was planning on handing you over to them. Maybe not physically, but you could be sure as hell they'd have shown up at your doorstep. Guess we were right to be paranoid, Ed said, still holding the gun. Tom nodded in agreement. I said to Sally, except they didn't show up. So what happened? Sally raised her eyebrows in response. No idea. They just backed down. What do you mean they just backed down? I asked her. Exactly that. Out of nowhere, Samuel canceled the meeting and told Jeff that they had reconsidered their position. It was abrupt as all hell. Surprised the shit out of all of us. And probably pissed off Jeff even more, I added. Bingo! I thought James must have finally acted, but now I don't know. I haven't been able to get in touch with him all week, so I have no idea what transpired. I don't know what he did, I said, but I just wish he had done it sooner. You mentioned something happened. What went down with you? She asked. Well, thanks to you for getting to mention this whole thing to me, I found myself unknowingly passing through their territory this week. I met up with two of their goons who were none too happy to see me. Sally gave me a sheepish grin. Oh, sorry about that. I filled her in on my little altercation, telling her of how they accosted me. I described how I managed to fight back and luckily somehow scared them off. I was just about to give her the details of my harrowing trip back home when I noticed she had a troubled look on her face. What? I asked. She looked me in the eye. Let me get this straight. You actually bit one of the other vampires? I admit it maybe wasn't the manliest thing to do, but they kinda had me outnumbered. I don't give a shit about that, she said. You bit him? On the neck. Yeah, I was surprised too, cracked Tom. Normally Bill goes straight for the cock. Put a muzzle on it, Sally hissed. This is important. Yes, I answered. I bit him on the neck. And he bled? Yeah. Quite a lot, actually. I was freaking soaked in his blood. But did you actually drink any of it? She asked, rather insistently. That wasn't initially my plan, I answered, but yeah, a decent amount. And what? I asked. What happened when you drank it?" "Oh," I answered. "It was pretty damn intense. It was like, I don't know how to describe it. Maybe imagine how it would feel if someone shot you up with caffeine-laced meth." Sally sat back with a blank look on her face. A few seconds went by and she muttered, "You can't do that." "Like I said, I know it wasn't sporting, but it's not like I really—" She cut me off. "No, you don't understand. You can't do that. As in physically can't. It's impossible." "Didn't really seem all that impossible," I countered. "Besides which," Ed jumped in, "I thought vampires bit each other all the time. I mean, have you ever seen an episode of True Blood? They can't go 5 minutes without sinking their teeth into each other." "Sorry, but this is real life, not softcore porn," she snipped back. "Things don't work like that." "So, what's supposed to happen?" I asked. "Not all blood is the same," she explained. "We can only feed upon the blood of the living. When a person is changed into a vampire, their blood composition also changes." "I'm listening." "And it becomes highly incompatible to our needs. End of story. If one of us were to drink more than a few drops of another vampire's blood, we'd start projectile vomiting, and then we'd spend the next half a day curled up into the fetal position." "Is it really that bad?" I asked. "Yes, I've seen it happen," she explained. "Weird," I said. "I mean, I had a slight hangover the next day, but nothing like that. In fact, curling up into a ball was the furthest thing from my mind right after I drank it. I felt like I could have kicked ass and taken names. It was actually pretty cool." "Unbelievable," she whispered, and then added in a louder voice, "Jesus Christ, James knew." "What do you mean?" I asked. "Remember how I told you I'd started spreading those rumors about you? Including the one about feeding off of other vampires?" "Yeah." "Well, that came from James. I thought it was all just wild bullshit, but now I'm wondering if he knew more than he was letting on." "It would seem so," agreed Ed. Sally then added, "That would probably explain why the other coven backed down from wanting revenge, too." She turned to me. "James had nothing to do with it. It was all you, as incredible as that sounds. The two who attacked you must have reported back to Samuel. You probably scared the shit out of them." Ed added, "The only thing a predator fears is a bigger predator." "Exactly, especially when the first predator is used to being at the top of the food chain." "So, then where is James in all of this?" I asked. "I don't know," said Sally. She sounded exasperated. "I told you, I haven't been able to get in touch with him. That's part of the reason I'm here right now at this ungodly hour." "What do you mean?" "I was coming to get you so we could go look for James. After hearing what you just told me, I'd say our reasons for finding him just easily doubled." "I thought he wasn't normally in the city," I said. "He's not. He's usually stationed up in Boston." "So, if I'm hearing you correctly, that sounds to me like only one thing." I looked to my roommates, and after a second, we all simultaneously shouted, "Road trip!" The Road Trip of the Damned. "Not so fast," said Sally. "We're not heading up to tour microbreweries. This is business, vampire business." "That's a great idea," piped in Tom. "Once you guys are done with whatever it is you need to do, we can stop at a few microbrews." "You're not listening, meat sack," Sally replied. "This is business, not pleasure. I just came over to get Bill. You two are staying here." "We're already involved in vampire business," Ed pointed out. "The cat's obviously out of the bag. Bill can't keep a secret for shit, so you might as well bring us along. Besides which, you might need someone to help keep an eye on you." He paused as Sally began to glare at him. "And by you, I mean you too, as in plural, as in keep an eye on you and Bill." She kept glaring, but mostly Bill. "He does have a point," I cut in, trying to save Ed from the hole he had just dug. Sally rounded on me. "I don't need 3 sets of eyes glued to my ass." "No, I don't mean that," I said, quickly trying to backpedal. "They could be helpful. It'll be daylight soon. In weekend traffic, it'll take at least a half a day to get up there. They can drive, pump gas, make snack runs." I suppose we could bring them along as the snacks, mused Sally, as both of my roommates turned a shade paler. Come on, I pleaded. If you let them come along, I can guarantee they won't be too annoying. Well, okay, I can't guarantee that, but I know they'll try, and they can definitely prove useful to us. All three of us beamed hopeful smiles at her, and at last she let out a sigh. Fine, she said. I'm tired of arguing. You can all come, but I want to be on the road before daybreak, so get moving. If I even get a mild sunburn because you guys were busy screwing around, I swear I'll kill all three of you myself. Sally sat on the couch, patiently sipping on one of my blood packs while the three of us raced to get cleaned up and dressed. I know Sally wanted to get on the road quickly, but even she had to admit it wasn't a big enough emergency to warrant 6 hours stuck in a car with 3 unshowered guys. I was the last one in, and of course, by then there was no hot water left. Figures. Maybe I should just let Sally chow down on my roommates and be done with it. Tempting. I came out to find all three of them waiting for me. Tom was hanging back while Ed was attempting to say something clever to Sally. His wit was having about the effect I would have guessed, as she was right in the middle of an eye roll when I walked out. It was still a few minutes shy of sunrise, so she suggested we get a move on. Okay, ramblers, let's get rambling, Tom merrily chimed, but I stopped after a step or two. Quick question. Exactly how are we getting rambling? I asked. Of the three of us, only Ed had a car, and to say it was a small piece of shit with barely enough room for just Ed would be an insult to small pieces of shit with barely enough room for just Ed. Unless he was planning on strapping us to the roof, not a pleasant prospect during any hours, much less daylight. That really wasn't going to be an option. I got it covered, answered Sally. I'm parked right outside. She sure as hell was good to her word. She definitely had it covered. Sally pointed us toward a huge Cadillac Escalade with double-tinted windows on all sides. Ed whistled and said, Sweet, we are definitely riding in style. Tom quipped, Yeah, if this truck is a rockin', it won't be. Sally cut him off. She tossed Ed the keys and motioned toward my two roommates. You two up front. Bill and I will be in the back. The tank's full, so let's get going. Ed opened the front door and got in. As he put on his seatbelt, he asked, Registration in the glove compartment, just in case? No idea, Sally casually answered, climbing into the back. What do you mean, no idea? Where is it then? He asked. Which part of no idea was hard to understand? She shot back. This is your truck, right? I asked. Nope, she replied in a chipper tone. Then whose car is it? No idea on that one either, she replied. Didn't catch his name. In the end, he wasn't very talkative. I started to get into the Escalade and noticed the series of stains in the back seat. Dark stains, like, yep, you guessed it, dried blood. Ed noticed them too. He tried and failed to stifle a gulp, then said, So, this car was conveniently just what I needed for today, finished Sally. So, if I were you, I'd drive real carefully. If we wind up getting pulled over, it could get messy, in all sorts of ways. Ed just sat there, staring at her for a second before turning around and starting the engine. He muttered something under his breath, but my acute vampire hearing picked it up. Hot and scary. Just how I like 'em. Considering the smirk she now wore on her face, I had little doubt Sally heard it too. The ride up was slow, thanks to the droves of weekend warriors out on the road, but fairly uneventful. The heavily tinted windows kept the sun at bay, and bloodstains aside, it was a roomy and comfortable ride. I could get used to this. I used to wonder why celebrities drove these things. I had figured it was the more money than sense thing, but now I kind of get it. It was one thing to be out driving, but this was driving in style. We stopped twice for gas. This thing drank like a thirsty camel, and once for a bucket of fried chicken. Popeyes, you can keep your KFC, thank you very much. Finally, around mid-afternoon, we arrived at the address Sally had given us for the GPS. It was a car wash. To say it wasn't exactly screaming mountain of power for a coalition of evil entities would be a bit of an understatement. My friends were apparently of the same mindset. This is it? Asked Tom. Yes, we're here, Sally replied. Let me guess. You were expecting maybe a high-rise office building populated by Eurotrash goons dressed in black all the way up to their mirrored shades? Actually, yeah, I commented. Don't worry, I said the same thing the first time I came here, she said to me with a smile. It actually all depends on the city. In some places, subtlety is more prized than image. Well, this is definitely subtle, said Ed. It's actually perfect. It allows us to enter during daylight hours without requiring us to step outside. Drive up to the attendant in the back. He'll let us in. Sorry, she said to Ed and Tom, but you two will need to stay with the car. No junk food allowed in the premises, I'm afraid. It's okay, Ed replied. Yeah, agreed Tom. If we get bored, we can always get a hot wax and a chassis bath. Sally flashed her fangs at the attendant and told him we were here to see James. He directed our vehicle into the wash itself. Halfway through, the water stopped flowing and the brushes to our right parted to reveal a ramp downward. We took it and found ourselves in a small subterranean parking garage. Sally directed Ed to park, and he did so. You two stay here. Keep the doors locked and don't talk to anyone who isn't us, she told my friends as she stepped from the Escalade. Trust me when I say it's for your own protection. Ed nodded while Tom reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out Optimus. Upon seeing it, Sally nodded her approval and said, Good idea. See, Bill? Your buddies aren't as dumb as you said they were. She grinned at me and started walking away. Tom and Ed, on the other hand, were staring at me with much less amused looks on their faces. What? I held up my hands. I didn't say anything. Really? I closed the door and quietly muttered, Bitch, before following Sally into the darkness. To human eyes, the place might have looked dark and foreboding, but to my vampire-powered vision, it looked pretty damn dull. Think of your basic vanilla office with its sea of cubicles surrounded by a few middle management offices. Well, throw in some shitty lighting and you'd have this place. Here I was hoping for a dark cavern lit by torches and perhaps lined with skulls, maybe culminating in a chamber filled with ominous robed figures. Instead, I got an office park underneath a car wash. It looked like the greatest danger this place had to offer was the possibility of hanging oneself with bureaucratic red tape. A trip to the DMV was immeasurably scarier than this place. On initial glance, the only thing that seemed odd were the inhabitants of the various desks. Typing away within the cubes, looking even more lifeless than the denizens of a typical corporate office, were persons in various stages of decay. Holy shit! Zombies! Okay, so they were performing clerical duties as opposed to trying to eat our brains, but zombies nevertheless. Cool. I couldn't help myself. I put my hands together in the shape of a pistol. As I walked past the cubicles, I started pointing my gun at the inhabitants and whispering, Pew! Headshot. Pew! Pew! Die, zombie bastards! Yeah, subtle I am not. After a second or two, Sally stopped short to turn to me and growl, What exactly is fucking wrong with you? What? Were you dropped on your head repeatedly as a child? No. Maybe you fell into the pool and were underwater a little too long? I don't think so. Then why, pray tell, she hissed, are you insistent on embarrassing the ever-loving shit out of me? But they're zombies, I sheepishly offered. Yes, she continued her tirade. They are disgusting, putrefying corpses, but you know what? They are keeping their fucking mouths shut and not walking around looking like a goddamn retard, unlike you. Can I help you? A voice from behind Sally suddenly asked. She jumped and whirled around to face it. Standing there was a tall, thin woman wearing a business suit, her hair done up in a tight bun. She was good-looking. Of course, I was beginning to think I was the sole vampire on the planet who couldn't pass as a swimsuit model, but had a severe no-nonsense attitude about her. Whoever she was good. Neither of us had sensed her approaching. Let me repeat myself, she said when we didn't answer. Can I help you, or would you prefer to continue disrupting our workplace? Before Sally could say a word, I jumped in with my most sincere voice. "We're terribly sorry, no offense intended. My friend here has a terrible case of Tourette's and thus can't help the potty mouth." Sally glared daggers at me. I had little doubt she was contemplating exactly how far up my ass she could stuff my head once she had ripped it off. After a second or two of mentally killing and dismembering me, she turned to the newcomer and said, "We're from Village Coven in New York. We need to see James." "I don't think James is in. Did you call ahead for an appointment?" Sally seemed to pause at this question. "No," she finally answered. "So you came all the way up from New York, but you didn't think to take 2 minutes to call first to see if he was around?" asked the woman, raising one eyebrow. Sally actually blushed at this, which one would think was fairly difficult for a dead person to do. I didn't know who this woman was, but if she could verbally slap Sally down so easily, then I liked her. "Listen, it's been a stressful week and you're really not helping," Sally shot back. "Is Colin around?" "Maybe." "Well, then kindly point us toward him and I'll stop disrupting your workplace." The woman narrowed her lips and appeared to be contemplating some sort of comment, but instead just hooked a thumb and pointed it down the hall. "End of the corridor through the double doors, and please go quietly. The beings in this building actually work for a living." She looked Sally up and down for a moment. "Not that I'd expect you to understand." I can't stress this enough. It is always fun to watch a battle between alpha bitches. I followed Sally in the direction our gracious hostess pointed us. I could practically see steam blowing out of her ears. Logic dictated I changed the subject, and perhaps for the first time in my life, I actually heeded its warning. Maybe I'm mellowing out in my old age. "Who's Colin?" I asked, as it seemed a neutral enough topic. "He's James's assistant. We go way back, so let me handle him." "Ex-boyfriend?" I queried. "Not quite," was all the answer I got. We arrived at a set of double doors, and a quick buzzing noise told us they were unlocked. We walked in, and let me tell you, this was more like it. We stepped from the sea of cubicles into some serious style. It was kind of like what I might imagine Kenneth Lay's executive suite in hell might look like. The floor was made of what looked to be obsidian, and the walls were exquisitely carved gray stone, quite possibly carved from the very earth around us. Dozens of candles illuminated the area. It would have made for a very convincing evil overlord throne room, except for a series of leather chairs set off in a little waiting area, and at the far end of the room, in front of another set of double doors, a rich mahogany desk, which was illuminated by the glow of a monitor. Who'd have thunk it? The undead prefer Macs. Seated behind the desk was a thin male vampire wearing a suit that appeared to be far outside of my price range. He might have looked important with the exception of his slick-back hair, which gave him a bit of a Weasley used car salesman vibe. As we neared his desk, he turned his attention toward us. His beady little eyes looked me up and down with obvious distaste. However, I saw a glimmer of recognition flash as he turned toward Sally. "Well, well," he said in a slick voice that sounded as if it were well lubricated from years of ass-kissing. "It's been a while since you've been up in our neck of the woods, my dear Lou." "How many times do I have to tell you, Colin?" she said, cutting him off. "It's Sally, coven protocol and all." "Of course," our oily friend replied. "My apologies, Sally." Did he just... I never even bothered to think that Sally wasn't her real name. Now that I thought of it, I guess it was kind of stupid of me, considering all the idiotic pseudonyms running around our coven. I'd have to ask her about that later. Sally brushed off his greeting and got straight to business. "We're here about James." "We?" asked Colin, once again shifting his eyes in my direction. "Hi," I said, sticking out my hand. "I'm Bill, but everyone in the coven calls me Dr. Death." Yep, you guessed it. It was another one of those cases where something sounded a lot cooler in my head. It probably also didn't help things that my hand was still stuck out there like a doofus. I quickly lowered it when it became apparent that no return shake was incoming. Instead, Colin frowned and began typing on his keyboard. "Dr. Death," he said, more to himself than either of us. "Oh, well, I guess it's not any dumber sounding than Night Razor." "That's what I said." He ignored me, however, and was still looking at his screen when his eyes went wide. "You're the free will?" he asked with a tone of disbelief. "What are you looking at?" I asked. "Your profile." "I have a profile?" "All vampires have a profile," he sniffed. "God, Sally, don't you people at least give the newcomers an orientation down there?" "Nope, not even a flyer for my troubles," I quipped, as I felt Sally's foot hit me in the side of the leg. Colin gave me the once-over yet again and then said, "I thought you'd be more, well, not you." I shrugged as I answered, "I get that a lot." This prompted Sally to interrupt us. "James?" she reminded Colin. "He's not here," confirmed Colin. "Where is he then?" she demanded. Colin answered her question with another. "Why do you need to know?" "I've been trying to call him all week and haven't been able to get through." Colin gave her a smile that was both sympathetic and condescending all at once as he said, "My dear Sally, James is a busy man. You can't really expect him to answer the calls for every love-struck puppy who chases after him." "It's not like that," Sally snapped. "I've been working with him on coven-related business. He was supposed to smooth some static between us and another group, but he no-showed. I'm trying to get some answers." "When was all this supposed to happen?" Colin asked, starting to type again. "Beginning of the week." "Ah, that makes sense then," he answered whilst looking at his monitor. "He was called away on business, unexpectedly, I'm afraid." "What kind of business?" Sally again demanded. "The kind that's none of yours," was his reply. "Damn, he was a snarky little fucker." "Cut the shit, Colin," Sally warned. Colin scoffed. "Or what? You'll sick him on me?" Sally seemed to consider this for a moment and then said, "Well, he is the free will. I'm sure you've heard the rumors." "Oh, please. As if I believed half of that garbage." "James believes it," Sally pointed out. "Sorry, love, but just because I work for him doesn't mean I drink the same Kool-Aid as he does." I was really hoping the next words out of Sally's mouth weren't going to revolve around ordering me to kick this guy's ass. Regardless of my chances of doing so, we were in a building full of all sorts of God knows what. I really didn't want them to suddenly all descend upon me just because Sally's panties were in a bunch. Before she could respond, however, Colin added, "Apparently Jeff doesn't believe it either." "Jeff? How would you know that?" Sally asked. "He called not an hour ago. I haven't heard a peep from you Soho coveners in months, and suddenly, bam, you're crawling all over me like fire ants. Interesting coincidence, isn't it?" "What did he want?" Sally asked, sounding perhaps a bit more frantic than she had meant to. "Same thing as you." "What did you tell him?" "Remember what I said before about none of your business? Same principle applies. You needn't concern yourself with the conversations of beings above your pay grade." She let out what sounded like a sigh of exasperation and then said, "Come on, Colin. If he sent me here in person, then obviously he trusts me to relay the info back to him." "Why does it matter if I potentially already told him what he wanted to know?" he slyly asked. "Because we both know you. Jeff, Night Razor, realizes that you'd be more than happy to give him half a story over the phone just to get rid of him. He sent me up as a backup to make sure there wasn't anything left lying on the table." She lied, or presumably lied. I still wasn't entirely convinced of what side of the fence she was playing on. "Please, help me out here. It's important," she continued. Vinegar hadn't worked, so I guess she was now trying to use a little honey to catch this fly. That seemed to deflate his asshole sails a little. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't," he replied. "He's working on something for the Draculas. Official business, need to know only." He paused for a moment and then added, "It's all right here on the screen. I'm sorry, though, I can't talk about it." "You can't talk about it?" she asked, a grin starting to work its way onto her face. "Exactly. I can't talk about it." He leaned toward her with a sly grin. "Oh, I think I get it. I've seen this in the movies before. Any second now, I was going to be asked to leave the room, and then they'd settle their differences the old-fashioned way. If I had my guess, I'd say that would involve something that started with the word blow and ended with the word job. Man, maybe I should consider shooting off a resume to this place. Sally and Colin locked eyes for a moment, and then Sally asked in an innocent voice, "You got coffee in this place?" Colin smiled and replied, "Vending machines down the hall." Sally reached into her purse and said, "I'm afraid I'm a little tired from the trip up here. Colin, would you be a dear and get me a cup?" She pulled out a couple of bills. Not sure how much she had there, but I distinctly saw Ben Franklin staring back at me from the top. She held them out to Colin. "Here, this should cover it. Feel free to keep the change." But Colin wasn't done yet. "You know, it's kind of odd that Jeff didn't mention he was sending you up, now that I think about it." However, Sally had apparently played this game before. A few more bills appeared in her hand as she purred, "Must have slipped his mind." Must have. Colin accepted the coffee fare with a greasy little smile and replied, "Back in just a sec," before getting up and walking out of the office. Sally immediately jumped behind his desk and started reading what was on the screen. "That's it?" I questioned. "What's it?" she replied, eyes on the information in front of her. "A bribe? That's so unvampire-like," I complained. "What? Should I have offered him my immortal soul and then sealed the pack in blood?" "Well, yeah, something like that," I replied. "There should be something dark and demonic going on, not just you handing the guy a few bucks to let you read his email." She continued scrolling through the document as she answered, "You know, you really need to get out more. There's this thing called reality. You should try it sometime." "Oh, you're just a barrel of laughs, Lou, whatever the hell he was going to call you. What is your real name, by the way?" "Can't talk. Busy reading." "Come on," I said, not so easily dissuaded. "What is it, Lucy? Maybe you're really Lucille Ball." "Nah, she was a redhead." "Oh, I know. You're that girl from Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds." "No." "Well, then what about—" "Did you ever think," she cut me off, "that maybe there's no mystery? Maybe I just like Sally better. Sally's a nice name. I had an aunt named Sally. She was cool." "Sally Sunset?" "It's just that last part I don't like. Sally is fine." "So in other words, there is a mystery," I exclaimed. "Oh, enough of this shit." She hit a button and the page she was reading started printing out on the laserjet sitting on the desk. "I can't concentrate with your stupidity hovering over me," she said, grabbing the printed pages. "Let's go. We can finish this in the car." We ran into Colin again as we were exiting James's office. Oddly enough, he did not have Sally's coffee with him. "Find what you need?" he asked with a smug grin. Sally just gave him a grunt as she walked past, the printout safely in her pocket. I, on the other hand, just couldn't leave without having a little fun first. Colin had reminded me a little too much of some of the directors at my company whose sole marketable skills were apparently an expertise in brown-nosing. Taking them down a peg was usually a political no-no for people in my position, but that didn't work for Colin. "Thanks for all your help," I said, a little over-energetically. By the way, your machine back there was running a little sluggish, probably a virus or something. I took the liberty of reformatting your hard drive for you." The remaining color drained from his already pale face and he raced into his office. "You're welcome," I shouted after him as I caught up to Sally. She was smiling. "Like that, huh?" "Maybe just a little," she admitted. On the road again. Tom and Ed were waiting for us when we got back to the Escalade. "Did you know this place has zombies?" Tom excitedly asked while we climbed into the back seat once again. "Yeah," affirmed Ed. "One came by a little while back and validated our parking." I nodded and said, "There were a bunch of them inside. Apparently they do office work, too." "Really?" Tom asked. "I wonder how much they make. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'd be pretty pissed off if I found out a rotting corpse made more than I do." Ed asked, "But would you be surprised?" "Not in the least," he answered. "If you two are done jerking each other off, can we get moving? It's a long ride back," complained Sally, taking the printout from her purse. "What about the microbrews we were going to tour?" Tom asked from the front seat. Do I need to kill you as an example for everyone else?" Sally nonchalantly commented as she started to leaf through the sheets of paper. "Can I see?" I asked, reaching out for a page. She pulled them back from my grasp. "No." "Why not?" I complained. "Besides, you read really slowly." "Sorry if my Latin is rusty." She held out a page to me. "Can you do any better?" I took the page and saw that she was right. It all looked like incomprehensible lorem ipsum garbage to me. "Not unless it's Pig Latin," I said, handing it back. "So, is there any particular reason it's in Latin?" "It's simple. Nobody reads Latin anymore, especially not this dialect." "Except for vampires?" I asked, dreading a future which saw me sitting in some ghoulish classroom studying for a final on some dead language. Damn, I barely passed basic Spanish in high school. "Not really. Most vampires can't read it either. It's mostly for guys of James rank or higher." "Let me guess. It cuts down on the shoulder surfing," said Ed from the driver's seat. "Pretty much," Sally explained, "although I think it's mostly an elitist thing for the elder vampires." "But you can read it?" I asked. "Not really, but I know enough to fake it. Each of the coven heads is supposed to have a remedial understanding of it for courier purposes." "But you aren't the coven head," I pointed out. "No shit," she replied. "But Jeff can be one lazy SOB. He likes to think of some of us as his own personal secretarial pool. Hence, I've picked up a few things here and there. Now, if you'll excuse me, this might take a little while. If you three chimps can fling your shit amongst yourselves for a bit, it would be most appreciated." We drove on in the fading light of the afternoon. Sally had pulled out a pen and was busy scribbling notes on the side of the paper. We three guys had tried to keep quiet so as not to bother her, but ultimately that lasted all of 10 minutes. Fortunately for her at least, she seemed well equipped to be able to tune us out as long as we weren't directly bothering her, which I made the mistake of doing at some point and almost got her pen jammed in my forearm. As the last of light was fading from the sky, we made a pit stop for burgers. Sally opted to remain with the car. When we'd returned, now full of burgery goodness, rare meat didn't need a blood chaser to be fulfilling, thank goodness. Sally announced, "I think I finally got it." "Please don't tell me you spent the last 70 miles translating out to lunch, back in 5, commented Ed. "No. Otherwise we would be turning our asses around to get a refund," she replied. "It looks like Colin was right. James did have some official business." "Okay, so are you going to tell us, or do I have to beg for it?" I asked. "While I have no doubt that you're a master at begging women, bitch, I think we can dispense with formalities this once. It would appear that James was given a summons by one of the Draculas. He—" "Okay, hold on a second," interrupted Tom. "Draculas? As in plural? What, did he have himself cloned?" "No, there is no Dracula. Bram Stoker's book was just fiction," Sally replied with a sigh. "But you just said—" "I said Draculas. Yes, I know. They're the ruling council of vampires, traditionally the 13 oldest and most powerful of our kind. They're officially known as the Coven of Midnight, or sometimes just the First Coven." Tom started to speak up again, but Sally held up a hand to silence him. "Dracula's is kind of a nickname. After Stoker's book started to get popular, a few people started referring to the First Coven by that name as kind of a sick joke. After a while, it just stuck." "And these elder vampires," I asked, "who presumably predate the book by quite a bit, are okay with this?" "Don't be crazy," she answered. "If you called them the Draculas to any of their faces, they'd rip you to pieces and then take turns wiping their asses with your remains. Like I said, it's a nickname. If you are ever called before them, you make it a point to keep the word Dracula as far from your mouth as possible. These guys do not have a sense of humor." "Have you ever met them?" Ed asked from up front, his eyes meeting ours in the rearview mirror. "No, nobody in our coven has. James is the closest we get to them, and as long as we fly under the radar, that's the way it'll stay. Supposedly there was this coven up in Westchester about 75 years ago. Their leader got called in to meet with the Draculas. I don't know what happened, but he must have insulted them in some way, because by next week the entire coven was wiped out to the last member," she said with wide eyes. "Supposedly?" queried Ed. Well, that's what I heard, anyway. It was a little before my time. Ed was still not buying it. Then how do you know it's not all just bullshit? For all you know, these Draculas are just a bunch of toothless old geezers gumming their victims to death. It doesn't work that way, insisted Sally. Bill, you've seen James in action. I nodded and replied, damn straight. That guy's all sorts of scary. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of any hurt he was dishing out. Exactly, Sally confirmed. Generally speaking, as vampires get older, they get more powerful. Well, all of the Draculas are older than James, some of them a lot older. Okay, well, that's kind of frightening, I said. And you said James was summoned by them? One of them, she continued. The Khan, to be exact. Before she could say another word, she was drowned out by the voices of 3 Star Trek geeks simultaneously shouting, Khan! When we had at last died down, she asked, Do I really want to know what that was about? Doubtful, Ed answered. So this Khan dude, Tom piped in, are we talking Space Seed or Genghis? She looked perplexed. Space Seed? Whatever that is, I'm thinking probably not. And no, he's not Genghis Khan. I didn't think so, Tom said. That would just be silly. He's Ogadai Khan, Sally continued, Genghis's son. Tom got a blank look on his face and then replied, Oh, of course. That's a lot less silly, I guess. Sally shot back. Be thankful. If we had turned Genghis, humanity would probably all be living in cattle pens right now. Ogadai was just as good of a leader, but a bit mellower. Okay, so that makes sense, I guess, I said. James said he represents the Draculas in these parts, so where is he? According to this? Sally glanced down at the paper. The Gansu province of China. China? Why the hell is he in China? That's where the Khan is. I get that, but why did he send for James? That seems like it's a little outside of James's jurisdiction, I pointed out. Because the Khan is James's sire, Sally explained. When the guy who made you is also one of the high muckety-mucks, you tend to pick up when he calls. This piqued Ed's curiosity, and he asked, So what? Did he turn James when the Mongols were busy trying to annex the rest of the world? I don't know the specifics, Sally admitted, but from what I've heard it was a bit after that. Supposedly James met the Khan in China. So what was James doing in China 600 years plus ago? I asked. I don't think it was a big vacation spot back in those days. James once told me he was traveling there with Marco Polo as a member of his expedition. She then added, Pretty mind-blowing, huh? There was a chorus of affirmation within the car. Mind-blowing was kind of an understatement. About a month ago, I was battling ancient beings with either a 20-sider or a computer mouse. Today, I was actually hobnobbing with living pieces of history. Stuff like this, one needed to sit down and contemplate. Unfortunately, now was neither the time nor the place. It was Ed who broke the reverie. Like I said earlier, shit just doesn't faze him like it does other people. This is all fascinating, but why did the Khan recall this James guy all the way back to China? Was he jonesing for some baked beans and clam chowder? Sally grinned. Maybe James was jonesing for some genuine Chinese food. The grin faltered, and then she continued. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't appear either is the case. From what I can understand, the report states that some of the covens under the Khan's personal stewardship had been attacked. The Khan wanted people he could trust to investigate. Who would be insane enough to attack vampires? Asked Ed. Kung Fu masters, Tom answered. Then, after we all stopped to stare at him for a second, he responded with, Why not? This is China we're talking about. I love him like a brother, but god damn, Tom can be a fucking moron. Before he could say anything else stupid, I chimed in with, Other vampires? Those guys in Queens had no trouble coming after me. No way, Sally said. Coven wars happen from time to time, but none of us would be insane enough to do this with one of the Draculas in the immediate area. This was something else. Werewolves? Ed offered, but Sally just waved her hand in dismissal. Sorry to break it to you guys, but werewolves don't exist. They're just a myth. There was a chorus of disappointed voices in the car. That sucked. Werewolves were kick-ass. Hold on, I said. What do you mean they don't exist? Didn't you and James tell me that myths had a basis in reality? Sally gave me an eye roll. It had been a few hours since the last one. I was almost starting to miss them. Almost. And replied, some myths are real. Some are just the result of someone getting high off the local fauna and having a bad acid trip. Yeah, I guess that made sense. Forget myth, there was some seriously weird shit that popped up from time to time in the news. No doubt a good chunk of it could be explained away as someone watering down their hooch with a little too much antifreeze. Fine, no werewolves, I said with a touch of regret. Then what attacked those covens? How am I supposed to know? Sally sniffed. We're vampires. We have enemies. Not all of them are human. Remembering something from the other night, I asked, while trying to sound more knowledgeable than I was, does this have anything to do with your war against the feet? That seemed to catch her by surprise as she rounded on me. Where did you hear about that? Around, I coyly replied. So, does it? I don't know, she said quietly, as if in contemplation. Of course, then Tom had to go ruin it by chiming in, feet? Is there some kind of demonic foot fungus at work here? I hear they sell spray for that. That more or less killed the mood and any chance I had at getting answers to a question that, well, okay, a question I hadn't given a second thought to before now, but hey, knowledge is power. Maybe I should have listened to Sally's earlier advice and just left my roommates at home. Sally shook her head and said, attitude returning, it's not important. What is important is that James is out of the country, and what's very important for you, Bill, is that it's for an indeterminate amount of time. I felt a little tingling at the base of my brainstem as she said that, but I thought it best to ask rather than assume. It's important to me why? Because you're under James's protection. With him gone, Colin or another vampire will step in to do his duties, but protection is another matter entirely. That's not transferable. If he's not around, it's as good as out of sight, out of mind. But you said indeterminate, I replied, grasping at whatever straws I could. That means he could be back a year from now, or he could be back tomorrow. It doesn't really work that way for us, she pointed out. If James was called in from 5,000 miles away and not given any time to settle his accounts first, that means whatever is going down is pretty big, and the Khan wants someone he can trust to look into it. Whatever James is going to do for him, you can bet it will be with a fine-toothed comb. Immortals can afford to be thorough. Which means that if I was a betting girl, and I am, my money would not be on expecting to see James again for at least 6 months. Probably more. But if Jeff snuffs me out now, she cut me off. Then who's to say he didn't do it 2 months from now? You think anyone in the coven is going to officially rat him out? Not likely. Being a coven leader has its perks, not the least of which is that he's going to be given the benefit of the doubt. All of this assumes he knows James is out of the country, Ed pointed out. Sally turned to me to answer. Remember back there when I said that Jeff and I both knew Colin? I nodded in return. Well, we do. That means that if I knew how to grease Colin's wheels... That caught Tom's attention, and he turned back toward us with wide eyes and rapt attention. With money, you pervert. Tom turned away, suddenly losing interest. If I knew how to get Colin to talk, then Jeff obviously does too. If he suspected... Oh, stop it, she snapped back. Jeff may be stupid, but he's over 120 years old. He knows how to play the game. Even if he didn't, Colin's not known for his sense of humor. I nodded, but Ed asked, What do you mean by that? I kinda sorta might have joked to him as we were leaving that I reformatted his computer, I admitted. But did you actually do it? He asked. It doesn't matter, Sally said. Guys like him have massive egos. Most vampires, once they get a few centuries under their belt, lose the ability to laugh at their own expense. Ed got it. So even if Jeff didn't grease the wheels, so to speak, you think this Colin guy might give him a call and spill his guts, just as a farewell fuck you? Yeah, she answered. Petty revenge is pretty much his middle name. I guess there's something to be said for occasionally letting the other guy get the last word. Yeah, I replied. I'm beginning to think that maybe I should occasionally just keep my mouth shut. Kind of like a smoker who decides to quit after he's already found out he has lung cancer, Tom remarked. Better late than never, I guess, was the only answer I had for that. We drove on in silence for a little while until Tom couldn't take it anymore. So, what are we going to do about this puddle of shit we find ourselves wading into? I've been thinking about that, replied Ed. As far as I can tell, there's only one thing we can do. Let me guess. Settle my affairs and pick out a nice urn to hold my ashes? I morosely asked. Vampirism is lost upon you, Ed sighed. No, Dingleberry, we take the fight to Jeff. We hunt down and kill the fucker before he can do it to you. There was a moment of stunned silence before Tom once again chimed in. And by we, you mean? We, dipshit, as in all of us, as in I don't want to spend the next several weeks screening for a new roommate. Ed's eyes met mine in the rearview mirror. As in, he fucks with one of us. He fucks with all of us, I finished. Tom just shrugged. Oh well, guess I've led a good life. At least I can go out knowing I've gotten more action than either of you two fags. Your left hand doesn't count, Sally piped in before her tone turned serious again. It won't be easy. Jeff's a lot more powerful than any of us. I smiled. Us? So does that mean you want to come join our little party? I can try. I told you once already, I can't stand Jeff. I wouldn't shed any tears if he wound up a pile of ash. There's only one problem. What? Jeff can't order you around, but I'm a different story, she explained. I can maybe resist his compulsions to a degree, but there's nothing to say he either won't be able to stop me in my tracks with a word, or maybe even outright turn me against you. Earplugs, maybe? Tom suggested. Doesn't work like that. It's a psychic thing. They don't make plugs for that. When he tried to compel the others to attack me last week, it didn't work, I pointed out. Fear and doubt are powerful emotions, even for a compulsion to overcome, she replied. Sorry to say, Bill, but I'm not all that afraid of you. What about hatred? I asked. What? Think about it, I said. You said fear is a powerful emotion. Hatred is too. If you focus on how much you hate his guts, maybe that'll work too. She didn't have a reply for that one. She just sat there thinking it over. Tom smiled at me. Damn, Bill. I think that might be the first good idea I've ever seen you come up with. What about you, Ed? I asked. What do you think? What I think, he answered, is that maybe we should see if we can coax a little more speed out of this thing while we still have the element of surprise. Okay, so that wasn't the best of ideas. Ed brought the Escalade up to around 80 as soon as the traffic eased up a bit. That allowed us to burn off more miles for about 20 minutes until we saw flashing red and blue lights behind us. In the dark, we had never seen the speed trap. Just fucking great, Ed exclaimed. Yeah, Tom added. This is definitely going to slow us down. Especially the whole stolen vehicle with a dead owner thing. That ought to slow us down just a little bit, Sally reminded us all. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll all find boyfriends nice and quick at Riker's. Shit, I forgot about that part, Ed snarled. So, what do we do? Preferably without causing a multi-state manhunt for a bunch of cop killers, I said, eyeballing Sally. You take all the fun out of this, she cooed. I don't suppose you're all up for a high-speed chase? In this land yacht? No, I suppose not, she said, still without a trace of panic. Looks like there's an exit coming up in about a mile. Take it and then pull over. Preferably someplace dark. And then? Ed asked. And then try not to act guilty, obviously. Ed did as instructed. Tom, for his part, managed to get his shit together long enough to rummage through the glove compartment for anything useful. He was in luck and came up with both a registration and insurance card for one Harold Lively. Ironic, considering his not-so-lively status right now, if Sally was to be believed. The exit, as many in upstate New York tend to be, was dark and not well-traveled. For about the 10,000th time in my life, I marveled how such vast rural desolation could exist so close to the insane urban sprawl of the city. Streetlights were few and far between, as was exiting traffic, thankfully. Thus, Ed had no problem pulling over into the gloom as the boys in blue glided in behind us. "Now everyone, just be cool," Sally said, sounding like a character in a Quentin Tarantino movie. The cop, a lone trooper on interstate traffic duty, got out and slowly walked up to the driver's side window. Ed put on his best friendly smile. "Good evening, officer," he said, perhaps a little too overly chipper. In return, he got the standard, "License and registration, sir," response, followed by, "In a rush tonight?" in a fairly bored tone. Ed handed over the documents and answered, "Sorry about that. Sometimes I forget how fast this boat can actually go." "Uh-huh. Have you been drinking tonight, Mr. Vesser?" asked the trooper, glancing at the license. "No, sir," Ed replied, in that same trying-too-hard tone. "Just borrowed my uncle's car to take some friends to the movies." "Wait right here, sir," said the trooper, turning back to his cruiser to probably run the license and registration through the system. "Smooth going, Slick," whispered Sally. She then opened the door and stepped out. The cop stopped what he was doing for a moment, no doubt to take in the sight of Sally. She had that effect on people. However, then his training took over. "Please step back in the car, ma'am," he said, his eyes appearing to be focused on a spot somewhere south of Sally's face. "Please, sir," she said in a voice that sounded genuinely agitated. "I need to speak with you. Please." That last one caught the cop's attention and he waved her over. He yelled back toward us, "The rest of you just stay where you are." And together they walked back to his car. "What the hell is she up to?" I asked, once she was out of earshot. "Maybe. Damn sensitive vampire hearing." "Dude," Tom said, "isn't it obvious? Chick like that knows how to play 'em. A little sucky-sucky action and we'll be on our way." "No, I don't think so," Ed replied. "Did you see the way she was acting? She better not be selling our asses out. What do you think, Bill?" "She has shown a penchant for bitch-like behavior, I will admit," I replied, starting to wonder if maybe this wasn't a good idea. I really hoped she wasn't about to fuck us over. If she did, I'd probably have to act. Sure, I didn't want to have a dead cop on my conscience, but I didn't want to wind up in San Quentin either. Of course, that assumed I lived long enough for that. One medical exam, and I'm sure some lawyer would try parading my ass out into the sunlight for a press conference, and then poof, no more Bill. "So, what do we do?" Tom asked. He had been so caught up in his little X-rated fantasy that he hadn't considered the other possibilities. Now a slight twinge of panic was working its way into his voice. Before I could answer, most likely with something lame like, "I don't know," Ed spoke up. "We play it by ear. Pretty much the only thing we can do. If it comes down to it, Sally's not the only vampire in the car." "Are you sure?" I started to say, but Ed cut me off. "Listen, from the sound of things, we're already waist-deep in Schitt's Creek. You, my friend, are in even deeper. If she's trying to screw us over, you're going to need to decide whether you're going to swim or swallow." "Okay," was about the only intelligent response I was capable of giving. Hopefully it wouldn't come down to that. We all turned to watch what was happening. The cop's car still had the flashers going, so it was difficult to tell. However, we could see both their silhouettes. However, that all changed in the space of a heartbeat. For those of you who still have heartbeats, at least. 1 second there were 2 shadows, and the next, it was a jumbled confusion. A few moments passed, and the lights on the cop car all turned off. When my vision had readjusted to the darkness, I saw Sally closing the front door of the squad car and starting to walk back toward us. Sprawled, unmoving in the dirt next to the car, was the police officer. I jumped out of the Escalade to confront her, but when she reached the car, she looked oddly out of breath. Weird. She should have been able to break that guy in half without so much as suffering a hair out of place. Before I could speak, she held up a hand to silence me. "I suggest," she said, catching her breath, "we discuss this on the road." Sound advice, all in all. I held open the door and let her in. She stumbled a bit, so I helped her out, catching an elbow in the gut for my troubles. Ooh, guess she wasn't that wiped out. Jeez, it's not like I was purposely trying to cop a feel. Not my fault her ass just happened to be in the way. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Ed, not being a tool, peeled out the second I was back in the car. I saw his eyes lock onto Sally in the rear view as he said, "No bullshit. I want to know exactly how fucked we are." "Relax," she wheezed. "Whew. That took more out of me than I thought it would. We're fine. Harold Lively's the one who's fucked, and considering his current condition, I don't think he'll mind all that much." "I have no clue what you're talking about. English, please." "What did you do?" I asked, even though I had a sneaky suspicion of what she was going to say. I compelled the cop, basically planted the thought in his mind that Harold was alone in the car. And then I decked him. "You can do that to a person?" Ed asked. "Well, yeah. All you do is ball up your fist and—" "No, the first part," he clarified. "I guess so," she answered. "Heard it could be done, but never tried it myself. Thought my head was going to pop off there for a second, but then it took hold." "But the cop's okay?" I asked. "I'm touched that you care," she answered with her typical attitude. "He's going to be out for a while. Cracked jaw and probably a concussion, but he should be fine. Harold, on the other hand, is going to have one hell of an APB out for him." She finished with a smile, pleased at her own cleverness. "Impressive," I said. "It was, wasn't it?" she agreed smugly. "Yes, with one little exception." "What? Annoyed that I didn't consult with you first?" she sniffed. "No," I continued, "annoyed because the cops are going to be after us anyway." "You might want to catch up with the conversation," she replied. "I just finished telling everyone that the cops would be after Harold." "Yes, Harold, who just happens to be driving around in the same Escalade that we just happen to be driving in," I said, with just a trace of my own smugness. She just stared back at me with a blank look and then blurted out, "Oh, crap." "Oh, crap is right," I agreed. "Thus, I suggest we hightail it back to the city as soon as possible and ditch the pimpmobile here at the first chance we get." For once, there was no dissent with something I'd suggested. Grudge match. We parked the Escalade close to Flushing Meadows, and after a thorough wipe-down for prints, I wasn't worried so much for Sally, but Tom, Ed, and I were still on the grid, so to speak. We ditched it and headed about a half-mile south to grab the M train. It was a long ride home with several transfers, but there was one high note to the whole thing. I don't think I've ever been at this ease riding the subway so late at night. Ed and Tom both looked fairly relaxed, too. Safety in numbers is great and all, but it doesn't beat traveling with two vampires, at least one of whom has shown relatively little concern so far for silly things like human life. There were definitely some perks to the whole undead predator of the night thing. We finally arrived at our building in the wee hours of the morning. Well, at least we couldn't complain that it hadn't been a full day. We stopped at the stoop of our apartment, and I turned to Sally. "Heading back to Soho?" "In a bit," she answered, "just as soon as we plot out some next steps. We should have a contingency plan ready in case Jeff is already on the warpath." "In other words, you're reluctant to leave my Studley side," I said with a grin. "I'm no scholar of linguistics, but I'm fairly sure the English language doesn't allow words such as Studley to appear in sentences about yourself," she shot back. Our little discourse, or as I like to think of it, foreplay, was cut short by Ed's voice from the top of the stairs. "Uh-oh," he said. "Define uh-oh," I replied. "This," he said, stepping aside to give the front door a small push. It opened freely. "I haven't pulled out my key yet." "Someone could have left it unlocked," I pointed out. "More like someone kicked it in," Tom said. "It looks like the lock is all busted." "Coincidence?" I asked Sally. "Call me pessimistic, but I don't think you're going to get that lucky," she said. She strode up the steps and told my roommates to stand aside. She looked over the area for a moment and declared, "Vampire, but only one." "How can you tell?" I called up to her. She pointed to her nose. "It's obvious. Can't you smell it?" "We can do that?" I sheepishly asked back. I got an eye roll in return, which surprised me not at all. "Should we get out of here?" Ed asked. "No, I think he's gone," she said, and then turned to me to add, "Yes, we can do that, too." "Bitch!" "Get out of my way," I snarled, pushing past her to the door and then starting to walk up to my apartment. Tom and Ed followed right behind. As we could have guessed, the door to the apartment had also been kicked in. Hell, it had almost been kicked in half. Whoever had been there had definitely been disinclined to take no for an answer. "Motherfucker," said Ed softly as we walked in. The place was trashed. Debris that had once been our belongings littered the floor. Holes had been punched in the walls and the couch had been utterly gutted. "Think someone wanted to get our attention?" Tom asked, his tone attempting to be strong but cracking a little at the edges. "Maybe just a little," I quipped back. "Whoa," Sally said as she entered. "Hope you guys were insured." I was going to say something to that, but Ed caught my attention. "Please tell me this isn't what I think it is," he said, pointing to the floor close to the kitchen. I stepped over to him. The area was clear of debris, with one notable exception. There was an arrow drawn in some brown sludge-like substance pointing to the counter where the only thing that was left was our phone/answering machine. "Looks like someone shit on the floor and then drew with it," I said to Ed. Tom stepped up and echoed the sentiment. "That's just wrong on so many levels," Ed replied. "I think," Sally said, "that someone was trying real hard to make sure you didn't miss that." She indicated the blinking light on the machine. Someone had left us a message. My roommates and I looked at each other for a moment. I'm sure we could all guess whose voice would be awaiting us on the message. Well, okay, they had never heard Jeff speak, but I'm sure they could make an educated guess if they had to. "We should probably see who we need to send the cleaning bill to," I said, pressing play. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, Jeff's voice started speaking back to us. "Hey, asshole. Nobody was home, so I let myself in. Hope you like what I did with the place. Gives it some character, don't you think? This is just the opening course. I don't know if you heard or not, but your buddy Ozymandias is going to be out of town for a little while. What that means for you, Dr. Dead, is that his protection is now null and void. Your ass is mine, and I don't think any of that free will bullshit is going to save you. Now, you're probably thinking you might hightail it out of town, and you still might, not that it would matter. I'd hunt you down and make you hurt for a long time. But just to give you some reason to stay and play, I have a little incentive for you. I got your mom, bitch." "What?" I started to say, but Sally shushed me. "Say hello to your baby boy." There was a distinctive sound of a female whimpering. "That's enough." Another sound, this time like someone being hit. "Now I'm a fair master. If you do what I say, I might let your dear old mommy walk out of this alive. But you better hurry, because I'm getting hungry. There's an old warehouse down by the docks on West 10th. Be there at dawn. I'll leave the front porch light on for you. You show up, and I'll let you trade yourself for her. If you pussy out and run, she dies. Badly. And then I still hunt you down and kill you. Either way you look at it, you come to an end. It's up to you whether you want to do it like a man or a dog. I'll be waiting." "He has my mom?" I yelled, panic setting in. "Calm," Sally started to say, but I cut her off. "Do not tell me to calm down. We are not even remotely close to the proximity of calm down here." "I take it that fucker was Jeff," Ed commented. Sally nodded in response. "Dude," Tom said, sounding nearly as shocked as me. "We gotta save her." "No shit." I rounded on him, causing him to jump back a little. "Sorry, man. Didn't mean that." He nodded to let me know that it was cool, but then got that panicky look in his eye again. "What about your dad? He didn't say anything about him." "Oh, God." I started to get a sinking feeling. "Don't jump to conclusions," Ed said, trying to exude some calm into the situation. "Yeah, good luck with that." "What other conclusion is there?" I practically shouted. "What the hell did that fucker do to my parents? We have to go check on him." Tom just shook his head sadly. "We'll never make it down to Scotch Plains and back in time to save your mom." "Then you and Ed go check on my dad and I'll rescue Mom," I countered. "No way," Tom replied. "You're not going in there solo." "I don't have a better plan, do you?" I asked. "Call him," said Ed. What? Tom and I both asked. Call him, he repeated. If there's no answer, then call the cops. They'll get there a lot faster than any of us will. Besides which, he put his hand on my shoulder, about the closest I'd ever seen him come to anything remotely like human sympathy. You probably don't want to find him. There was a moment of silence. He had a point, although I wasn't sure I was ready to face the awful truth just yet. I looked at Tom for guidance. He had known my parents for as long as we had been friends. I knew he was almost as messed up by this as I was. Do it, he said. I slowly picked the phone from the cradle. I hit the talk button, and sure enough, there was still a dial tone. I hesitated a few more seconds and then dialed my parents' phone number. Brrrring. Who was I kidding? I was too late. I'd failed my parents. Brrrring. He was gone. My father was gone. Brrrring. He had faced a demon too strong for a normal man to overcome. Brrrring. He had died, protecting my mother. Hello? Answered a groggy voice on the other end. He was answering the phone. Dad! I yelled into the receiver. Is that you? Huh? Bill? What time is it? Asked the unmistakable voice of my father. Dad, are you okay? I was until you woke me up. Is something wrong? Had my father been out when Jeff attacked? Perhaps he had come home, assumed Mom was at a friend's house, and then had just gone to sleep. It wasn't fair, but I had to break it to him. Dad, you need to listen to me. Something terrible has happened to Mom. What the hell are you talking about? He asked, irritation starting to seep into his voice. Dad, you know this drunk dialing thing wasn't funny, even when you were still in college. Dad, are you even listening? I screamed into the phone. Mom is in trouble. Your mother is asleep right next to me. Pray tell, exactly what trouble is she in? Dad asked in a deadpan voice. Mom's okay? Yes. Are you sure? Oh, for Christ's sakes, here. I could hear him shifting around, and then a soft snoring noise filled the phone. Yeah, that was Mom, all right. She slept like the dead, no pun intended, and was a heavy breather throughout the night. A few seconds later, my father came back on the phone. There, happy? I was stunned for a second. Glad as hell, don't make any mistake about it, but confused, too. Yes, thanks, Dad, I answered, trying to collect my wits. Good, Dad replied sarcastically. Now why would you think she was in trouble? I thought fast and then gave him the only excuse that came to mind. I, had a nightmare that vampires were attacking you guys. There was a momentary pause on the line, and then my dad said, Bill, you know your mother and I love you very much, don't you? Yes, Dad. Then I'm sure you'll forgive me for doing this. Click. The line went dead. I exchanged glances with my companions. They had obviously heard my side of the conversation and could no doubt figure out the rest. Is it safe to assume your mom was there? Asked Ed. I nodded. Well, that's the important thing anyway. Tom noticed me being a bit too quiet and asked, So, what's wrong, man? Nothing, I answered. I'm glad Mom and Dad are fine, but still, what the fuck? I turned to Sally. Is Jeff's master plan to try and give me a panic attack? She shook her head. I don't think so. Even a complete moron would have to know that you could call that bluff with just one phone call. Besides which, that's not Jeff's style. If he says he has a hostage, then he has a hostage. Maybe this is a distraction, Ed offered, to set us up for an ambush. Sally again shook her head. Also not his style. He likes to make a big scene. A showdown like he set up on the phone is just the kind of thing he loves to do. Fucker's probably been sporting an erection about it ever since he left here. Okay, I replied. And thank you for that imagery, by the way. Now I have a picture in my head of him clubbing me to death with his dick. Worry about Jeff's dick later, Ed said. If he doesn't have your parents, then who does he have? I shrugged. No idea. Then an unpleasant thought struck me. What if he found one of your guys' info while he was trashing the place? What if he made a mistake and grabbed the wrong person's mom? Both Tom and Ed visibly paled at that. Moments later, they were both repeating my earlier action and making phone calls of their own. However, both of them met with similar results. Although to Ed's credit, at least he came up with a less lame excuse for calling than Vampire Nightmare. All of our folks were fine. Thus, after everyone had been hung up on, we found ourselves again wondering what the hell was going on. "You're sure he's not just screwing with our heads?" I asked Sally. "I don't see the point. What benefit would he get from it?" she responded. "No, I'm certain he has somebody." "So the question is," Ed asked, "do we march into his trap and try to save this somebody? Or do we leave them to die and then go after Jeff at a time and place of our choosing?" "I don't know," Tom replied in a small voice. Now that the adrenaline of the past couple of hours was wearing off, he looked like he had had enough for a while. "I don't want to see anyone die because of me, but putting ourselves right where he wants us, I just don't know." With that, he wandered away and disappeared into his room. I started to follow, but Ed held up a hand. "Leave him. He needs a few." "Shit, we probably all do." "So you want to go with option 2, I assume?" He gave me a grin and replied, "No, I think if we wait, then this'll just get worse. If you don't show up for your big cage match, how long do you think it'll be before he starts hunting you, and by proxy, us, down? He has home field advantage, but from the sounds of it, he's probably expecting you to be alone. That, and he's no doubt expecting you to be completely distraught. That gives us a chance. You go in, but with a clear head and us there to back you up. It might even be enough to even the odds." Sally smiled at Ed's response and said, "Your friend here makes a lot of sense. For a walking Happy Meal." "Care to play with a toy that comes with it?" Ed asked, with a wicked grin. "Maybe some other time," she demurred. "For now, I suggest we get ourselves ready. I know the warehouse he's talking about. It's supposed to be a coven safe house, but Jeff likes to use it as his own personal larder. We have a few hours until the three of us—" "4," said Tom, reappearing from his room, something in his arms. "4?" I asked. He stepped forward and dropped what he had been holding. A bunch of broken action figures fell to the floor. "4. Son of a bitch must pay," he said, with an almost scary determination. It was on. Tom and Ed stayed behind to do a damage assessment of the apartment and to see what could be scavenged. Sally and I headed out to grab a few supplies before the coming conflict. I was a little leery of her plan. Sure, New York has a reputation of being a city that never sleeps, but that only goes so far. At this late hour, or early, depending on your point of view, our options for places that were open were pretty much limited to pizza, convenience stores, or maybe an all-night rave or two. None of these, as far as I was aware, were particularly good for combat preparation, unless maybe the plan was to eat enough Slim Jims so as to make us look forward to our impending deaths. However, Sally wasn't daunted by little details such as these. It soon became apparent as to why. "This will do," she said in front of a store about a mile from my apartment. It was a sporting goods shop, probably family-owned and small enough that you could easily pass by without noticing it. Such it is with city-based small businesses. Space here is at a premium, and you make do with what you can. "For what?" I protested. "It's closed." I pointed out the locked security gate covering the entranceway. "Not for long," she replied. She took a look around the street to confirm it was empty and then gave a hard tug on the gate. The lock held, but the latch itself broke off. She moved the gate aside and said, "Wait for it." I did, and then after a few seconds replied, "I don't hear anything." "Exactly. Small shop like this probably can't afford an active security system. If there are cameras inside, it's a good bet that they're just props." She grabbed the front door and gave another pull, which had a similar effect as on the gate. "After you," she said. "Age before beauty," I quipped in return. "After today, let's hope age is still something we can worry about," she replied and entered the shop. I figured we'd be loading up with football pads and other such protection, but Sally told me to leave them. She explained that against a vampire of Jeff's strength, a little bit of padding would have had about the same effect as using a Kevlar vest to stop a cruise missile, especially for my roommates. Speed and mobility would be more important than body armor. I protested that at least some protection would be better than none, and after a moment's consideration, she agreed. We settled on a few helmets for my roommates. Being thrown face first into a wall could seriously ruin a person's day, as well as some basic protection for our extremities, such as elbow and knee pads. We'd look more like we were spending the day at a skate park than in battle, but it covered the basics of leaving us mobile while not leaving us entirely unprotected. Next up, Sally started grabbing baseball bats, both aluminum and wood. The wooden ones, she explained, could be easily sawed off and sharpened. They made for much better stakes than just sharpening some random hunks of wood. I didn't argue with this logic, having seen Jeff make good use of some weeks prior. The aluminum bats would make excellent bludgeons, being both well-balanced and sturdy. Okay, so now we'd be skateboarders with baseball bats. Forget the skate park, we were going to look like rejects from some bad post-apocalyptic movie. Other weapons? I asked. Sure, I knew crosses and holy water weren't going to do dick, but off the top of my head, I could come up with a small arsenal of more interesting weapons than what we had picked out so far. This is probably the best we can do for now, she replied. Are you kidding me? I said. What about, say, a crossbow? Can you fire a crossbow? She asked. Well, at a moving target, she continued. Okay, she might have a small point there. However, I was not to be deterred. Then how about katanas or a battle axe or hell, some dynamite? She looked me squarely in the eye and said, Unless you know of any combination ninja supply and explosives depots around, then I'd say not. I know what you're thinking, but we don't have a week to prepare for this. We've got to make do with the best we can. Besides which, if you come marching in there with a ton of gear strapped to your back, you're going to be so weighted down that Jeff will just have to come strolling up to you and take your head off with one swipe of his claws. That would just be embarrassing. Claws? I asked, ignoring that last part. Yes, claws. You know. No, I don't, I admitted. You've got to be kidding me, she spat as she gave me an eye roll. Hey, at least now I know the key to victory. As long as I pictured Jeff as Sally in mid-eye roll, then I was sure to be in a murderous rage. Claws. Like this, she finished. She held up one of her hands, and before my eyes, the fingernails lengthened by about 2 inches. We can do that? I blurted out, despite the obviousness of it. If you spent more time practicing and less time jerking off to internet porn, you might be surprised to learn what you can do, she said as she turned to leave. Hold on a sec, I said, pulling out my wallet. I left some cash on top of the register. It probably wasn't enough to cover our shopping spree, but it made me feel a little bit better. She laughed as I did so and said, You know, you really are just not cut out for this lifestyle. As she walked away, I was forced to wonder whether she might be right. We arrived back at the apartment to find Ed sitting on what was left of the couch. In his lap was the shotgun he had appropriated from his stepfather. Ed was busy loading it from a small pile of shells that sat nearby. He saw the look of surprise in my eyes and said, Yeah, I know. Surprised the hell out of me, too. But it was still under my bed where I left it. I guess he was too busy trashing the place to be thorough. Either that, or he didn't think it was a threat, Sally pointed out. I think, replied Ed, I'd prefer to imagine the former, if it's all the same to you. Makes it easier to keep from losing it entirely and hopping on the next train to Canada if I do it that way. Whatever floats your boat, I said, discarding our bundle of supplies onto the floor in front of him. He glanced at the pile and then looked me in the eye. Are we fighting him or challenging him to 9 innings at the Sandlot? He asked with a dubious tone. Just because he wants to rip our guts out doesn't mean we can't be sporting about it, I replied with a grin. Sally and I explained to Ed the logic behind our purchases. He agreed with us in theory, but said he'd be bringing along the shotgun if that was all right with us. Worst case scenario, he told us, was it didn't work on Jeff, in which case Ed could just use it to blow his own head off. Gotta love a guy with a contingency plan. Where's Tom? I asked, while Sally went in search of something in our kitchen to use to sharpen the bats. Tom's gone bye-bye, he replied. He left? Is he freaking insane? No, explained Ed. He's in his room. I mean his mind's gone bye-bye. Dude is not a happy camper. I mean, I've seen 5-year-olds take having their toys broken better. They're not toys, yelled Tom as he stepped out into the living room. They're investments. Yeah, Ed was right. Tom had gone nuts. In my absence, he had apparently decided to Rambo-ify himself, or at least try to. He was wearing camouflage sweatpants, a black sweatshirt, and had what I assumed was old Halloween makeup slathered on his face in a bad imitation of war paint. The outfit would have looked like something a dork might wear to a weekend outing playing paintball, except for a few other accoutrements to round out the look. Stuffed in his belt were a few of the butcher knives from our kitchen, and around his neck, hanging from a length of clothesline, was his trusty Transformer totem, Optimus. In short, it was all I could do to keep from laughing my ass off. "What do you think? Pretty badass, right?" he asked. I tried really hard to think of something complimentary to say, but for the life of me I couldn't. Fortunately for once, Sally's caustic wit saved me. "Jesus Christ," she said as she stepped out of the kitchen. "You look like G.I. Joe and Flavor Flav's retard love child." That did it. Ed and I cracked up. "That's right. Laugh it up now, assholes," Tom said. "But mark my words, my babies will have their vengeance." He probably said more, but by that point I was laughing so hard I could barely stand up, much less hear him. It was nearing 5 a.m., almost time to leave. The stakes were sharpened, the gun was loaded, and our semblance of body armor was strapped on. It was only then that common sense once again reared its ugly head and smacked us in the face. "Has anyone given thought," Ed asked, "as to how we're going to get there, considering we look like a pack of reject extras from the Road Warrior?" Damn, he had a point. If it had just been the costumes, then nobody would have cared. You walk up and down Broadway on any given day and you'll see weirder. However, add the knives, stakes, bats, and, of course, Ed's gun, and forget about the cops. We'd end up having a nice chat with Homeland Security agents. Fortunately, Sally had given thought to this as well. Same way we got to Boston, by car. "We ditched the car," I reminded her. "So we'll get another," she said, as if discussing the weather. "You're not going to kill someone else, are you?" "I've killed a lot of people before tonight, and assuming we survive, I'll probably kill a lot more afterward," she pointed out in a tone more conducive to an icy-blooded sociopath. "But no, nobody's out and the streets are full of parked cars. Even here in the city there are plenty of morons who don't bother to lock their doors. I'll just head a few blocks over and try to find one I can boost." "Let me guess," I said. "You know how to hotwire a car." She just shrugged and replied, "Doesn't everybody?" before disappearing out the door. Here comes the sun. Sally directed us to park in a little unmaintained lot next to the safe house. The place was surrounded by unkempt brush and garbage bins that sat there full to the brim with their aromatic contents. It had been quite some time since either a garbage man or weed whacker had paid this section of town a visit. "Nice place," commented Ed. "It's kept this way on purpose. Attracts a lot of derelicts and drug dealers," Sally said conversationally. "In other words," I continued the thought for her, "people who won't be missed." "More or less." "This is kind of close. Shouldn't we maybe park elsewhere and try sneaking in?" I asked. "Pointless," Sally replied, shaking her head. "There are security cameras on all sides. There's virtually no chance of someone getting in unseen." "What about a hidden entrance?" I asked. "The coven had that kitchen, I guess, down in the sewers under the loft." "Good," Sally smiled. "So you do occasionally pay attention." "There's one here as well, but same deal with the cameras. A pack of invisible ninjas couldn't sneak into this place without being noticed." "So, we just gonna walk in through the front door?" Ed asked. "Suits me," growled Tom. He was starting to worry me a bit. "Yes, we just walk in," Sally stated. No point in giving him the satisfaction of seeing us try and fail to sneak up on him. He'll be expecting something panicky, so if you guys just stride up in there like you own the place, it might throw him off his game a bit. "You guys?" I asked. "Yes, I've been thinking that we might have one more trump card on our side. It's a long shot, but it's possible Jeff might not know I'm on your side. He didn't mention me on your answering machine and hasn't called my cell." "At least that we know of," Ed pointed out. "At least that you know of," repeated Sally with a grin. "What are you guys talking about?" I asked. "Simple," Ed explained. "She's been out of our sight a few times. How do we know Jeff hasn't called her? Right now, she could be under his, what did you call it, compulsion?" "Smart boy," Sally replied, still grinning. "It's good to know at least one of your little nerd herd has a functional brain. You should take notes, Bill. A little paranoia is a very good thing in the vampire world." There was a moment of silence in the car, during which you could feel the tension rise. However, then the realization hit me and I said, "Oh, this is stupid. She's obviously here on her own." "How can you be sure?" Tom asked. "Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise," I replied before addressing Sally. "For starters, Jeff is an egomaniacal asshole. There's no way he's letting you take any credit for putting me down. Second, he wouldn't use you to kill Tom or Ed because they're just pitiful humans." I turned to them. "No offense." "None taken," Tom replied. Turning back to Sally, I continued. "It'd be one thing if my roommates were a couple of Navy SEALs, but to use you to take out the human equivalent of a pack of Lunchables would make him look weak. Considering he's been looking pretty bad ever since I showed up on the scene, I'm betting he needs to bust all of our heads in personally, both to keep his rep amongst the coven and to soothe his bruised ego." Sally's response was a slow golf clap. "Very nicely said. You have been paying attention after all. There may be hope for you yet. Assuming you survive the next 15 minutes. "So, where does that leave us?" asked Ed. "As I was saying," Sally continued, "it's possible Jeff doesn't know I'm a part of this. If not, then there's no reason to tip him off until it's too late. As of right now, I'm your prisoner." The sun was just getting ready to peek its head above the horizon as we walked to the loading dock. Sally was front and center. Tom and I flanked her while Ed walked behind with a shotgun pointed at her back. There was a security door off to the side which Sally directed us toward, her voice taking on a shaky tone befitting her role. This was it. I was really hoping I knew what I was doing, but any way I looked at it, I didn't notice an easy way out of this. Jeff wanted me dead, and if I didn't want to oblige him, then I had no choice but to take him out first. I tried not to think of what would happen if I failed. Likewise, I tried to push away the nagging thought that I was leading two of my best friends toward a horrific fate. I shook my head. I needed to stop that kind of thinking. Negativity wasn't going to win me the day. I was lucky to have such good friends. They were willing to stand by my side in the face of, well, okay, it wasn't exactly the face of ultimate evil, more like the face of an overly powerful douchebag asshole. But still, that counted for a lot in my book. If I had to die, I had good company to do so in. Besides which, if anything happened to either of them, I probably wouldn't need to burden my conscience too much, especially since I'd most likely be quickly following. I reached the door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I took a deep breath and pushed it open, leaping back as I did so. No point in just standing there if he was waiting on the other side to stake me. After all this build-up, that would be an utterly embarrassing way to go. I needn't have worried. The entranceway was empty. Beyond the door was what appeared to be a small security checkpoint, unmanned, of course. Past that, there was an old walk-through metal detector through which the main warehouse floor could be seen. I was expecting a dank, dark place full of shadowy figures perfect for an ambush. However, everything I could see from the doorway appeared brightly lit. Guess that made sense. Jeff wanted a face-off, not an assassination. That, and turning off the lights on creatures who can see in the dark, is probably not the most effective tactic in the world anyway. "Come on in and make yourself comfortable," a voice called from inside. "And close the door behind you. Wouldn't want you to get a sunburn." The voice, Jeff's, chuckled. "Help me, master!" Sally suddenly screamed out. "Quiet, bitch!" I hissed and backhanded her. Sure, the entire thing had been prearranged, but I will admit it felt kinda good. I was pretty cool with her after all we had been through, but she was still the person who had gotten me into this mess in the first place. I probably owed her at least one freebie without messing up my karma too much. Her head reeled back much harder than it should have from the blow, and she fell to her knees, sobbing. She was definitely going to win an Oscar for this one. "Get moving," yelled Ed, prodding her with the barrel of his gun. When she hesitated, I grabbed her by the hair and dragged her in with me. That part hadn't been scripted, but when on the stage, sometimes one must improvise a bit. We walked through the non-functional metal detector, and I was able to get a better look at the surroundings. It looked defensible in case of a breach. Large wooden crates were strewn everywhere throughout the area. Whether full or just for show, I couldn't tell. What I could tell is that they were placed in a way so as to force a visitor to walk a path between them, almost forming a sort of corn maze, minus the corn, of course. "Come along, child. Daylight's burnin'," called Jeff's voice again. Tom, Ed, and I exchanged glances before entering the sea of crates. If it were possible for there to be a collective gulp, then I'm pretty sure we shared one. Heh, I was supposed to be all nervous and such, worrying about my mother. Instead, I was nervous worrying about getting all of our asses out of there alive. End result is that I didn't have to put in a lot of extra effort to appear at the end of my already frayed nerves. We walked slowly through the warehouse maze. Sally kept her head down and continued to sob. Tom, Ed, and I tried to keep our eyes on all places at once, in front of us, behind us, and on top of the crates. Despite the large size of the area, the makeshift corridors made it feel very claustrophobic. The fact that we couldn't see over them, to what lay beyond, wasn't helping things. This was obviously all done on purpose. I wasn't sure whether it was a normal thing or if Jeff had set it up specifically just for me. If the latter, I might almost feel flattered. At last, things opened up. We stepped out from between two crates into a large open area. Judging from the distance to the outer walls, at least from what I could see, we appeared to be approximately in the center of the warehouse. A large area, about 50 feet on all sides, had been left bare. Crates lined the sides like walls, with the exception of few breaks here and there from our passages leading into the bowels of the structure. On the far side of the clearing was the first piece of non-crate furnishing I had seen since entering. A large executive chair sat on the floor, at the opposite end looking much like a throne. Upon it sat Jeff. "I bid you welcome, Dr. Death." He stood up and mock-bowed. "I see you've brought something that belongs to me," he said, nodding in Sally's direction. He then briefly glanced at my roommates before settling his eyes back on me and sighing. "Didn't you read the sign outside? No pets allowed. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask them to die." "Cut the shit, Jeff," I said, trying to sound tough. Emphasis on trying. "Where's my mother?" A look of pure rage flashed in his eyes, and he screamed out, "You will address me as Night Razor." I staggered from the force of it. I'm not sure if the compulsion attempt was done on purpose or just out of habit, as he knew it wouldn't work on me. Nevertheless, it left a nasty ringing in my ears. Fortunately, my head cleared quickly. I then turned to check on my companions. Uh-oh. I had thought compulsion was a personal thing. I didn't realize one could be sent out like a mass email. Sally had ceased sobbing and was trying to shake off a glazed look which had appeared in her eyes. Tom and Ed weren't faring much better. Tom was holding his hands to his ears, and Ed had been driven to his knees, thin streams of blood dripping from his nostrils. Oh, shit! In all my worrying about Sally, I had forgotten that humans could be compelled. This was a potential problem. What if the numbers were reversed and I found myself facing 4 foes instead of the other way around? I'd be toast pretty goddamn quick if that went down. Luck was on my side, though, at least for the moment. Ed slowly regained his feet after a moment or two. Tom blinked a few times and then shot me a thumbs up. It appeared that, while it could no doubt be fairly traumatic, the mass compulsion didn't affect people like it did vampires. I then remembered what both Sally and Jeff had told me. Compelling humans requires a lot more effort. If I had my facts straight, he might be able to bowl over my friends on a whim, but he wouldn't be able to outright control them unless he put some concentration into it. With me in the area, he probably wouldn't chance lowering his guard to try. At least I hoped he wouldn't, unless I just so happened to be standing next to him with a stake in my hand. I let out a breath, trying real hard to not make it sound like the sigh of relief that it was, and turned back to Jeff. "Enough with the parlor tricks," I said, attempting to project a tone of a little more than base annoyance. "I have your plaything. I'll trade you. Her life for my mom's." "You assume her life is worth anything to me," he spat. "I think it is," I pushed on. "You'd be wrong," Jeff sneered. "Her life was forfeit the second she brought you to us. Besides, look at her now. How far she has fallen from what she once was. She's little more than sloppy seconds to me now." "You fucking cocksucker!" a voice suddenly yelled. It was Sally, forgetting all pretense of being our prisoner. "Sloppy seconds? I'll sloppy seconds you in the ass, you fucking prick!" Jeff and I both stopped our conversation to stare at her. She ended her rant as realization of what she had just done dawned on her face. "Sorry," she sheepishly said to me. "Hit a nerve?" I asked, to which she just shrugged. Jeff looked confused for a second or two, and then rage once again filled his features. "Are you kidding me, Sally?" he spat. "You'd seriously choose this over me?" "Yep," she said in reply. "Let's face facts, hon. You're kind of an asshole." "You traitorous little slut. I was gonna let you live, but now, oh no. When I'm done with this little shit, I'm gonna make a pair of boots from your hide," he snarled. "But for right now, stay put." The compulsion was directed at her and hit like a rock. Her eyes glazed over and she went rigid, a slack-jawed look on her face. "Come on, Sally," I pleaded, snapping my fingers in front of her face. "You're stronger than this. You can fight it." "No, she can't, you little free-will piece of garbage," replied Jeff, a cruel smile on his face. "I see she hasn't taught you a damn thing. She might be able to fight a compulsion to attack you or kill herself. Emotions can make these things all sorts of messy. But a neutral compulsion? Now there's a different story. Neither being able to help or harm makes it difficult to tap into something that you can use to fight it." He pulled something out of his pocket and walked over to a nearby crate. "I'm afraid, much like you, little Sally has seen her last sunset." He began fiddling with whatever he had taken out of his pocket. "What are you—" I started to say, but he cut me off. "Oh, you remember this?" he asked, stepping aside to reveal the little pocket camcorder he had with him during our outing the prior week. He had placed it on top of a crate overlooking the opening, or arena, as I was starting to think it must be. A red light blinked to indicate it was recording. "I hope you don't mind," Jeff said. "I missed getting any good footage the last time, so I wanted to be sure I captured your horrific death for posterity's sake." "Good," Tom suddenly said. He and Ed stepped up to flank me on either side. "I'm going to want a copy of us fucking your shit up 6 ways to Sunday. Might even put it on YouTube." Jeff looked less than perturbed by the threat. "How rude. You weren't thinking about ganging up on little old me, now were you?" he said in a mocking, innocent tone. The thought had crossed my mind. I answered for all of us. "Aren't you forgetting something?" he asked in that same tone. I thought about it for a second and then shook my head once. "Not unless you were planning on surrendering." He rolled his eyes at me. I guess I know where Sally got it from, and asked, "Your mom?" Oh, crap. I had almost forgotten. This was also a rescue mission to find someone. It would be pretty damn sad if we wound up winning the day only to leave some poor schmuck tied up here to starve to death, all because it slipped my mind. Guys like Batman just didn't do stupid shit like that. "Let her go," I finally replied. I was beyond all pretense of nervousness at that point. The talk was winding down. It was only a matter of time before the killing began. I found myself actually wanting things to start playing themselves out before what little nerve I had left fizzled. Jeff nodded and said, "Very well. Your mother is free to go." What? That was it? He didn't even demand that I give him a pretty please. If things were ever this easy on CSI, each episode would be about 3 minutes long. "Well, thanks," I sputtered, not really knowing what else to say. "Don't mention it." His mocking tone was back. "But wait, How rude of me. I would be a poor host if I let your dear old mother just walk out of here without first offering her some refreshments." "What the hell are you talking about?" Ed jumped in. "You mean you haven't figured it out yet, you silly little monkey? It was such a long night, what with me tracking down where you lived, rearranging your apartment, and then kidnapping Dr. Death's mommy. Well, I was just so parched by the time I got back here that I couldn't help myself." "Oh, shit." "My dear, if you would be so kind," he called out to the warehouse, "help yourself to the humans." The compulsion wasn't aimed at either me or Sally. Instead, there was an inhuman screech from somewhere within the warehouse. It was followed by a scrabbling sound as something made its way toward us from atop the crates. We all tensed up and looked around. All of us except for Sally, who was still firmly rooted in place. From above us, there came a hissing noise. We looked up as a desiccated creature crawled into view. Its eyes were black, all traces of humanity gone from them, and its fangs were bared. Despite her feral appearance, however, I was fairly sure of who I was looking at. "Son of a..." gasped Tom. "Mrs. Craven?" I asked as the crazy old lady who formerly lived, downstairs from us hissed hungrily in our direction. Jesus Christ, I was a moron! I had never even given thought that Jeff might have taken seriously his stupid little accusation of me living in the same building as my mom. Although, now that I thought about it, I wasn't sure who was the bigger idiot. Jeff for believing it, or me for not remembering and checking on my neighbors. Surely she would have begged and pleaded for her life, telling him that she wasn't my mom. But Jeff was just the type of douche to hear that and assume someone was trying to save their own ass. I guess it never crossed his mind to maybe, I don't know, check her pocketbook for ID? "What the hell do we do?" Ed asked in a frantic voice. Me being turned into a vampire he could handle. Staring down a centuries-old monster? No problem either. However, facing off with our geriatric neighbor, that was apparently the thing that freaked Ed out. If we made it through this, no way he was living that one down. "She called the cops on me," snarled Tom. "Well, you were drunk and pissing on the side of the building," I pointed out. "Fuck the details," he replied. "I say we kill the bitch." "Okay, so how do..." I started to say when I suddenly became aware of the sensation of flying across the room. Stupid! Mrs. Craven had distracted me enough to not notice Jeff crossing the room to just toss me to the side like I was nothing. I slammed into, and then through, a wooden crate before finally winding up in a pile on the floor. "Let your mom entertain your friends," said Jeff's voice, getting closer with each word. "You're my guest," he finished, looming over me. I had taken a good shot, but managed to roll a bit on the impact. No doubt a fortunate side effect of my half-week spent as a martial arts training dummy. I was still far from out of it. I launched myself at Jeff's midsection, yelling, "She's not my mom, you stupid twat!" Or at least I tried to yell that. By the time I got to you, I had been launched again. I must have flown almost 20 feet before landing in the center of the clearing on the nice, soft, concrete floor. Ouch! I was starting to miss getting tossed around at the dojo. At least its floors were covered with mats. As far as battle plans went, so far, this one was turning out fairly shitty in my favor. I rolled back to my feet, albeit a bit less energetically than the last time. Jeff was still in the same place. For the time being, I hadn't given him any reason to pick up the pace. I chanced to glance over at my two roommates. For the moment, they seemed to be holding Miss Craven at bay. There was too much chaos for Ed to get a clear shot, but fortunately for them, their opponent's body, despite being a vampire, wasn't exactly in tip-top shape. She wasn't achieving much luck either, in pressing an advantage. I just had to hope my roomies could keep their shit together long enough to last the distance, because it looked like I had my hands full. As for Sally, she was still stuck in place. "Don't go anywhere," I quipped to her. Mortal danger or not, I wasn't about to let a chance at having the last word slip by. "Funny," Jeff said. "Joke away, because it's going to get a lot harder to do that once I've torn your windpipe out." Okay, time to change tactics. I had no chance of winning as long as I was playing by his rules. I stood up and looked Jeff straight in the eye, across the expanse of our little battlefield. "That all you got, pussy?" I sneered. "Oh, now you're gonna give me the tough guy routine?" He laughed. "Think we've already established who's superior here." "Think so?" I replied with a grin. "Your minions were all smart enough to fear me. But not you. In fact, I think you may just be too goddamn stupid to let live." A flicker of anger crossed his eyes. That was it. He could dish it out, but guys like him couldn't take it. "I'm the free will, asshole. You have no idea what I'm capable of," I said, pulling one of the handmade steaks out of my belt and pointing it at him. "Come get some." Finally! That was the line to use. I don't care who you are, it's just not possible to say that and not sound cool. Jeff must have thought so too. He charged me, a complete look of rage on his face. I stood my ground for a second, just long enough for him to close the distance, and then I sidestepped and bolted for the maze of crates. Mama, and no, I don't mean the crazy vampire bitch my buddies were fighting, didn't raise no fool. "You fucking coward!" Jeff screamed as I disappeared into the depths of the warehouse. "He who fights and runs away!" I gleefully yelled back. I took a bunch of blind turns at full speed, getting good and lost in the process. If he wanted me, he was going to have to work for it. It was silent for a moment in the warehouse. Finally, there was a scream of pain. Miss Craven, followed by a thud. I had a moment to hope that it was a good thud and not a bad thud, when I heard what sounded like someone driving a car through the wall of a house. A moment later, the sound repeated itself, closer this time. What the hell? And then it hit me. Jeff was plowing straight through the boxes and crates on a beeline toward me. Oh yeah, he was pissed. The bad news was that by going through and not around the crates, he was making good time catching up to me. The good news was that I knew exactly where he was, whereas I still had stealth on my side. Back when I was a kid, during trips down to the shore, I had played manhunt in the high weeds. Oftentimes, the kid who won was the one with the patience to wait for everyone else to give away their position. He would then sneak back to home base while the rest of us were hunted down and caught. I waited a second until it was obvious which direction Jeff was headed, and then I stealthily attempted to double back to the clearing. My plan was, well, okay, I had no plan. I was too amazed that I was still alive to be able to form a coherent plan. I was kind of playing it by ear. Maybe I could snap Sally out of it. Together, we could probably wear Jeff down, or at the very least, he might be so distracted by pummeling one of us that the other could sneak in and stake the shit out of him. I made it back to the clearing, Jeff's cries of, "Where are you, chicken shit?" echoing throughout the warehouse. Tom and Ed's battle had carried them to the center of the open space. Fortunately, it looked like things were going in their favor. They had Miss Craven down on the floor between them and were busy working her over with their aluminum bats. "How you guys doing?" I asked, racing past them toward where Sally stood. "Peachy," Ed replied. "You?" "Been better." I stopped in front of the still rigid Sally and debated what to do for a split second. Finally, I just said, "Screw it," and belted her hard across the mouth. She fell backwards, but her eyes cleared almost immediately, and she managed to say, "Ow!" It wasn't much, but it was more than I'd been able to get out of her so far. "Sorry, all I could think of," I said. I offered her a hand and helped her back to her feet. "Good to have you back." She started to say, "Good to be." "Sally, right cross," came Jeff's voice from out of nowhere. Without warning, Sally's fist shot out and clocked me, sending me tumbling toward my roommates. "Sorry," she said quickly before her eyes could once again glaze over, as Jeff immediately followed up with another compulsion. "Now stay put," he commanded her, stepping into the clearing. He saw me lying on my ass and smiled. "I should have probably mentioned those quick compulsions are a bitch to fight as well." He once again started toward me. Quickly, I spun toward my roommates and held out my hand. "Batter up," I whispered to Ed. To his credit, he didn't hesitate for a second. He tossed me the bat he had been holding. Miss Craven appeared to be down for the count anyway. Without thinking, I rose and spun at the same time, swinging the bat in an arc. Crack! Home run! It connected solidly with the side of Jeff's head, and he went flying. Unfortunately, his flight was cut short as he crashed into Sally's still form. They went down together in a bundle of arms and legs. I was beginning to wonder if somehow I managed to beat Jeff, whether or not I might have to deal with a pissed-off Sally wanting to kill me. But, oh well, I guess I'd cross that bridge when I came to it. Jeff was down, but he was far from out. With the space of no more than a few seconds, he was already rising. The side of his head was bloody, but he looked otherwise unhurt. Shit, I'd put a lot into that swing. If that didn't faze him, I wasn't sure what would. I discarded the bat. It had suffered more damage from the blow than Jeff had anyway. If you guys are finished playing, I could use some help, I said to my friends, before once again racing toward the relative safety of the aisles of crates. I had just enough time to see them both shoot me a withering glare before I was dodging back and forth, trying to lose myself. A horrible thought struck me as I did. What if Jeff was smart enough to not fall for that one twice? He could kill my roommates and then take his time. He'd eventually corner me, and that would be it. I was about to turn around and head back when I heard the familiar sound of crates being smashed through. Guess I overestimated Jeff. Good to know I hadn't gone to the well once too often as of yet. Gee, I wonder if he'd be even more ticked at me if he knew he was just fulfilling my stereotype of him as a big dumbass. I was contemplating my next action when there came a thunderous roar, momentarily blurting out all other sound. What the? It didn't sound like it had come from Jeff's direction. However, as the sound faded, I distinctly heard Tom's voice yelling, "Teach you to call the cops on me, bitch!" All right, the shotgun. It sounded like Mrs. Craven's days of snooping on our business were over. She probably deserved a better fate than she had been given. On the other hand, if given a choice, I might take a short, violent career as a vampire over slowly wasting away in some old folks' home. Wouldn't you? No? Well, to each their own. Still, I couldn't resist a little feeling of hope. One vampire down meant my buddies could help me out. Hear that, Jeffy? I screamed. Sounds like your backup plan is toast. Like I need your mom to win, he shouted in return. It was closer than I thought it would be. For the last time, she's not my mom, you retard, I yelled back, before realizing my mistake. My first yell had given him a general idea of my whereabouts. My second had let him zero in. As soon as I closed my mouth, the crate next to me exploded, sending splinters of sharp wooden shrapnel flying into my body. However, if that was the opening act, then Jeff's fist was the encore. It came through and caught me square in the chest. I flew through the air in a daze, crashing through one crate before finally slamming into the metal detector near where we had first entered. As I landed, I could see daylight peeking through under the door we had come in from. Or at least I thought it was daylight. I may have just been seeing stars. That one had hurt. More than a lot. I felt like I was busted up pretty good. I tried to take a breath and the pain almost doubled me over. Then, when I exhaled, I hawked up a gout of blood along with any air. Not good. I tried and failed to stand as Jeff's form advanced from out of the shadows. So this is it, he said, almost sounding disappointed. I desperately tried to think of something. Unfortunately, remembering my name was becoming a chore, much less coming up with a brilliant battle strategy. Look at you, he sighed, reaching down a hand and locking it around my throat. Pathetic. He straightened up and dragged me to my feet. Hey, at least I could die standing. No, stop thinking like that. Come on, think, stupid. There had to be a way out of this. Smack! Jeff backhanded me across the face with his free hand. To think that this is the mighty free will, he spat. A kitten would have put up a better fight. Kitten? Think! Kitten, cat, cats have claws. I did too. Sally had shown me earlier. Now I just had to concentrate, block out the pain. Smack! Okay, try harder to block out the pain. Come on, extend. Now, slash! I brought my right hand up in an arc and slashed it across Jeff's eyes and face. Yeah, take that, fucker. It was another moment before I realized he wasn't dropping me to scream in pain or clutch at the ruins of his once chiseled complexion. I refocused on his face and noticed it was still there, completely intact and no worse off except maybe for an expression of confusion on it. "What the fuck was that?" he asked. I held up my hand and looked at it. No wicked claws met my gaze, just stupid fat fingers. Fuck! Guess Sally was right about practicing these things. Great. I had hoped that if I had to die, I would at least go out in a blaze of glory. Worst case was probably going out in a way that would at least piss Jeff off. But no. Maybe Jeff was right, and I was pathetic. We locked eyes, triumph in his, defeat in mine, as I prepared for the death blow. I actually found myself hoping that if the end had to come, hopefully he would just take my head off with one blow. It'd probably hurt less that way. I mentally said my goodbyes to everyone, my friends, my parents, and maybe most of all to Sheila. We would never get a chance to make a life together, have kids together, grow old together, or even go on that first date together. I would die alone. Or maybe not. What happened instead is that Tom leapt out of the darkness and jumped onto Jeff's back. Heh, I'd almost forgotten about him. He yelled, "The power of Prime compels you!" Yep, dude had completely lost it, and slammed his toy against the side of Jeff's face. There was a flash, and suddenly Jeff's head was smoldering. He screamed and dropped me. I landed in a heap and watched the spectacle, still unable to do much. Jeff spun around a few times, with Tom still on his back, and flames now started to appear on his head. Tom was actually making a pretty good go of it. A few more seconds, and Jeff was going to have a Roman candle for a head. Unfortunately, he didn't get a few more seconds. Jeff managed to reach a hand around and grab hold of Tom's shirt. He practically tore Tom off his back, and before my roommate could further react, Jeff threw him like a rag doll. Tom slammed into the wall with a sickening crunch and slid to the floor. Oh, God, no! I looked up at where he had landed, but there was no sign of movement. As much as I wanted to go and check on him, though, I couldn't. Jeff slowly turned back to me. Most of his hair was gone, his face was covered in burns of varying degrees, and he had a distinct action figure-shaped scar seared into the side of his head. But even with all that, he was still smiling, the fucker. This is usually the part in the action movie where the hero sees his buddy go down, screams, "No!" or something equally articulate, and then gets a second wind to get up and take the baddie out. I actually did give it a try, but my attempt to rise to my feet was somewhat less than heroic. It was more like a slow lurch upward, like a baby trying to walk for the first time. Jeff started to reach down, no doubt to help me back to my feet again, but paused and looked back in the direction from which Tom had sprung. "You might as well come out. I can hear you breathing," he said to the shadows. "Oh," replied Ed, stepping from the darkness with his gun raised. "Can you hear this?" he asked, and then pulled back on the pump. There was an audible click as he chambered around. "And what are you going to do with that?" Jeff sneered. "Do you really think it'll do any good?" "Worked pretty well against your pet back there. Took most of her head off at this range. I'd say that was pretty good," Ed replied, leveling the gun at Jeff's face. "I think you'll find I'm in a slightly different weight class," Jeff commented. "You so much as twitch your finger and I'll tear your head from your shoulders before you even know what's happening." "Maybe you will, and maybe you won't," Ed responded. I had to give him credit. He was talking smack pretty well in the face of a threat that he had good reason to believe was anything but idle. Jeff continued, "I have to admit, you have balls. A lot more than your friend here." He gestured over his shoulder to me. "But I'm afraid it's just not enough. Now why don't you be a good little boy and lower the gun?" I could see the battle of wills taking place. Jeff was giving a direct compulsion to Ed, who was trying his best to resist. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, the gun started to shake in his hand, and he started slowly lowering the barrel. His eyes didn't glaze over the way Sally's had, but I could see he was losing. Fortunately for me, Jeff had to concentrate to do this. His attention was on Ed, which gave me the seconds I needed to make it back to my feet. I steeled myself, despite feeling more like balsa wood than steel, as best as I could, and lunged at Jeff's back. If you're thinking that what I did was a little on the obvious side, don't worry. Jeff did too. He reached back and caught me by the throat without so much as glancing in my direction. He turned his head to face me and asked, "Don't you know it's rude to interrupt?" And that was when the gun went off. Jeff screamed in pain and again let me go. He bent over to grab his left leg, which was now missing a fair-sized chunk of meat from the thigh. "Word of advice, asshole," Ed said, once again raising the barrel of the gun. "Next time, try put the gun down instead of lower it." He started to chamber another shell, but had underestimated our opponent. Jeff was still very much in the game. Quicker than Ed could react, Jeff grabbed the barrel of the shotgun. He gave it a quick yank to pull Ed off balance and then shoved back on it, causing the stock of the gun to slam straight into Ed's face with an audible crunch. Ed let go of it and fell back. Jeff flung the weapon off into the shadows and began to advance upon my downed roommate. It was now or never. I had managed to stay on my feet when Jeff had released me. I still didn't have enough in me to launch any type of reasonably impressive counterattack, but I had to do something. Jeff had already likely killed one of my friends. No way was I letting him get another without going through me first. I leapt and landed on him piggyback style. I wrapped my legs around his midsection and my arms around his neck. "Forget about me, fucker?" I screamed into his ear. Jeff went nuts. He started spinning around to try and throw me off, but I was stuck like a tick. He tried prying my arms off, but his leverage wasn't good. I wasn't exactly choking him out, but I had definitely turned his attention away from Ed. "Enough of this!" he yelled, and then suddenly backed up and crushed me against the wall. Oof! It hurt, but I still refused to let go. "Sally, to me, now!" He screamed the compulsion out toward the warehouse. "You forget, fool," he snarled, still trying to shake me off, "that I can command her to take action." "And you forget that I'm the motherfucking free will," I yelled right back, "and I can do this." I extended my fangs and sunk them into his neck, my internal voice piping up and saying, "About time you remembered you could do that." Jeff let out a high-pitched scream that quickly turned into a gurgle as I dug in. His blood flowed into my mouth and down my throat as holy shit! If the blood from that other vamp I had bitten was an electric charge, then Jeff's blood was a goddamn lightning bolt. It was like I was a car engine that somebody had suddenly injected nitrous into. As I drank his blood, I felt my body was turbocharged in every sense. I felt stronger, swifter, and more alert. Best of all, my wounds appeared to be healing at light speed. Whatever pain I had felt earlier from Jeff's beating was gone. In fact, within a few moments, I couldn't detect any trace of my injuries. Jeff's struggles started to weaken. This was it. I was the victor. I was the man. I was an idiot. Jeff had been playing possum, and I had fallen for it. He bent over, twisted his shoulder, and threw me off with a judo toss that would have made Sensei Berkowitz proud. Considering the dozen-plus times his students had done that to me during my short tenure as his pupil, I should have seen it coming. But I didn't, and I wound up flat on my back. Jeff's boot appeared in my field of vision, rushing in to stomp my face. However, I was running on high octane now. I caught his foot and gave him a shove, which sent him flying off balance. We both got to our feet simultaneously, and Jeff charged me. I tensed my legs and leapt. This time, there wasn't a low ceiling to slam myself into. I flipped over his head. Okay, I sorta flipped. What I did was good for me, but it definitely wasn't going to get me an invitation to join the men's Olympic gymnastics team anytime soon. It didn't matter, though, as it got the job done. I landed, mostly on my feet, as Jeff slammed into a pile of debris. He turned and launched himself at me again, but this time I met him full on. Our hands locked and he tried to power me down to my knees. However, now I was able to meet him as an equal. His blood, and thus his strength, was currently flowing in my veins. I met him thrust for thrust. In a fighting sort of way, not a porno sort of way. Just wanted to clarify that. We fought back and forth, each trying to gain an advantage over the other. Eventually, I started feeling myself gaining ground. Our strength was currently on par with each other, but whereas I was fresh, Jeff had a gaping neck wound that was still spurting blood. He began to weaken, but then suddenly he smiled and said, "It's about time. Game over, Dr. Death." I turned my head to see Sally walk from the shadows. She still had that glazed look on her face. She stepped on Ed as she advanced toward us, and he let out a grunt of pain. At least he was still alive. Jeff had already proven that he still had enough control to use her as a distraction, and that was exactly what I didn't need right now. I turned my head and spoke to her. "Sally, snap out of it. He's weakened. You don't have to let him control. Yee!" That last part came out more of a screech than an actual word, because that was the point where Jeff's uninjured leg came up. His knee smashed into my balls with the force of a runaway freight train. I disengaged from our grapple and doubled over. Super amped vampire strength or not, god damn that hurt. And I mean hurt, as in I couldn't remember my own name through the feeling that was radiating out from my groin. "Owed you that one," spat Jeff, staggering back and holding on to his torn neck. I tried to open my mouth to form a witty reply, but my testicles were kind of stuck in my throat at the moment. Thus, the best I could do were a few inarticulate grunts. That sucked. Jeff looked like he was about done, but I couldn't do shit about it. At least, not while it felt like a marching band was using my nuts as their personal parade ground. From the smile on Jeff's face, I could tell he was well aware of this. He softly said, "And now it ends." He turned toward my compelled companion and commanded, "Sally, kill this asshole." Sally immediately sprang into action. She rushed toward me at full speed. I tensed my body. This was not going to be pretty. And then she ran past me, straight toward Jeff. Jeff's eyes opened wide in a look of confusion that probably matched the one on my face. And then Sally struck him. She bent over and rammed her shoulder into his midsection like a defensive lineman. He was picked up off his feet by the much smaller vampire, but Sally didn't stop there. Maintaining speed, she carried Jeff in the direction of the security door. He attempted to rain blows upon her back, but she had him in an awkward position to do so. Before he could do anything to slow her down, she barreled full steam into the door. The force of the impact was more than the door's latch could take. It immediately swung open. The two combatants disappeared into the daylight, the door's reverse momentum causing it to slam shut again once they were past. All this happened in the space of a second or two. Even had I been able, I doubt I would have had enough time to do more than yell at her to stop before she carried Jeff into the sunlight. The walls of the warehouse were thick, but not thick enough to stop the screams that came from behind the door. Fortunately, they didn't last long. After a few minutes, the throbbing in my crotch subsided to a dull roar, and I was able to get back up. My healing system was still running on Jeff's juice, thus even that quickly faded away. I walked over to where Ed lay. His hands were cupped over his face, and I could see a lot of blood on them. I bent down and shook his shoulder. "Hey, man, you okay?" I asked. He gave an inarticulate grunt in reply. I shook his shoulder again, and his eyes opened. After a second, they focused on me. He tried to sit up, and I caught his arm to help him. He lowered his hands, and I was able to survey the damage. "Ew," I said. "How bad?" he managed to slur. "I'm sorry to say your days as a beauty queen are over." He stared hard at me for a moment, and then I continued. "A black eye, split lip, smile." He did. "Looks like you're missing a tooth. Oh, and your nose is completely broken to shit. I think you'll live. You just won't be pretty to look at for a while." I held out a hand to help him to his feet. "And I guess I'll get to know what it's like to be you," he joked, spitting out some blood. "Is it safe to assume we won?" "Yep, we won." "Everyone in one piece?" he asked. I was silent for a moment and then said, "Not quite." "Tom?" "I don't know. Are you strong enough to walk with me and check? Not sure I can handle that alone." He nodded, and we walked over to where Tom lay face down. "He got hit hard," I said, "but he took a hell of a piece out of that fucker before he did." Damn, it sounded too much like a eulogy to me. "Best not to drag this out," he said. Was it me, or did even he sound a little misty? We both bent down and tried shaking Tom's shoulder. No response. I did so again, a little harder. Nothing. I was about to stand back up defeated when he coughed. Ed and I looked at each other, surprise and relief in both of our eyes. "Tom!" I yelled as I did it again. "Wake up!" He started to stir a little more. "Come on, buddy," Ed cried. "You can do it." Finally, we heard some muffled words from Tom's downturned face. I bent down and asked, "What? I couldn't hear you." "I said, damn, that was a hard wall." He coughed weakly. "Are you okay?" I asked. "No," he answered, just barely audible. "Help me turn him over," I said to Ed. Gently, we rolled Tom over onto his back. He was one giant bruise, and his hands were clutched tightly over his chest. "No," he said again, louder now that he was facing upward. "It'll be okay. Let me see." Ed gave me a worried look. He reached down and slowly pried Tom's fingers away from his chest. We were both expecting the worst. What we saw instead were the broken pieces of his Optimus Prime toy. "That's it?" I asked, annoyed. Tom's eyes opened a bit, and he replied, "Do you know how much that thing was worth?" Despite his condition, my response was a swift smack upside the head. It took a few minutes, but eventually the three of us made it back to our feet. Things were still shaky, but we'd live. While we were doing so, I explained to my bruised and battered companions the sacrifice Sally had made. "I can't believe it," said Tom. "After all that, she came through for us in the end." "I'm sorry I doubted her," Ed said. "Me too," I replied. "Hey," exclaimed Tom, a worried look appearing on his face. "Are you sure Jeff is dead?" "Well, it sure sounded like it," I said. "But you didn't see it," he pointed out. "No," I admitted. "But you guys have seen what the sun does to vamps. No way did he walk away from that." "We should go check," Ed said. I started to open my mouth, but he cut me off. "Tom and me, I meant. No offense, but out in the sun, your tit's on a bowl." "None taken." "Stand back. If he is out there, I want to make sure he can't jump us," Ed continued. "Also, no point in you getting fricasseed in the process." He walked over to the main loading dock and pushed a button on the wall. The warehouse still had power, and the motors for the garage came to life with a groan. 3 large bay doors opened, letting in the daylight beyond. Fortunately, the sun was now too high to shine directly in, and giving us a good view of the parking lot. "There!" pointed Tom. I walked as close to the exit as I dared and followed his outstretched hand. Sure enough, amidst a clutter of upturned trash cans, there was a good-sized pile of dust on the ground. I recognized a half-burnt shoe sticking out of it as one that Jeff had been wearing. "That's him," I confirmed. "The asshole is toast." "I hope he's getting ass-raped by Satan as we speak," said Tom. "At the very least." I started to turn away from the opening when I heard a low mumble. "What was that?" I asked my roommates. "Huh?" asked Tom. "I didn't hear anything," Ed replied. "Must have been my imagination. Mine's playing tricks," I was saying, when I heard it again. "There it is again!" "Didn't you guys hear that?" They were both in the middle of shaking their heads when there came a muffled thump from outside. "Now that I heard," Ed replied. "Me too," confirmed Tom. Ed sighed. "Guess we should go check it out." "First things first," I said, and went to retrieve the shotgun from where Jeff had flung it. Only once my friends were duly rearmed did I let them venture out to investigate. I kept watch close enough to the doors to see any ambush, but not so close as to get deep fried. My roommates went out to check on things. It didn't take long to discover the source of the sounds as the muffled thud started coming with increased frequency. Their source turned out to be an upside-down trash can, close to Jeff's remains. Ed backed up a step and pointed the gun at the can. He nodded to Tom, who slowly started to lift it. He'd gotten it up about 6 inches when a voice screamed from within, "Are you fucking stupid?" The can was pulled back down to the ground from the inside. Holy shit! That was Sally's voice. No mistaking her pissy tone. Tom and Ed exchanged surprised glances and then turned toward me. Thinking fast, I yelled back, "Give me a second, guys." I raced back into the warehouse. It took a few minutes of sifting through the place, but at last I found something that might work. I bundled it up and ran it to the opening. I balled up the old painter's tarp I found off in the corner and tossed it out the door to Tom. "Use this." He caught it and nodded while Ed set aside the gun. Together, they managed to get the garbage can off of Sally and bundle her up under the tarp before the sunlight could do its job. They started to lead her back to the relative safety of the warehouse, but she stopped them near the pile that had been Jeff. I saw her hand reach out from under the tarp and sift through the ashes. She grabbed something from them and then let my roommates finish escorting her back inside, where she discarded the tarp to the floor. She was a little singed around the edges and some smoke was still coming off her shoulders, but she was otherwise alive. "Thanks. It was starting to get a little stuffy in there," she said. "How the hell did you manage to pull that one off?" Ed asked. "With neither finesse nor time to spare," she answered, motioning to a few burns on her hands and arms. "What's with the souvenirs?" Tom asked, gesturing to whatever Sally had palmed. "Just a few things we're going to need for later." "Fine," I said, "but seriously, what happened back there with you and Jeff?" "Besides me saving your asses and thus the day?" she intoned, her attitude apparently suffering no ill effects from the battle. I nodded and she continued. "Whatever you did to Jeff near the end there weakened his ability to control me," she smiled. "Besides, he also failed to specify exactly which asshole I should kill." The danger was over, and we decided it was safe to split up. My roommates left the remaining weapons in our care, making me promise to return the gun and steak knives back home. Neither shotguns nor good kitchen cutlery are cheap, you know. They both had enough of the vampire world for one day and decided to head home via the topside. "Maybe with a quick pit stop at the hospital," Ed commented. "What are you going to tell them happened?" I asked. He smiled and pointed to the elbow pads he and Tom still wore. "Damn skateboards. Those things'll kill you." After they had departed, I followed Sally to the warehouse's sewer entrance. It would keep us out of the sun and lead us back to one of the coven's other locations, where we could presumably get cleaned up and grab some blood. We opened the grate leading forward. I had started to descend when Sally said, "Wait a minute," and disappeared back into the warehouse. She returned a few moments later. "Sorry, forgot to shut off the lights," was the only explanation she gave. As we walked down the dark tunnel together, I asked her, "So what now?" "You get to live, that's what," she replied. "Are you sure?" "What do you mean?" she asked. "Isn't the rest of the coven going to be kind of pissed over what we did to Jeff?" "Oh, that?" she said dismissively. "It doesn't really matter how pissed they are. Coven rules are pretty specific about this sort of thing." "What sort of thing?" "Combat. One vampire can challenge another to combat. If that happens, the outcome is considered to be between them and them alone." "Okay," I pointed out, "but Jeff was the coven leader." "Yes, and in that, the rules are even more specific." "How so?" I asked. "If a coven master is challenged and defeated in fair combat, then whoever is the vanquisher becomes the new leader." I stopped. "So that means you're in charge? El Presidente? Numero uno?" she playfully replied. "Yep, I guess it does." I chuckled and started walking again. "Should I bow before you, my queen?" "I will definitely consider that," she replied, deadpan. "You know, little details like that might have been nice to know up front," I said. "You seem stressed enough as it was. I didn't want to give you anything else to worry about." "Some guys just can't perform under pressure," she said, that last part with a wink. We walked for a few moments, and then a thought struck me. "Wait a moment. You said fair combat, correct?" "Yeah, so?" "So, 4 against 1 might not exactly be considered fair." "Not true," she pointed out. "Funny thing about us vampires, we have a very liberal view on the definition of fair." And of course, there's an epilogue. 2 days later, Sally and I were back at the loft. The entirety of the coven had been summoned. It was time to break the news and see how they took it. We had spent the past few days resting and gathering our strength back. Sally had suggested it. She said that things like this usually went fine, but if we showed up looking worse for the wear, it could be construed as a sign of weakness. A few days off was fine with me, as I needed some time to decompress and tidy up some loose ends. Tom and Ed had both spent a night in the hospital for observation. They were going to be sore for quite some time, but at the end of the day, there was nothing that would be permanent, with maybe the exception that Ed's nose would probably be a little crooked going forward. And they took it in good stride. After all, how many people can have a showdown with a master vampire and live to brag about it? And brag we did. Every time we recounted the story to each other, the exploits of our ass-kicking got a little larger. Within a few months, we'd all be convinced that we had waltzed in, kicked Jeff's ass without breaking a sweat, and then sauntered out to grab a celebratory beer. The cops had investigated our break-in, declaring it to be drug-related. The damage to both the front door and Mrs. Craven's apartment, in addition to ours, had necessitated bringing the authorities in. That was okay. Besides which, the police report would help us with the subsequent insurance claim. Mrs. Craven's disappearance could have been messy, but Sally assured me that the coven's connections would make sure it was quickly swept aside as just another unsolved crime. That she appeared to not have any close relatives to stir things up would help in those regards. Which brings us, once again, back to the loft. Sally and I stood together as the last of the coven arrived. Damn, if it didn't look like the cast party from a perfume commercial. Following my ordeal, I may have had a new respect for the vampire lifestyle, but that didn't mean I had lost my appreciation for the sweet pieces of female flesh before me. Without Jeff here to fray my nerves, I could finally just enjoy the scenery. "Ye who are gathered, attend my words, please," Sally said to the group as a whole. Apparently, there were official words that needed to be spoken during these things. She prepared me in advance for this, lest I start making smart-ass remarks during the middle of things, which, of course, I was still leaving open as an option. The coven stopped their small talk and turned their attention toward her. "It is with a heavy heart," yeah, right, "that I inform you, the gathered, that the time of passing is upon us," she continued. "Night Razor is no more." An instant murmuring arose amongst the group, some of it none too friendly sounding. Finally, one of the coven spoke up. It was the smug dickhead I had managed to stare down a few weeks back, Dusk Reaper. "You lie," he yelled. "Night Razor is eternal. All glory to Night Razor." A few of the male vamps echoed his all-glory crap. Jeez. The first thing Sally needed to change in this place was the freaking fraternity mindset. Sally, for her part, kept her cool, but she also dropped the formalities. "Eternal?" she questioned. "Does this look eternal to you?" She pulled something out of her pocket and tossed them onto the floor in front of her. I leaned down to get a better look. There were two of them, white, long, thin, and sharp. They looked like fangs. "Are those?" I started to say, but Sally cut me off with just one word. "Yep." Damn. I guess that's what she fished out of Jeff's ashes 2 days ago. A little morbid, if you ask me. Kind of like going through a dead guy's pockets for spare change. All of the gathered vampires in turn walked up to view the fangs. Whether it was to confirm Jeff's unfortunate passing or to pay their respects, I wasn't sure. As long as there wasn't a mass scream of "Get them!" followed by a crowd rushing me and Sally, I didn't really care either. "How did this happen?" screamed Dusk Reaper again. He had either been asshole buddies with Jeff or had elected himself Chief Brown-Noser. "If it was treachery, he shall be avenged." Again, a few of the male voices chimed in with him. God damn, he was starting to get on my nerves. "There was no treachery," Sally calmly replied. "Night Razor fell in fair combat." "Fair combat? I doubt that. Who could beat Night Razor?" asked the little ass-kissing prick. "I think you know already," Sally said, locking eyes with him. And this was it. Now we got to see if Sally had the stuff to hold this crew together. I was standing by to back her up, just in case. "The Free Will has slain Night Razor in fair combat," she shouted to the crowd. What the fuck? I opened my mouth to say something, but Sally kept talking right over me. As per our customs, whoever shall slay the coven master fairly shall become the new coven master. I say, I did see the Freewill slay Nightraiser in such combat. Our former master fought valiantly, but he fell nevertheless. It was a good death. I guess vampires have a liberal view on the definition of good deaths, too. More hushed conversation burst out. I swear it was like being in high school again. Once again, though, Sally spoke over the crowd. As is also our custom, should anyone wish to challenge the legitimacy of our new leader, they may do so. A duel to the death will ensue. She turned to the dickhead who kept speaking out of turn. Dusk Reaper, you have been the most vocal amongst us. Do you care to raise a challenge? It is your right, if you feel you can beat him. Holy shit! She had set him up. Worst of all for him, he knew it. He glanced over in my direction, and I made it a point to give him a hard stare in return. This pissing match had already been decided, though. He quickly looked away. No, I will not challenge our new master, replied Dusk Reaper, eyes downcast. He then turned to the rest of the crowd and roared, All glory to Dr. Death! Yep, I was right. He was a grade A suck-up. There was a moment of hesitation from the coven as a whole, during which I was sure someone or someones would call me out. I knew how vampires defined fair combat, and I wouldn't have been surprised to suddenly find myself in a duel with 4 muscleheads. But, to both my surprise and immense relief, slowly the crowd started to join in. All glory to Dr. Death! Softly at first, but then it gradually got louder. Before it could get to ear-splitting levels, a thought occurred to me. No, I said as I held up my hand. The coven suddenly went silent. Even Sally turned to me with a quizzical look in her eye. A new era begins today. An old one ends, I said, trying to keep any wavering from my voice. If this went on, I might want to consider taking a public speaking class. As such, so too must the ways of old end. I thus abolish the dictate that we all take new identities within the coven. From now on, you shall be known by whatever name you wish to be known as. My name is Bill. Fuck! Chalk another one up to the ever-growing list of things that sounded cooler in my mind. However, despite the lameness of my decree, once again the chant started up. This time it was, All glory to Bill. Ah, yes. Lousy one-liner or not, this was much, much better. The next few hours were actually pleasant for a change. Along with my promotion came an instant change in attitude toward me. The men were more respectful and the women were flirtier. In case you missed that last part, the women were all suddenly flirting it up with me. I could get used to that shit. Finally, in the wee hours, I excused myself to leave. One of the nice perks of my new position was that nobody questioned where or why I was going. I had walked a couple of blocks when Sally caught up to me. So how's it going, master? She said with a mock bow. I could definitely get used to this, I answered. I thought you could. Speaking of which, why did I hand the credit over to you when I could have easily made myself the new leader? She finished my question for me. In a nutshell, I agreed. Did you see some of them in there? Remember what I told you about Jeff stalking the coven with guys who were mostly just clones of himself? Yes. Well, duh, she continued. Do you think that one of those machismo assholes would have let me assume command for even a minute before challenging me? You could have taken Dick Reaper, I said. Maybe, but what about the next one? And the next? I wouldn't be able to turn around without being challenged. You, on the other hand, are for the most part weaker and less experienced than you, I mused. Yes, but the rest of them don't know that. To them, you're the fearsome Freewill. They'll all think twice before getting in your face. And if they do, well, luckily for you, some of that bullshit we've been spreading just so happens to be true. I guess. Although you could have told me first rather than putting me out there with a potential target on my back. Yeah, I could have, she mused, but I gotta get my funds somewhere. She finished with a laugh. Fair enough, I said evenly. Speaking of fun, though, that reminds me. What about my little decree back there? What about it? Well, I've abolished all of our dopey little superhero names. So, what should I call you now? I believe it was Lou something, I said with my own laugh. Sally will be just fine, thank you, she replied. I've gotten used to it, but not Sunset. That has to go. Maybe I'll just be Sally Smith or something like that. I could order you to tell me your real name. I am your lord and master now, after all. She gave me the mother of all eye rolls in return and said, You can shove your orders up your ass sideways. And as for that lord and master crap, sorry, it doesn't fly with me. No? Nope, she said sternly. As a matter of fact, being that you're still new and all, I think I'll be calling a lot of the shots from behind the scenes. You will? Yes, she responded with a tone of finality. In fact, I think it might be best to think of me more as your partner than your servant. And what makes you think I'll go along with that? I asked. Oh, a little insurance, she said as she stopped walking. What kind of insurance? I asked, my curiosity piqued. This kind, she said, pulling something out of her pocket and holding it up. Look familiar? It did. It was Jeff's camcorder. Contained within it was, no doubt, footage of my less than stellar fair duel with Jeff. I figured I'd keep it as a souvenir, a little something to remind us of that day, just in case we forget, she said, a grin spreading across her face. I couldn't help but laugh. Throughout everything, I had been so enamored of James's power and so scared of Jeff's that I hadn't realized how much of a force Sally was to reckon with. You really are a bitch, I said with a laugh. No, she replied. I'm the queen bitch. More precisely, I'm your queen bitch. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. You have all of eternity. As we walked off into the night together, I had to wonder whether eternity would be long enough. This has been Bill the Vampire, the Tome of Bill, Part 1. Written by Rick Gualtieri. Narrated by Christopher John Fetherolf. Copyright Rick Gualtieri, 2011. Audiobook production copyright 2016.
Hey, Rick Gualtieri here. I just wanted to say thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this book, please consider telling a friend, an enemy, or even both. And be sure to catch Bill's next adventure in Scary Dead Things, the Tome of Bill, Book 2.